Well, well, Endman. Seems like fate brought you right to me.
Wait.
Atop these ruins, countless souls seek solace. But you mustn't stop.
Perfect with this wind. The optimal path. Impact. Rolling thunder. Target locked. Really kept me alive. Everyone's chipping in. Perfect is this wind. That's the optimal path. Really high on the high. Perfect is this. That's the optimal path. Really high on the high. I shall sweep the rest. I spot an opening. Spaghetti legs. Tremble before my strike. I spot an opening. Big spot action. Perfect is this win. Don't blink. Let me give it will hurt. Here's our chance. I shall set the optimal path.
A path reaches forth with every step. Your journey shall continue.
To 90. Crisis did not. He didn't read everything, to be honest. What was it? The Western Protocol Space Advanced Progression to Deep Mode.
Am I looking all right from this?
Cup increased.
Stay sunny for this day as well, Professor.
A device? Wow, you sure are special. It's like, no, that's just like basic stuff. You put liquids into a container and you put them into this device that says put liquids in here. Whoa, you're so intelligent. It's like, yeah, she might be
Looks like
dumb.
that
She
guy
might be
shut
really
down
dumb.
any
This
chance
isn't
of
bad story writing
negotiations?
because this character is canonically stupid. It's like, ah, okay, that solves everything. That's usually not a good thing to claim, but I think in this sense it technically works. Anyway, back to the sort of earlier parts in the story. They break up the combat and exploration with what I would like to call tedious work. Let's address it. The factory, the base building, the mines must flow. See kids, colonization is a good thing when I do it, and it's bad when other people do it. Everyone wants to talk about how bad colonization is until they're the ones who get to reap the benefits from it. The land breakers just want to take back what's theirs, dude. I think the factory is incredibly fun, and I think some others have said a similar thing. It really tickles the right part of my brain. It really drags me in and keeps me engaged. However, that's not how the factory is introduced, because I think they do a really bad job of making it look cool. They went out of their way to have a big opening cinematic showing you all how cool zip lines and combat are, but they choose to leave this part out. Now, that's arguably a good thing because some people don't want to play Factorio. That can be too scary or too complicated or too time consuming for some people. That's fair. But I would say they should have shown off like a decently modeled and working factory and then asked players to build one themselves, just so that you have an idea of what to do instead of just throwing all that in a giant tutorial. Then later you realize, oh, this is actually mandatory or something in order to unlock these later things. So now you have to spend the next hour plus just trying to understand what the heck the game is trying to ask you to do for this mode, because they do a really poor job of showcasing it to you in the story. If they spent less time talking to you and more time actually showing you examples of how to play this mode and what to do, it wouldn't nearly be so tedious to learn. But once you learn it, hey, that's pretty good. Another part that I really like about it is that there's a natural community created around it. People are asking questions about the factory and resources and whatnot. And many players are stepping up to help out and explain some things, showing off their blueprints, sharing their buildings. And the fact that you can share buildings in this game, I think that's awesome. It really helps keep the world feel alive and bring a community around it. It really feels like, hey, I'm not just playing by myself. There are a bunch of other people doing this too. Some people would argue that Arknight's Endfield would be better off if it didn't have the base building and the factory gameplay, that it would get more people to play the game. I would say that's probably true. More people might play that game, but that also makes what Endfield is far more boring. Indulge me for a moment as I talk about Zenless Zone Zero. Very quickly, Zenless had what was called TV mode as its primary method of storytelling and side quests. However, at launch, it wasn't good. It was slow, you couldn't speed things up, and it was client-side response time, so everything felt really laggy. Everything was just slow. Beta testers told them about this, and they didn't really address it. So when the game launched, people realized that they hated this part of the game, and so they quit playing. Now, the benefit of TV mode is that it made developing new events and stories a lot simpler. It was immersive based on our role as the protagonist. Instead of needing to show off all the events that were happening directly, the game left a lot of the smaller details to player imagination. They just needed to write it out in an interesting way, and then we as the players would interpret that. We would imagine it for ourselves. And that works really well when the details are about how horrifying some enemies are, or how mysterious a specific item or a room is, or about how the hollows are an ever-changing maze and you need someone to guide you through it because you don't know what to expect. Also, it made sure the devs could pace the action combat gameplay, and because they can control that pacing and mix it with the combat when they needed to, players could be more casual in their approach to the game. That was a huge part of ZZZ's identity, and ultimately, players did not enjoy that. There were other factors as well, but most players did not enjoy how TV mode was implemented. And I agree with them. It did not feel very good. If you were looking for the action combat gameplay, the sluggish, laggy control of TV mode was not fun. So the devs tossed it all aside, and it ultimately saved the game by getting players back. But the game has never been on the same level of immersion, nor the same amount of content needed to engage the casual players. Now it's all active and combat gameplay. The only regular content in Zenless is endgame bosses, which most casual players don't really enjoy doing, and they can't really make missions like they used to. They used to be able to change the TV layout slightly and have unique puzzles, or have some special NPC quests or missions with engaging dialogue, and this kept players entertained. But with what they have right now, they can't do that. Now they have to take time to place everything in a 3D space, and now we have to make generic enemies and NPCs emote in a way that doesn't really sell well when you're just mashing text boxes with idle animations and no spoken dialogue. It was more believable when we saw less because we had a literal separation. We had to imagine those parts of the game. But now that they show you how generic it is, it doesn't really look good. Like, it does not look appealing at all. It's okay, but it doesn't look appealing. All of that to say, in an effort to save its game, Zenless threw away a primary factor of its identity. That worked financially, but did it improve the overall quality of the game? I would say no. Did I like the old TV mode? No, it was too laggy and that hurt the pacing. But they improved it. I promise you, if you go back and you play TV mode missions or events, or you're a new player, it feels really nice to control now. Except for that last thing they made, that archipelago thing, that was awful. That was not good at all. Anyway, this is not a Zenless video. We're back to Endfield. I don't want Enfield to end up in a similar situation. Obviously, the factory and Zenless's TV mode don't serve the same purposes. One was a method of storytelling, and another is mainly the story's method of having players grind for resources, and some players don't really want to do that. I think the factory is an interesting inclusion and a really good thing. It keeps players engaged without needing to create entirely brand new things to entertain them. It does set up a sort of barrier to entry, but the players who get past that barrier will probably choose to engage with the game's mechanics. And besides, a ton of the narrative is designed around the Endman being the boss of what amounts to a galactic construction company on a foreign planet. It's actually a moon? Cool, that doesn't matter. I think Endfield would be a waste of my time if they removed the gameplay that sets it apart from other gacha games that it gets compared to. Like, legitimately, if they remove the factory, I would probably stop playing the game. Unironically, I think that's one of the best parts of the game. And it is what separates it from not just being, here's Wuthering Waves, but slightly different. Here's Genshin, but slightly different. Like, no, dude, here's a different game. It's like, oh, that's refreshing. I like that. As I near the end of this review, I might be wrong about this, but it feels like the game is trying to sell you something that's very different from the gameplay. Right now, for me, in my experience, the core gameplay loop is explore the world, organize constructions, farm resources, beat up a couple mobs along the way, and create quicker methods of transportation, increase your economies of outposts, stuff like that. But the game really isn't selling anything for that, not directly. They are selling characters and weapons for the action combat gameplay, but I'm not doing action combat. I'm farming. I don't care about microtransactions. I'm micromanaging resources. Now, I still like the combat, but that's not the focus of how I'm playing. And so unless there's a character with a story that I really love or whose gameplay I really enjoy, I probably won't pull for them because, oh wow, oh, this new operator, they deal 15% more damage than this other one. Okay, but But why do I care? Do they have a passive that like speeds up my lines by like 5% or something? No? Okay. Then why should I care? If their gameplay or story doesn't really interest me, then I'm probably not going to spend money on them. On a more direct issue, I think it's funny that there's a bit of a gap between the players who want action combat gameplay and the players who want to organize their factories. Some people will prioritize one and neglect the other. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it could lead to a potential issue. Some people might call this doom posting, but it's really not. I'm just trying to analyze the trends of similar games and how they change after launch. I know for a fact they will eventually introduce some new materials to make new items, new gears, new ways to increase the resource economy, maybe that are exclusive to a new region or a new recipe or a new enemy type. One of my concerns is that in the store they have right now, all it does is sell characters and weapons, and it does a pretty good job of doing that. They could also try to use it to sell factory resources so players could just spend money to bypass playing the game. Now, that's not an issue for me because I wouldn't buy that, but I think that would be an issue of like, oh, we made this part of the game tedious. Well, if you want to escape that tedium, you could just spend some money. It's like, why would you do that? This part's the fun part. Why would you spend money to skip it? Beyond that, I've referenced this a bit before. What's stopping them from creating a character that has a passive that doubles an outpost resource generation, or maybe reduces your overall power consumption when they are put in charge of an outpost? What's stopping them from making a nearly unkillable boss that has a drop you need for a very specific item to generate? Those last two, they're far-fetched, and those are very doom posty. I am not worried about those right now because they haven't happened. And if they do happen, they probably won't really affect me because I won't interact with that kind of nonsense. Quick tangent, one of my favorite games is Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. That game is insanely good and its gameplay loop is actually pretty similar. Mine and farm for resources mixed in with action combat gameplay. Gameplay wise, they're really similar, but they fundamentally aren't the same. Capcom wasn't prowling around on my 3DS trying to get me to spend $100 so I could get a new weapon to make the boss easier to fight. They weren't trying to get me to spend $100 so I could skip out on charm farming. They gave me all the tools and said, here you go, figure it out. That's not what Enfield is. Endfield is not a $60 or $80 game with a complete story from start to finish that players can enjoy, with some endgame stuff if they want to keep playing. It's a free-to-play, live service, farming exploration game with a slot machine designed to induce FOMO into players so they spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And this game will cease to exist if they do not make enough money selling characters. This is the type of game that I would love to have a complete experience. When I've played, from what I've played, I would gladly fork over 60 to 80 bucks to play a complete version of this game. They don't want me to spend 60 bucks, they want me to spend 600 bucks. And I'm never doing that. I think what could happen very far in the future, not anytime real soon, if they look at their chart and say, hey, we're not making enough money, we need to change that, they could decide to cut some corners of this game that I find are very enjoyable, but don't really make them money. Like, they could just say, hey, you want to build this type of building? Well, you need to
Min, you look tied up, but it's good to see you.
Now Crow is being cryptic. Why didn't he just tell us what exactly happened at the reconstruction headquarters?
I don't know. Mr. Crow is a committed and decisive leader who usually clarifies things. But this time, Endman, we should head over, just in case.
Ah,
You're here.
Mr. Crow, your message said you had a problem, but you seem to be...
Seem to be a little too relaxed, right? I asked my apprentice to send that message. He probably exaggerated the matter a little. We did run into a few issues, and I thought they could handle the problems on their own. But...
They? You're talking about...
Dean and Clavel. We couldn't get in touch with them for an entire day.
What?
I don't care what they're doing. What I care about is work being affected at the HQ. I did give them the geological probe construction project, but that doesn't mean I want them to keep asking you for assistance. Someone must carry the torch of the UWST. The disaster scientist, Miss Ardelia. She has already provided plenty of help. But current progress of the probe is worrying, and the two lads went missing. I have no choice but to request your support.
They may be in danger. Aren't you worried about that?
I got too many things to worry about. Dean and Clavel should stop treating themselves as apprentices. They must learn to be responsible for their own actions.
I understand. Endman, let's head over there and see if we can find any clues.
Yeah. There was a Delian standing there. Up top. She says something, I forgot to record it. Nobody really wants to use this as a plane. They want to. Yes, those people. Find what's left of our new power supply.
Oh.
Phew.
Okay, let's go do our thing.
Perfect as the swim.
No, changes.
Spot an opening. I will unite the rest.
Here we go! Incredible! Just leave!
It's you!
Yeah, it's us.
I was so scared. I thought I was gonna die here.
You distracted the Angloid long enough on your own. You should count yourself super lucky.
That's true. Well, thank you for saving my life. Once again.
Dean told us you were here. He's worried about you.
Obviously.
What, by Talos, were you doing? Do you know how dangerous the Angoloi are? If you want to distract them, I should be the one doing it. Do you know self-defense? Do you even know how to dodge incoming attacks? I should never have brought you along. You're better off staying at the HQ and copying numbers off the dials.
What nonsense are you talking about? If I hadn't come along, those Angoloi would have killed you. I came along because I feared you'd mess things up. And guess what? You almost did, my blight-brain genius. I kept telling you to consider the possible risks and get prepped for them, but you never listened.
That's enough for now, boys. You're just both worried about each other. Let's call it quits and shake hands, okay?
Well, the dude usually avoids dangerous stuff. But this time he went crazy and almost got himself killed. I don't know if he's gonna do that again.
As long as they force me to team up with the least reliable partner in history, you can bet it's gonna happen again.
Everyone's here. No one's hurt, I hope. Ardelia? I'm surprised you came. I heard that you were looking for our 2 project leads, so I got a little worried they might run into trouble in the wilderness. I'm so glad you're here to help out.
So the main problem this time was...
I need you 2 to promise me no more running into dangerous trouble, okay?
Alright.
Okay.
Good. Since everyone's safe, I don't think we have other problems to worry about. Let's head back right away. Mr. Crow hasn't seen you around for the entire day. Oh, he's so angry. His beard is literally quivering with fury.
Yeah. Better head back right now. We'll talk later.
You're right.
Mr. Crow always worries about these 2. They'll start arguing over the smallest things.
Really? I thought Mr. Crow had already grown used to their endless bickering.
That's not true. They're Mr. Crow's top apprentices. The old man is secretly working hard to give them the training they need. I'm just glad that nobody's hurt. Anyway, it's getting late. We should be heading back as well.
Working as a team mostly. I said here.
Wait. I thought this energy supply plant failed and couldn't work.
What's going on? What are you looking at?
The large geological probe is an energy guzzler. The energy supply plan we originally designed couldn't get the thing working properly.
That's why we took the risks and headed outside to salvage the new energy supply units. But how? The probe is actually working properly.
Well, it seems like our approach was actually correct. Or maybe you did something. What variable did you tweak?
I didn't tweak anything. I thought it started working because you swapped out a core component.
Let's just ignore that for now. Work has piled up in our absence. Now that the probe is finally running, we should start our jobs.
Not so fast. I gotta run a stability test.
So, what really happened?
Since it seems we've solved the energy issue, we can initiate the next phase of the geological probe construction project.
Is it Crow? Why is there no defense? Okay. No, fuck then. Oh, that's... I see. That's how it is. I get to make it correctly.
To buy it from the store. Are they doing that right now? No, of course they aren't. I'm not saying that is a problem right now. I am saying I don't want them to go in that direction, because what they're selling right now is, here are characters and here are weapons, but I don't really need those things, so I'm not spending for them. I would love it if the game continued in its current state, but I don't know if the company behind that will continue to make money in that way. And usually with power creep, it's like, how are they going to power creep the factory? Like in a year from now, how will my factories become obsolete for some reason? I didn't write a strong conclusion to this script, so this is kind of going off the top of my head of how I really feel about this game. I really enjoy this game. Like, I really enjoy it. Past the story parts of the opening tutorial that were nonsense, getting past the parts of the story that are just wasting your time with unnecessary details, over-explaining things, getting past all of that, the terrible NPC designs, I can't stand them, make designed clothes for people with tails, getting past all of that, I really enjoy playing this game, and I think it looks really good, it feels really good, I really enjoy playing this game. And my fear is that, hey, the way I enjoy the game is also not making them money. And I'm afraid they will try to make that experience for players like me. They will try to make that worse in the hopes that players will spend more money. That is my fear. And if that doesn't work, the game will decide, you know what, we're just gonna shut down. And I think that stinks, because this game is actually really good. Like, if this were an $80 game, dude, sign me up. I hope it continues to do well. I hope it doesn't become overbearingly predatory, and I hope it keeps its appeal for both types of groups looking for a casual experience and an action combat experience. I hope it can balance those well enough to keep both parties entertained without catering too far to one side or the other. Yeah, that's about it. That's all I got. My name's Yojimbo Blade, and I hope you have a blessed day. See you soon.
This hostile poses significant threat.
1 hour? I'm gonna cut this down to pieces. It's gonna be 30 minutes.
You bitch. How dare you? And I had this game. So I guess this is not an option for me. Or I have to plant one here as an intermediate. It's so dirty.
So your grandpa, he's like sick or something?
Yeah, well, you know, he's had dementia for a while, and he almost had a stroke, so he's been in the hospital.
I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah, we're really close, so it's been hard. I mean, if the blood clot was any closer to his brain, it would have been really bad.
That's really tough.
I just want him to be around so my kids can get to know him. Like, it terrifies me that they wouldn't have any memories of him.
What? Things could be worse.
How?
He could be in the Epstein files.
Right. Silver lining.
I'm not in them, if you were wondering.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm not in the Epstein files. I stopped hanging out with Chomsky back in the 80s.
You watching the Super Bowl? Probably not.
Dude, why not?
Dude,
look at this.
The fuck?
I edited your grandpa into a picture with Jeffrey Epstein on a private plane.
That looks so realistic.
Well, I did it ethically, no AI.
It's not funny, dude. His grandpa almost died.
I'm not saying he's in the Epstein files. I'm saying it'd be funny if he was.
Why? When I was 23, my parents got divorced. Ever since then, I've only been able to cope with darkness through humor. This Epstein stuff has just been in the news constantly. It's so fucking depressing. I don't know any other way to cope. I get it. This stuff is terrible. Just maybe have a little more tact. It's just been really hard because I learned one of my best friend's relatives is in the Epstein files, and I even found a picture of him. No.
I'm just fucking with you, and this is AI.
We certainly live in exciting times. Even if you ignore the barrage of headlines that would have been considered once-in-a-generation events just a few years ago, we are still living through perhaps the most intense period of technological and societal change in human history. On a more personal level, we are working jobs that didn't exist a generation ago, making a career in ways that may or may not even be legal, and living lives that are going to look considerably different from our parents, for better or worse. Amongst all of this, excitement, it has become very easy to chase new trends, fall into increasingly easy financial traps, and adopt a rather nihilistic view that maybe all of these changes aren't leading us in the right direction. But you already knew all that. What all of this has shown, though, is the hidden brilliance of boring. Boring jobs, boring investments, boring decisions, and maybe even a boring lifestyle have gone from an unfortunate burden to a coveted luxury that even the richest people in the world are embracing. Or at least they are pretending to.
You're pretty low-key in terms of when we think about billionaires. You don't drive a Lambo?
No, I do not.
That is Sam's Toyota Corolla in the parking lot of FTX headquarters in the Bahamas.
My name is Tammy, and I'm 38 years old, and I quit my nursing job to open up a laundromat in Arizona. My business brought in around $475,000 in 2024.
Do any of your billionaire friends ever joke with you about the Cadillac and that you're driving and not something flashier?
We had 2,755 people on the Forbes billionaires list this year.
This is the McDonald's I go to frequently.
So what do you have at McDonald's?
Probably 3 times out of 4 I get a sausage muffin, but then at lunchtime I get quarter pounder and fried.
Billionaires are not like you or me, but it's really important for them that you think they are. So important, in fact, that some of them are now spending millions of dollars every year for PR agencies to spread the message that they are just regular people that drive regular cars, eat at regular restaurants, and live in regular homes. But in the age of flex culture, why the f are these people trying so hard to look normal? The now convicted fraudster Sam Bankman-Fried once had billions of dollars of customer funds at his disposal to live a lavish life in the Bahamas. In the early days of FTX, Fried and his co-conspirators reportedly drove around in the expensive sports cars typical of crypto bros. According to evidence presented during his trial, SBF would later sell the cars and advise other executives at FTX and Alameda to do the same because it didn't fit with the image of the company that they were trying to present to customers and investors. SBF's shitty Toyota Corolla that paid influencers made such a big deal of itself was about as authentic as the company's internal accounting department. The car, the haircut, the wrinkled haircut were more carefully managed than customer funds. The group did this because they knew that the image of a boy genius that didn't care about luxuries or power would be appealing to people looking for an honest place to keep their funds. SBF and the rest of the gang were all frauds, but putting a lot of effort into crafting a folksy image is done by most prominent business leaders for 3 simple reasons that are mostly bullshit. If you know these strategies, you will be able to see through what is little more than personal marketing. The first reason that they do this is because even if they aren't running a fraud, acting like an everyman still gets people to give them what they want. Stealth wealth is when rich people buy products that are of high quality but does not flaunt their wealth. They do this because they don't want the attention and problems that come along with people knowing that they are rich. Billionaires doing a Bloomberg or NAS daily interviews featuring their basic car and geeky wardrobe is not the same thing as stealth wealth. Instead of hiding their financial means, these people are just trying to show off as loudly as possible that they don't care about their money, or that their money hasn't changed them. It's not stealth wealth, so let's call it poverty peacocking, and it's a great move for their personal brand and any companies they represent. Humble CEOs are the new fashion. The world's biggest companies are run by men who wear hoodies and turtlenecks instead of tailored suits, and other business leaders are trying to emulate that trend because investors like it. If business leaders very publicly give up flashy luxuries, it also sends the message that they will be frugal running their business, and the data actually backs this up.
What role has luck played in your success?
Well, there's luck enters into everybody's life.
According to a study conducted by the National Bureau of Economic Research, in 2012, CEOs and CFOs who were not frugal in their own spending were more likely to have instances of insiders perpetuating fraud and were more likely to push equity-based incentives to increase their own income. The study separated personally frugal and flashy executives by looking for purchases like a personal car that was worth over $75,000 or a boat that was over 25 feet. Billionaires and executives didn't actually want to give up their luxuries, so they just started lying about it. Buffett does own an old beat-up car, but he is usually driven around in a fleet of Suburbans with a security team. Zuckerberg wears the same gray shirt every day, but they are custom-made by Brunello Cucinelli. Musk does rent a tiny home next to the SpaceX factory, but the Wall Street Journal pointed out that he spends most of his time in an 8,000 square foot $12 million mansion, and all of these men fly private. They are welcome to these luxuries. It is their money. But there are still 2 more reasons why they try so hard to pretend that they don't exist. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why billionaires spend millions to try and convince us that they spend nothing. This week's video is sponsored by Monarch Money, which has basically become my go-to place for keeping track of my finances. Monarch is private and ad-free, syncs with over 13,000 banks, credit cards, and investing accounts, and pulls everything into one clean dashboard. No ads, no data selling, you're the customer, not the product. In Monarch, I can see my spending, net worth, debt payoff, recurring bills, and even my credit score all in one place. The budgeting setup is flexible, with simple rules and categories that keep things organized without feeling strict, and the insights help explain what is actually changing month to month. I use it during my monthly budget check-ins, and having everything synced into one view makes things feel way calmer and less overwhelming. I can get the full picture with a quick glance instead of bouncing between apps. If you share money with a partner, Monarch has a shared view so you're both looking into the same goals, bills, and overall financial picture. If you want your finances to feel more clear and under control, check out Monarch using the QR code on screen and use code HMWU50 for a discount. The second reason that really rich people go above and beyond to look normal is because it is an effective sales tactic. If you make millions or even billions of dollars in your life, I have good news for you. Unless you made your money as the founder and CEO of a household name company, or you are a celebrity, it's really easy for you to live a life where nobody knows who you are apart from your family, close friends, and the people that work for you. According to Forbes, there are 2,640 billionaires on Earth in 2023, down from 2,668 in 2022. The publication also admits that many billionaires are not included in this number because they could not collect data to accurately report their private fortunes. Even if you are really interested in personal wealth, you would probably know 50 of these people at most, and the rest just look like people in suits. The point is that every other rich person you know about is only known about because they want to be. And why would they give up an easy life to enjoy their wealth in peace? It's because their own success is one of the best ways to sell stuff. Whether it's Musk promising that full self-driving is just around the corner, Trump slapping his brand name on everything, or Kevin O'Leary role-playing as a businessman to pitch FTX, people buy success. People also buy relatability, so the clever billionaires that want to use their image to boost their own company will make sure that people can see them living lives that people can relate to and aspire to at the same time. The New York Post recently ran an article about Warren Buffett's wife, who was supposedly overheard complaining about how expensive a $4 cup of coffee was at the annual Allen & Company Sun Valley Conference, which is nicknamed the summer camp for billionaires. This story is also picked up by publications like Business Insider that ran it with the title, "Warren Buffett just became even more relatable for a billionaire." If it wasn't obvious, let me ruin the fun for you. Nobody at this conference would have passed along this kind of personal conversation to the press. You are reading about it because they want you to read about it. Buffett's frugality is credited in his investment company's success, so he is selling an image just as much as Trump is with his steaks and O'Leary is with his wacky pants. For Buffett, this is a better story than a bunch of billionaires getting together to talk in private about, well, who the f knows? The only information that seems to leak from these events is how expensive the coffee is. Being relatable is an equally important sales tactic to people who want to sell a get-rich-quick course. An important element of any grift like this is that people need to believe that someone has become wealthy, and that they can do it too. So grifters will often talk about their humble beginnings while standing in front of a rented Lamborghini. This creates a situation where a lot of the people you see promoting their courses on YouTube will be poor people pretending to be rich people pretending to be poor people. Billionaires and get-rich-quick course salesmen presenting a different image of themselves to the world than who they really are behind closed doors probably won't surprise most of you. But there are two ways this lie is hurting the personal finances of regular people. The first way is simply the financial harm that buying into the trope of the relatable millionaire or billionaire can do to people who follow them blindly. Successful people telling regular people to cut down on luxuries to improve their financial situation is fine. But if they are telling them to cut down on luxuries to take on a side hustle so they can spend their money on a course instead, that's obviously bad. And it tragically happens all the time. It's easier for people with something to sell to ask people to cut down on discretionary spending if they have already built up a personal brand around driving a cheap car and living in a tiny house even after they become a millionaire. Being a frugal millionaire is also easier to fake if the supposed millionaires ever get questioned about the legitimacy of their own success. Obviously, grifters building an image so that they can sell a bad investment or overpriced course are going to do serious financial damage to the people they rope into their schemes. But even the billionaires paying their PR teams to get them positive media coverage about how relatable they are still doing damage to a lot of people's personal finances, because they are reinforcing a common trope in personal finance that everybody's financial problems are caused by them spending too much. The lies that very wealthy people tell about their humble cars, basic homes, and average lifestyle makes it easy to guilt people for enjoying little luxuries, because if Warren Buffett drives an old car, why do you need a new one? This does not excuse the reckless spending that a lot of Americans are guilty of, but it does take the attention away from their income. After a certain point, people can't improve their personal financial situation by being more frugal. They need to increase their income. And that's the third reason that billionaires spend too much money on looking poor. It helps them keep their workers in line. The accounting firm Ernst & Young, in a report, estimated that the number of family offices in the world had doubled between 2001 and 2016. Family offices are investment firms dedicated exclusively to managing the wealth of a single family. Where you and I have some shares on Robinhood or Schwab, the ultra-rich keep their money in family offices. An article by Barron's reported that one of the fastest growing expenses for these firms was public relations. Many of these family offices are so big that they now have as much influence as private equity firms, and with influence comes scrutiny. Private equity firms are some of the most hated financial institutions because they have a long history of bankrupting beloved companies and laying off thousands of workers, all to try and turn a slightly better profit.
Right, that's exactly right. What we've seen, in industry after industry where private equity buys up businesses is that they're really responsible for some of the worst, most abusive business practices in the country.
The scrutiny has been very bad for private equity, but the anger is only directed towards the managing partners of these companies. When a family office does the same thing, public outrage over job cuts would be blamed on the family, and that's where a good PR team is employed. It's easy for workers to demand better wages from a company owner who is photographed lounging on a super yacht. It's easier for a company owner to push back against worker demands when all of their public profile is about how they try to save every cent they can in the name of their business. The author of the article concluded that corporations became people, as people too became corporations. And while the number of corporations has actually been falling, the number of billionaires has been rising. But there are actually far more billionaires in the world than most people know. According to Forbes, America has 735 billionaires worth a combined $4.5 trillion. But how many billionaires are there really? When Forbes publishes their list, they add a small qualifier that almost nobody notices. There are 735 listed billionaires in America, because nobody knows how many there really are. Forbes employs more than 50 employees in 16 countries to compile their list. According to their methodology article, they use public financial records, interviews with employees, rivals, attorneys, and they attempt to validate the numbers by contacting the billionaires directly. Some cooperate and give Forbes access to their personal finances so they can report a more accurate number, but the magazine admits that most don't.
But on the other hand, these billionaires often don't want you to look under the hood, and they're constantly finding clever ways and different ways to filter their money, move it around, try to hide it, or just coming up with just new tax strategies.
Much of the list is an estimated guess, but there are also a lot of billionaires out there that will never show up on the list even though they should.
The list is really a list of individual billionaires rather than, widespread family fortunes. And the same thing for people asking about Vladimir Putin or things like that. It's hard to break out where money is so intermingled with the government.
One group are the crony government leaders using their country's central bank as their own personal credit card. But I think there is another group that is even more interesting than that. Forbes and Bloomberg, who both get a lot of online attention from their billionaires list, have behind closed doors admitted that they have no way of keeping track of the most common type of American billionaire. In an interview with the New York Times, Kiri Dolan, the editor who oversees the Forbes team responsible for the annual list, gave a profile of a billionaire that they would never be able to find. She told the Times that it's someone who quietly sold a stake in a business for, say, $250 million in the 90s and then invested it well. That's it. That's all there is to it. $250 million is a big exit, especially back in the 90s, but it wouldn't have made the news unless it was a well-known household brand. Most good businesses of this size are boring and only sell their products to other businesses. As a former investment banker who has worked on a lot of these deals personally, I can tell you that $250 million exits happen every day, and sometimes it's not even the founders who are walking away with all of the money. Silent early investors in a private company would only show up on the paperwork in the part that tells the acquirer where to send the money. If a person took all of their earnings from a sale in 1999 at the height of the dot-com bubble and put all of it into the market and then spent a meager $1.2 million a year or $100,000 a month on themselves, they would now be worth $3.3 billion, and nobody would know unless they wanted them to. There are flashy individuals that want to show off their wealth, and there are billionaires that couldn't avoid attention because the companies they founded are too well known. But most billionaires are invisible to everybody but their close family, their accountant, and the IRS. There are three very important reasons why these billionaires do this, and two fascinating strategies they use to make sure they stay under the radar. The first reason that most billionaires try very hard to stay off the Forbes list is because of the problems that come with public notoriety. Lottery winners are routinely harassed by people begging for money, filing frivolous lawsuits, and family members pitching them a business idea over Thanksgiving dinner. The average lottery winner is 7 times more likely to declare bankruptcy than the average American, and the public attention they get is a big reason why. Not only is getting chased for your money annoying and costly, it can be dangerous. Known wealthy people are the logical targets of kidnappings, burglaries, and blackmail. High-profile business leaders and celebrities employ personal security, but it's difficult for these teams to always cover all their family members. Personal security is also expensive and inconvenient, because they need to travel, work, and live with you to remain effective. A nice relaxing life enjoying your riches can quickly turn into another job of managing a security team.
Executive protection agents serving Bollywood's biggest stars can earn more than $300,000 a year.
If nobody knows who you are or what you have in your Schwab account, then all of these problems can be avoided, and that's just the first reason. The second reason that most billionaires try very hard to avoid being included on the Forbes list is because they don't want to be seen alongside the same people that normally get included in the magazine. A lot of people that get articles written about them in Forbes paid for the privilege. Magazine subscriptions are down, and selling online ads doesn't make nearly as much money as selling physical copies did back when it was the most popular way to read these publications. Magazines like Forbes have had to look for alternative revenue sources, and doing paid articles is a lucrative option. People with C-suite career ambitions will get their PR manager to pay the magazine a few $1,000s to write a fluff piece about how they reshaped corporate culture at their last company. For a few $1,000s more, they can be included on a list like the Forbes 30 Under 30. Most of these lists are comprised of people that paid to be there, with a few big names like Sam Bankman-Fried and Martin Shkreli smattered in to give the list some credibility.
It was once an honor to be among Forbes' annual selection of 30 innovative business people under 30 years old. But in recent years, more and more individuals who have appeared on the list have ended up behind bars.
Forbes reports on a lot of people that want attention because they are the easiest people to report on. Business people normally only want attention if it serves them in some way. Linking a Forbes article on your resume and LinkedIn profile could be a good career move and worth the few $1,000s it costs. But for people who are already rich, it looks like they are desperate for attention. There is no way to tell who was written about in Forbes on their own merit, who was written about unwillingly, and who was written about because they paid for it. Established billionaires don't want people to assume it's the latter, so they just avoid media attention altogether. The other group of people that pay magazines like Forbes to write about them are scammers that make their money by selling online courses or cryptocurrency projects. If you watch some of their ads, you will see that they brag about being featured in Forbes or Money magazine, which gives them a lot of credibility, and they can win over some skeptical customers. Most people will think that magazines like this wouldn't play any part in promoting a scam, but they would.
Could it be that the Forbes 30 Under 30 list really just attracts entrepreneurs who really don't have a legitimate business just to land on their list for social proof?
The business people that billionaires work with every day know about this paid publicity, so for them showing up in Forbes is a mark against someone's business case. The third reason that most billionaires avoid publications like Forbes is plain old selection bias. The people getting featured in Forbes magazine are usually at the height of their careers or business success. After that, there is a long way to fall and not a long way left to go up. The people that are heads of major companies or members of high-profile families can't avoid it, but anybody that seeks out attention knows the risks and does it anyway because they like the attention. People with these character traits will long-term be less likely to manage their wealth and their business effectively. They will be more likely to take large risks and be overly assured in their own business skills. People like Kevin O'Leary would be a lot wealthier today if they had just invested their early career winnings into the market and then did nothing else. Someone's financial success becoming public information can also turn a lot of their customers off their brand. People like to support small family businesses over soulless corporations, but if they find out that the owners are already billionaires, their customers' loyalty will not be as strong. On the expense side, a known billionaire will also be offered more expensive options anywhere they go. They will get overquoted by contractors and get judged for negotiating discounts. There are very few benefits of having one's wealth publicly known, and there are a lot of problems it causes. Smart billionaires understand this, and smart billionaires are more likely to stay billionaires. So you have just become a billionaire and you want to stay completely anonymous. Excellent. I have clearly taught you how money works, so here is what you are going to need to do. If your money is coming out of the sale of a business, make sure it is a private sale. These days, launching your company onto public markets through an IPO is only really necessary if you are going to be the next Facebook or Amazon. And if your company is that big, sorry, it's already too late for you. A private equity exit or acquisition from a bigger company is quieter and easier to in most cases. In terms of the deal, don't have to be public record in the press release, so there is nothing for the journalists at Forbes to dig up. Once you have secured the bag, you should then invest it broadly in the market and avoid putting too much money into any one company. If you own 5% or more of any public company, you must file what is known as a Form 13D with the SEC. 13Ds are public for anybody to see because the SEC wants investors to be aware of who the biggest shareholders are in a public company. If someone with more than 5% of the company's shares needed to sell quickly, they would push down the stock's price significantly. Investors should pay close attention to who a company's top shareholders are, because if it's the people that will be in a bad financial situation personally, it will be bad for the stock price even if the business fundamentals are good. As a billionaire that values their privacy, you would be best served to limiting any individual investments to no more than 4.99% of the company's shares. This has the additional benefit of making sure you are diversified as well. Another way the SEC can snitch on you to Forbes magazine is through a Form 3. This must be filed if you own more than 10% of a public company, or if you are a company officer like a CEO, CFO, or chief legal counsel. A Form 3 also needs to be filed if you are a company director, so if you want to stay hidden, don't take too many of these positions. You can have a billion-dollar portfolio, and only the holdings you have in the companies you are a director of will be public. So if you want to sit on a few boards, you can, but it will put your name out there. The other way that your wealth becomes public knowledge is through lawsuit discovery. If you get sued, anything that gets turned up by the lawyers is entered into public record, except for in the rare circumstances that evidence gets sealed. The best way to avoid lawsuits is to avoid attention. So as a new billionaire that's trying to stay out of the public eye, you are already doing everything right. Billionaires will also take advantage of holding companies and trusts set up in states that have strong asset protection and privacy laws like Nevada and North Dakota. If you live outside of America, you should consult my video on the Panama Papers to find out how the global billionaires get it done. Once you have the accounting set up, the next step is to just avoid the ostentatious displays of wealth. You can still live in a beautiful home. Just make sure it's in a private area and that it's not the most expensive in the area. You can still drive a nice car, but don't post about it all over social media. You can still fly private, but don't put a logo or name down the side of your plane. Your best defense is being too boring to write about and for your actual wealth to be too difficult to verify. If you ever get a call from any of these publications, just laugh quietly and tell them that you wish you were worth $1 billion and that you would prefer that they didn't imply that you were, because that would be materially inaccurate. If they have no way to definitely verify your wealth, they won't risk adding you. Now, the first step in this is obviously becoming a billionaire, and I don't have the best answer for you there. Because, and I hate to be the one to tell you this, you really don't want to be one. I was watching the 1999 movie Office Space the other day, a comedy set at the peak of the 1990s corporate culture. It is one of my all-time favorite movies, but the more I watch it, the more I notice something. The core of this comedy is its cynical commentary on working a boring job at a boring company, but the more I watch it, the better the jobs of Peter and his co-workers look. Because it's a comedy, the writers took a lot of creative liberties to make Peter's working environment especially terrible. But even still, 20 years later, it doesn't look that bad. His office cubicle would be a luxury to most workers today in an open-plan office with no walls in sight. He is allowed to go on extended lunches with his colleagues, and even his over-dramatized shitty boss knows that working on a weekend is a big ask rather than an expectation. This made me think of the classic anecdote. Find a job you love, and you will never work a day in your life. Most of us go to work because we have to, not because we want to. And that means a lot of us are stuck spending a good portion of our waking hours doing things that aren't very enjoyable. A cunning strategy that school career planners and LinkedIn gurus will promote to get around this unfortunate predicament is to find a job that you love doing so that you are excited to go to work every day and you don't feel like you are working at all. On the surface, this sounds sensible. Now more than ever, with new technologies, there are millions of different job titles out there with new professions and career paths being made every single day. My job as a now full-time YouTuber didn't exist 15 years ago, but now it's the career that children want most, beating out traditionally popular options like astronaut. But I want to do what I do best, which is to rein in on this parade of finding fulfillment through your work. Instead, I want to try and convince you that what you want instead is a really boring job. A job that doesn't make you or anybody else excited, a job that nobody would dream of. There are lots of very attractive jobs out there that for a number of factors would appear to be preferable over other jobs. There is being a doctor, lawyer, or high-level corporate executive, which is enticing because these roles are traditionally very well paid and are very well respected by society at large. If you tell someone that you are a C-suite executive at a Fortune 500 company, you are instantly going to get more respect than if you told them that you work in retail. Is this how it should be? Of course not. But it is, and people are willing to sacrifice a lot for that respect. These roles come with the expectation of very long and irregular hours, to say nothing of the years of grueling study or corporate butt-kissing needed to get the jobs in the first place. Now, there's actually nothing wrong with these jobs. Most people know what they are getting themselves in for when they pursue these kinds of careers, and the trade-offs are clear. Most people do these jobs because of prestige, not because they love them. So what about jobs that people are more passionate about? The jobs that people would supposedly love to do? I am talking about jobs in the fields that people get excited about, like gaming, fashion, travel, and sports. Imagine getting paid to make video games or attend fashion events around the world. Sounds like a dream, right? Well, no. Big-name companies in aspirational industries are more often than not terrible places to work. The reason for this is simple. They know that people want to work for them, so if you as a worker aren't willing to put in unpaid overtime, deal with abusive management, and accept comparatively low pay, then there are dozens or sometimes even hundreds of equally qualified candidates who are willing to put up with these issues because they get to work what they thought would be their dream job. Turnover in these companies is extremely high, especially when it is considered that these businesses are attracting skilled career-driven workers, the type of worker that you might normally expect to stick around for longer than a regular employee. Now, of course, changing jobs regularly is actually a good idea. Employees that change companies on average every 2 years are paid significantly better than their peers who attempt to work for internal promotions, but you need to be quitting for the right reasons. Quitting your current job to start a new, more senior role at a company offering double your current salary is a great career move. Quitting your current job because you can't mentally handle another week of a coding crunch is probably going to stall your career development. Another reason it's best to avoid doing what you love for work is that you won't love it forever. Even the most exciting jobs you can imagine have a lot of boring work that comes with them. A video game tester will spend most of their time doing the same mission over and over again to make sure there are no bugs. And most people that work for NFL teams spend their days in an office answering emails just like everybody else. Even if a dream job does manage to live up to its hype initially, there is one surefire way to end up hating something you originally loved, and that is being forced to do it for 40 hours a week with the threat of homelessness hanging over you if you don't. Really, you are much better off working for money and then using that money to enjoy things you love in your own time in your own way. Hopefully, I have convinced you that exciting jobs are not all that they seem, but surely that doesn't mean that a boring job is the best alternative, right? Well, they have a few big perks that a lot of people don't really consider. A boring job at a boring company will on average be easier to get than the rare, more prized jobs at exciting companies. Having more options available to you, especially early in your career, can be a big head start over your peers who wait it out or go through extended internships to get a traditional dream job. Boring jobs will also on average pay better. Ford's median employee made $64,316 in 2018, including bonuses, overtime, and stock awards. GM's median employee made slightly more than $77,849. Tesla, a far more exciting business, paid its median employee just $56,163. This, of course, will not be true for every company, but again, if there are more people that want to work at a company, then generally that company can get away with paying their workers less. This is even more apparent when we zoom out to look at entire industries. On average, web developers will earn more than game developers, a marketing manager for Exxon will earn more than a marketing manager for the Patriots, and an administrative assistant at a bank will earn more than an administrative assistant at Vanity Fair. If you are doing a job to make money, you should maximize the amount of money you can get for doing that job. You won't see the name on the side of your building from your desk anyway. Now, if making money isn't the most important thing for you when considering a career, a boring job still has its perks. Boring jobs are just genuinely more enjoyable. A boring company is more likely to be filled with employees and managers who realize that a job is something people do to put food on the table. This type of corporate attitude tends to result in more productive workplace relationships. A manager at a generic boring company that has been in their job for decades and has no ambitions of moving up the corporate ladder is not going to take it personally when you ask for a raise, a promotion, or a reference letter. Contrast that with a company where the management has drunk the "we are changing the world" Kool-Aid, and you are much more likely to face opposition when doing these things that all employees should really be doing as regularly as possible. Time and time again, we hear stories about high staff turnover and toxic workplace culture in companies that sound exciting from the outside. This is because when managers believe what they are doing is more important than just working a job to make a living, they naturally expect their colleagues to work harder than should reasonably be expected to. Toxic workplace cultures are almost inevitable in environments where managers will think to themselves that straight up verbal abuse is really just a heated disagreement among
an efficient assignment. I shall do my best.
Peers who are too passionate about what they do. These types of managers are also much more likely to go unchecked in exciting fields, because again, staff turnover is not a big deal when there is an endless line of new candidates. Now, before anybody says it in the comments, yes, you're absolutely right. There are great managers and there are terrible managers in every kind of company, but you are much more likely to run into one in a job that you thought was going to be exciting. And that's the biggest bonus of a boring job: better management on average. That boring company manager from earlier that has been at their job for a decade will have one big advantage over the manager from an exciting company with high staff turnover. They will have more experience at their job. Working for a manager that has seen every possible problem the job can throw at them is going to be a much more pleasant experience than working for a manager who is figuring it out as they go along. A more experienced manager also has less to prove. If they feel secure in their own position, then they won't feel the need to work their employees to the bone to avoid becoming one of those turnover statistics themselves. Last month, I made a video about why management is always terrible, and the reason that video was so important is because people don't quit jobs. They quit managers. Even the best, most exciting job in the world would quickly become unbearable with a useless manager that takes their shortcomings out on their workers. Working a boring job gives you a better chance of finding a good manager who will make your time at work not totally miserable, and also help to progress your career so that you can make more money and use that to enjoy the hobbies that other people were dumb enough to try and build a career around. I have a theory about why we all love movies like Office Space or TV shows like Parks and Rec and The Office so much. These shows all highlight the realities of a boring workplace to a comically ridiculous degree, but at the same time, they are also very comfortable places to work. The people stick around, and even the bad guy bosses are not abusive towards their employees. Maybe this is an indictment on how low the bar is for what we consider comfortable working arrangements in America. But I think it's something more. We turn to these kinds of shows for comfort binge watching. We wouldn't do that if we didn't secretly think that maybe working alongside these people in these boring offices wouldn't be such a bad thing. And you'd be right, because honestly, working for some visionary who's going to change the world and bring you along for the ride while paying you truckloads of cash isn't all that it's cracked up to be.
After what we've seen over the past few months, I think we finally need to admit, once and for all, that these people are idiots.
I screwed up. I was CEO. I had a responsibility. That means that I was responsible ultimately.
We did not
doing something for my own benefit.
I don't know which Nazi.
Not what they signed up for.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
In practices both within the company and outside of it.
Possibility.
The area upstairs is the administrative office and labs for various fields of science. However, I believe you'll be more interested in the data room. Some of your old files and documents are stored there. Would you like to have a look? This way, please. All reports and data generated since the founding of the science station are stored in this place.
Zhuang, just at the right time. I was about to give you these data reports. Oh, the Endman's here too.
I'm with the Endman. We're looking for information from the past.
Oh, you should have told me, girl. I can easily retrieve them for you.
It's all right. I know where the records are. As for these reports, please deliver them to Supervisor Perlica. Thank you.
All right, girl. I'll do as you say.
Let's go, Endman. They should be over here. Well, there are moments when memories fail. Let's look for it together.
Tangyi, once we completely fill up the rift, maybe they'll build a brand new city there. If that day comes, I hope there's gonna be a 24/7 dessert store. How about you? Don't tell me you're gonna ask for a brand new research building.
There are enough labs already. I think we can use a mascot. We should place it somewhere really conspicuous. That empty plot next to the training grounds looks perfect.
The people working for the Sway Regulator would never agree. In fact, they keep complaining that the Yinglong Special Task Force isn't getting the training areas it needs. Feng Yi, why did you leave the recording device on again?
You once said that when the city was complete, you'd sprint from the east to west in one breath. But with all these stairs now, in one breath might be asking too much. Your last departure was so abrupt. Not even a proper goodbye. This city might have just been a pause for you. But we're not letting go of what you started here. We had an intense discussion to name the Shiranite Nexus. The debate actually turned physical. Thankfully, my mentor won in the end, or we'd have to call it... I still can't bring myself to say it. Don't you want to spend more time here? There are still some documents in the data room. That being said, I was busy showing you around the place. I didn't even ask you how you felt about the city. That was pretty rude of me. So, Endman, what do you think about this place? Do you think you'll like this place?
But her reaction is the same either way.
Never doubted it.
One of the biggest issues that now seems funny in hindsight was the undue attention placed on the business's founder and CEO Sam Bankman-Fried, or SBF as he is better known amongst recently bankrupt crypto bros. In the lead up to its eventual collapse, SBF arguably got more attention than the multi-billion-dollar business he ran. Unsophisticated financial commentators, all the way up to the world's largest venture capital firms, were captivated by the fact that he wore the same sneakers as their grandparents and drove a Toyota Corolla. As the FTX story unfolds, allegations are now coming into light that this geeky persona was little more than a carefully curated image, and that Bankman-Fried would go as far as to intentionally act erratic with outside investors because it furthered his image as some kind of misunderstood visionary genius. But what was, for some reason, a big selling point for SBF and his doomed companies should really be a cautionary tale for all of us. Visionaries do not make good CEOs, and to take it a step further, good CEOs should not be visionaries. It's easy to throw stones at the rubble of a bankrupt company like FTX, but celebrity CEOs have become a genuine problem that might be costing us all a lot of money, even if we don't directly invest into their companies. When we are talking about visionary CEOs whose personal image is inseparably linked with their companies, it's hard to look much further.
Okay, let's get the answers that I think are actually...
Don't you want to spend more time here? There are still some documents in the data room. That being said, I was busy showing you around the place. I didn't even ask you how you felt about the city. That was pretty rude of me. So, Endman, what do you think about this place? Do you think you'll like this place?
It's alright, I guess. It's actually shitty. I like outside the city more. Both the vibes and, you know, itself.
Never doubted it. I brought you here because I wanted to share a few moments from the past. Supervisor Perlica might need a while to get things done. Let's just wait outside. Over here, Endman. This happens to be the students' recess. The place might get a little busy. To be honest, I wouldn't be getting this break if you never came to help us out.
Your new disciple?
Oh, no. This is the administrator of Enfield Industries.
The administrator? Seriously?
Looks pretty young to me.
Please don't mind them. Most of the young Tianshi never met you before. Hearsays and written records are all that they have. In fact, they've been keen to see you after hearing you were coming.
Where should we go next?
The pear blossoms are blooming already. Mifu's got a point. This lab is swallowing whole seasons. There goes spring again. You like it?
This pear blossom aroma. I know it from somewhere.
Did you just remember something? You actually brought a pear blossom sapling during your last visit to the science station. You even said a day will come when you'll raise a blooming orchard in Wuling.
A blooming orchard. That must have been rather difficult in a place overrun by the blight.
Indeed. Preserving beautiful flowers like these is never easy, especially in those difficult times. But look, I have succeeded.
Ma'am! We've got bad news!
Take a breath, and then go on.
One of the sky poles we're using for the performance, we were just test flying the unit. But the signal went out above Fangxing Avenue. We lost it.
Fangxing Avenue. Come with me, Endman.
Dude, like...
Sorry for dragging you all along. I got a little carried away. Hope you don't mind. Yes, it matters a lot, actually. I don't want this to spoil the event later on. I'm glad to hear that. So, in order to live up to your expectations, we should address this issue quickly. This sky pole seems to be flying normally. Maybe there's something wrong with its sensors. Odd.
If that sky pole was the, you know, their usual thing.
Keep up with the sky pole, Endman. Don't let it escape. Wait, I think I hear a child crying. I can't just ignore this.
Dude, like...
A child lost a balloon.
My chubby love.
Xiaoshang. It's all right. Tell me what's wrong.
It's the bat machine. A bat machine took my chubby love.
There. Now where did this machine go?
Over there. It flew over there.
Thank you for telling me that. Let's buy you another chubby lung, okay?
Really? Then I want the special TGCC crossover exclusive.
Dude, like...
Okay. The special crossover exclusive it shall be. Endman, have you seen the balloon in Skypole?
I only see a sprinkler truck involved in an accident.
It must have been hit by the Skypole.
No worries. Just let us handle this.
Okay.
The truck looks alright. We'll move it out of the way. Can't afford to let it affect the performance event. Got anything else I can help you with?
You've got to stop that Skypole.
Shen, Tianshuzhang, let's surround this thing. Block that path. I'll cover here.
Thank you, everyone. Endman!
Ha! This one's slippery. I'll block that side. Oi! Quit moving! Bloody machine!
Okay, I can just...
Shall we continue the chase?
Jiang Zhuang, you finally found the time to come jogging with us.
Wow, you actually brought a friend along, Tianjin Zhuang?
Oh, hi there. Sorry, folks. We really need to pass through this place. It's just up ahead. Let's hurry. Yeah.
Whoa! What the?
The performance is about to start. How am I supposed to serve anyone with this mess? Yeah.
My deepest apologies, Engineer Pan. I should have retrieved it sooner.
Oh, the ban.
Oh, Tianshi Zhuang. Can't believe you're personal running this errand. Hey, admin. You here as well? Worry not. It's just a cheap soap base. How about grab a mill? The performance is about to start. As for this sky pole, it's frequency rating at phobos. Oh, jeez!
Ah, my shirt!
It's all over my hair!
So cool!
Ah! Chili oil! My eye's burning!
Terribly sorry, people.
Oh, dear. I'll try. The drone caused a serious mess. Fubo needs to review this properly. Sorry for suddenly involving you in this. Really? That's good. An occasional walk does help with remembering things we barely think about when busy. I'll find a way to make it up to everyone. Fengxing Avenue often hosts events for Wuling's residents. In a city encircled by threats, these gatherings do wonders for morale. And this little thing is one of the most important performers we have for today. The world-changing missions of Endfield may call, but if you become blind to those who support you, that would be a shame. Memory might have faded for you, but never for the city that waited.
So, you did plan this from the start, and gave yourself an excuse to leave the lab.
My original plan involved a proper tour of Wuling with a rather detailed itinerary. But when I saw that malfunctioning sky pole darting about without a goal in mind, I suddenly wanted you to walk the streets of Wuling, not as a strategist, but as a wanderer.
Yeah, very sudden indeed.
So, for this unexpected reception, how would you rate Wuling's performance?
Qianxi Zhuang. Here to watch the performance? New bamboo dew milk tea. Second cup, half price. Here, just take the last two. On the house. One for solitary joy, two to unlock happiness. Ooh, finally sold them all. Time to call this shift. Bye!
Okay, let's just go in the residence in the city and circle by resident. Instead of thing.
Endman? Tell me, what is the Wuling you see?
The closest to authoritarian city I see is a prosperous city. Not friends.
It's almost time. Time to take your proper spot.
Expect a noble helper.
Land remains, but people fade.
Ba-da-da-dum.
Let's head back. I'm afraid I didn't really catch it back then because of the noise. Sorry. But I already have the answer I need. The moment the Academy told me about your return, I began rehearsing a decade's worth of stories. But there's too much to be done, and the stories worth sharing are few. Anything you feel like hearing, Endman? That's something I need to think about. 20 years ago, we worked with Endfield to prepare our 4th scientific survey for expansion. Years later, I volunteered for the science expedition and left the growing cities within the Hongshan crater for the first time. My observations of the rift left me memories far clearer than the others I made at Hongshan. After a lengthy debate, my mentor finally named the science station Wuling. Wu, the pacifying force of martial might. Ling, the riparian ridge denying the blight. The Hongshan Academy of Sciences and its greatest allies committed every resource to create Shiranite. By combining our knowledge of Originium and the Farron Matsui, we forged the first milestone of Wuling Science Station. The Shiranite reversed the blight and isolated the rift. Clean water cascaded from the Shiranite Dam. We finally conquered the rift. At least, that was what I believed until the accident. Parting lasts an eternity, and Wuling is the final mark they left behind. How could I ever forget? In the blink of an eye, the science station had birthed a city. The people of Wuling found a way to thrive upon the harshest lands, to shelter the citizens, to fend off threats. A city is nothing without its people. Endman, I'm truly happy to see you back. Before I joined the Wuling Science Expedition, I had many options and problems as well. I was completely overwhelmed. Until one day, I read a question on the title page of an old book. It was a self-reflection written by a Tumu Tianshi. I asked myself the same question, and only submitted my applications after some deliberation. While the young still see the verdant hills and rivers. It's just a very simple question, but in this untamed land, that question claws at my chest, unexpectedly, unrelentingly. One day, time will write that reply for us. But at this moment, the looming threat is what matters most.
Tianshi Zhuang, Endman, the blueprints for the Shiranite production facilities are ready. We can now progress to the next phase of our collaboration. I'm all ready. Good. I've notified Chen to make her way to the core AIC area. Let's rendezvous there.
Thank you, but no. I've already taken my break, so it's time to get myself back to the Institute of Materials Science. Then I'll head to the main pillar and monitor the Tianshi pillar array. Nevertheless, do allow me to express my gratitude. An eternity past, yet now hope stirs again.
You know, it pisses me off.
Forge of the Sky?
Oh! I heard about this thing before. I think it was mentioned in some ancient legend of Great Yan that goes like, Hearken, the Forge of the Sky awaits 5 Earthborn metals. Perhaps this was the Tianshi's wish for their new machine.
Shouldn't have picked this option because it's not the option that I actually agree with.
Oraline is a fragment of a shattered universe.
I mean, they seem...
This one traveled massive distances to be here, right before us.
But they aren't. Well, necessarily.
Tianshu Yan Ning and Bai Shuang are here.
Nice.
We meet again. I'll offer assistance in troubleshooting to ensure the success of this operation.
Hi, everyone. I think he got some new orders from Captain Mi. Another blight tide has emerged.
The tides are so frequent it almost feels like a constant thing. Let's focus on constructing the Forge of the Sky first.
We must deploy the Sheernite production line ASAP to resolve the Wuling urgency.
And we shall observe a brand new method for Sheernite production. This learning opportunity doesn't come often. Pay close attention, Bai Shuang.
Yes, ma'am!
Let's begin, Endman.
Well, if you say I have to. like this produces way more water. One second. Yes, it can supply 2 water sources because everything works in 2. Second cycle. That's fine. Hello. Should be enough. Cool.
We can now use the Forge of the Sky to produce Shironite.
Did this just make Shironite? With the most basic raw materials? Huh. Shironite is an originium derivative. It's basically protocol originium with additional properties imbued by the forge itself. This process is truly effective. Sorry, I got a little carried away. Our next step is to verify the effectiveness of the newly produced Shironite. Enman, remember the place where we found the Blight? If this batch of Shironite can reset the entire Shironite flow control node...
Shironite flow control node?
I'll explain it to you when we get there. The Shironite flow control node is up. Ahead. Place place some Sharonite in it to use the device.
Is this it? I thought it was just decor for a scenic vantage point.
Try activating the Sharonite flow control node. Endman, you can use the device as long as you're within the purification radius of the Sharonite flow control node.
Melt away like ice in summer. This device is so effective. So why didn't we use it before?
Well, the Endman's jet drone used to be malfunctioning as well. Our Sharonite production was barely enough to cover the Tianshi pillar. We were forced to abandon the others. But things are different now. Injecting bits of Sharonite into these Sharonite facilities can bring them back up and running. It's just like a creek flowing past the fields, irrigating the fertile earth. Perhaps Endfield can truly help us to... The alarms? What is it, Fengyi?
Apologies, but we have an emergency. Has the Forge of the Sky been deployed?
It's done. We also verified the first batch of Sharonite produced. Is there anything else we can do?
We just completely lost the data link to the monitoring center. The center constantly monitors ambient depth readings. It's our first line of Blight Tide defense. It plays a key role in monitoring Blight activity. If we lose the monitoring center, the city's early warning system will be compromised. Angeloy and other enemies can be dealt with, but a large-scale Blight event...
It'll serve as a field test for our Sharonite.
Won't this affect our new production line?
It'll be all right.
Well, I have faith in Endfield. Mifu will be joining you. Yenning, help Endfield gather performance data of the Forge. Endman, we're counting on you to restart the monitoring center.
A Blight monitoring center suddenly gets overwhelmed by the Blight without giving off any warning. I'm not sure. They completely dropped off our radar after we entered Wuling City. However, the intensifying Blight activities must be a direct consequence of the damaged Tianshi pillar.
Enough talking already. Let's go and deal with the problem. Now!
Bai Shuang and I will take care of this place. You just head to the monitoring center.
Looks like the best option is to just use this relay tower.
Yeah.
I'm in position. Once we meet up, we will... Let me go! Damn you, coward! Behave!
Did I just hear Tong Tong?
Dark mask! Quick! There's Blondie if you guessed her!
Captain Me, what's happening?
This kitty punk's not bad for a combatant. So I'm considering recruiting her to fight the Angelord.
Put me down! Hey! You just gonna stand there and watch her brutalize me?
Okay.
You got fresh too? What? Is that why she's having work for free? At least she didn't hurt you. Nah, where there's life, there's hope. Chin up. The sooner we get this done, the better. I gotta head back to the stockade after this.
Okay, let's see the other variants if we can.
Arcanites.
Dark Mask! Quick! There's plenty of you, Gester!
Captain Me, what's happening?
This kitty punk's not bad for a combatant. So I'm considering recruiting her to fight the Angaloid.
Put me down! Hey! You just gonna stand there and watch her brutalize me? Dirty cheats. Hey! I agree to help. Hello? But once this is over, you gotta let Dark Mask off.
I think, and the third variant is going to make her really pissed off. Yeah, I did my thing. I also got the job. What? Like, dude, that's betrayal.
Arcanites.
But it's going to be the most truthful one. Dirty cheats.
Dark Mask! Quick! There's plenty of you, Gester!
Captain Me, what's happening?
This kitty punk's not bad for a combatant. So I'm considering recruiting her to fight the Angaloid.
Put me down! Hey! You just gonna stand there and watch her brutalize me? What? You avenged yourself, but now you're working for the enemy? And do great? Dark Mask, you have a heart of gold. Since you're gonna be part of the Stockett fam, I guess I'll help you out this time.
You avenged himself and then they got you. Okay. You have a heart of gold. Wow. Her brain works in mysterious ways.
The sooner we get this done, the better. I gotta head back to the stockade after this.
Минута. It's... it doesn't really matter. Dude.
What? You avenged yourself, but now you're working for the enemy? And do great? Dark Mask, you have a heart of gold. Since you're gonna be part of the Stockett fam, I guess I'll help you out this time.
I'm going to be part of the fam. So I guess what it means is that I did what I want, and we figured out our differences and agreed on the commonalities, and she said, yeah, okay, those aren't your enemies anymore. Okay, that's good. Your family is my family. Something like that. Okay, let's... let's assume this is like that.
So why are you headed to Wuling City on your own, Tong Tong?
Cause I'm worried about my sworn sister. Can I do that?
Why do I get the feeling that you're always getting...
Alright, we got everyone already. Let's set off.
Well, well, Endman. Seems like fate brought you right to me. Don't blink or I might just disappear on you.
Those jam splatters made it all the way here. Splatterlings, and right outside Wuling as well.
How is it at your place?
Stop mumbling and get to work. Otherwise, I will make you wipe the watchguard dorm windows afterwards.
Never! I'm no window wiper.
Oh, but you are pretty good at losing and wiping. How many times already? 7? 8? The watchguard bird and bees know your face already.
Huh? I won more battles than I lost! Stop feeding Dark Mask with your nonsense! Hey! Why don't we have a proper duel? Dark Mask will be the judge.
Later.
Don't have time for your games. We are trying to carry out a proper mission.
Ooh, you scared? If you refuse, you concede defeat. That means you owe me a dare. And if you lose this fight, you will carry food to my Stockett. 300 caddies? Nope, make that 500 on your own.
I can even carry the marker stone to your place, if that's what you want. Anyway, you've set yourself up to fail.
You didn't say nothing about my dare if I lose!
You won't be running away. I will think of something proper. Eventually.
people say that the essence shall reveal itself. Is there something I missed?
Okay. Me building a base at their place, is that kind of colonization? Or is it just like uplifting? Oh.
Engaging. Stay safe, team.
We'll see this through.
Uh-huh.
Pulled off a sleek move. Lovely time.
Oh, you're real clumsy. I guess being jumped on this errand girl made you something slow.
More math than muscle.
Here's our chance.
Let me give it a swim first.
Ready to see it to me. Take your end.
Eruption! Knock it! Now's the time!
Terminate.
Let me give it a
Here's
go.
our chance. Ready to strike.
Swim first.
Take your end. There's no end to these buggers. Man, woman, quick! Don't start streaking to them.
Scared? That means you're losing the bet.
Ha! In your dreams.
Eat that! Make a couple two forward.
Trust in me.
Blossom forth.
Crystallize.
Another can. Here we go. We're fighting me. Make way. Make way.
We're in perfect sync. Ready to strike. Take your end.
Now's the time. Knock it. Make way.
Red noise, forward. Absolute poundage. Chief's got a final left today. Hey, mad woman. How many splatters did you squish today?
5.
1, 2, 3. Oh, it's a tie.
Well, at least this road is safe to travel again.
Dark Mask, what is Tinstrom? What is the walking lightning rod asking you to do? I saw a burning comet smash into the city. You did that, right? What's that for?
Okay, let's see what Tang Tang.
Arkanites.
I'm not sure if I want to get 10k. 10.
Absolute poundage! Chief's got a final left today. Hey, mad woman! How many splatters did you squish today?
5.
1, 2, 3. It's a tie!
Well, at least this road is safe to travel again.
Dark Mask, what is Tianshizhuang... what is the walking lightning rod asking you to do? I saw burning comets marching into the city. You did that, right? What's that for?
Oi, Leo Feline.
Yeah! You wanna backstab me?
Like...
The opposite. We are headed to the monitoring center on official business. I can't spare anyone to keep their eyes on you. So go on, scamper back home.
You going where? The monitoring center? Thousands of Tianshi almost got themselves killed at that place! I can't win this duel if you get yourself killed, and I demand 1,000 KDs, plus rice, oil fees, and the stakes!
Whatever. The monitoring center incident is a real hassle. I say we keep pushing and get it fixed in one go.
Ah, by the way. Is this crate of ages? Oh, those assholes. None of them is likely did any of it on purpose. Like, they fucked up. Maybe. One particular person fucked up, the other two I'm not sure even have anything to do with it. There's not enough evidence. I'll go do that later. Fortunately, I have things to do.
This blight tide looks really bad. Look at what it's doing to the environment.
This place reminds me of the stockade.
Take care of the blight. I will check on the others.
from the severity of the blight. It's like it was meant to destroy this place. It's possible, but...
Is something trying to dismantle the monitoring center from the inside?
We call it a tidal blast. It's an annoying angelos. That thing was the reason why the watchguards were forced to flee the monitoring center. I didn't expect it to settle down here.
Sounds like a big bad buggerloid. Maybe we should just skirt around it?
No. We can't leave it in peace if we want to restart the monitoring center. I will go and terminate it. If you are scared, you can go home.
I'm scared? Just a plus, says the splatter. Alright, it's on. We'll see who squishes this one first. That's a bit terrifying.
The Tianshi initiated their contingency plan and sealed the exit before withdrawing. The thing should be trapped for a while. I know the architecture. I will go take a look. You take the front approach. We will figure out how to get into the sealed sections.
Hey, wait! Why are you doing this on your own again? This splatter sounds really angry. Dark Mask, we best catch up to her. I just want that 1,000 caddies of food.
Only by walking upon the land can we truly appreciate every breath and pulse of life. And this is what Endfield is fighting for.
A blade unsheathed, its light unleashed.
All variables within estimates.
Give it a go. Ready to strike. Crystallize. Grab, impact.
Lovely fun. Well done.
Just leave it to me. Make way. You're fighting me. I'll help too. Will trust in me. Face your edge. Now hit. Grab. Impact. Just leave. I'm feeling better. Hot boys, forward! Trust in me, face your edge! Now's the time! Strike command!
Something important lies. A definitive outcome achieved through strong teamwork. Verify and report personal status, team.
No hardship will stop us.
better read them when I get them, because otherwise I have no clue where they are from.
Not bad, Dark Mask! A true talent like you should get a permanent seat in my stocket!
I wonder how Mifu is doing. She just ran off on her own.
She'll be alright. Let's just get rid of the splatters and chase up to her.
You look really worried, Tong Tong.
Nah! It's all about 1,000 caddies of prime cousin fiends. I gotta protect my investment. Oh, I gotta ask for salt as well.
Trust in me. Will hurt. Face your edge. Another dance. Here we go. Knock it. My turn. Eruption. Just leave. Make way. Make way.
Support ready.
Here's our melee. Ready to strike.
Let me give it a go.
Blossom form. Impact. Make way.
That move of yours was incredible.
Now's the time.
You are fast. Seems like you can handle all the devices easily, Edmund.
Guess you thick skin, hard for safety.
Can't afford to wait for the rest of you. I'm heading over.
Hey! Dark Mask, quick! We gotta help her! The gate! How do we open it?
The activation switch should be nearby. Let's search this place thoroughly.
Enman, over there! A Shirenite flow control node. We can probably use it. It's round and it's shiny. Oh, this is the actual size of Oraline.
familiar.
What do I need to do?
Stop packing your stuff! The Angelos attacking this time is huge! Let's go already! You wanna get flattened into paste?
It has to be the title class. It must be. Finally. After all this time.
What are you trying to do?
It's been 5 years. I can finally avenge my mentor and everyone from this station.
Gosh! Just tie him to the chair and push him out!
Did you just knock him out?
Come on! What else could I do? Watch him fight the title class and die? Everyone, pick up the pace! We need to evacuate! Now!
Good job. I guess I gotta craft a Geronite.
She's up ahead! And she started the fight already! This is just a game! Why is she getting herself killed?
You guys. Fine. I could use some help. Distracted. Don't let it get too close to the core facilities of the monitoring center. Time to get in a real fight.
Splatter's huge!
Really?
Thanks for swinging by. Since we squished this thing, we should be able to restore the monitoring center. Hope the instruments are undamaged.
You're injured, Mifu. Try not to move too much.
Just a flesh wound. Ain't that bad, really. It's over, Tantao. We're all safe.
I wasn't being scared. You're hurt? I got some meds on me.
It would be a joke if my headstone reads, "Killed by Tantao's medical malpractice."
Yeah, if anything happens to you, no Wulinger is gonna pay back your serious debt.
I was reckless back then. That Anglos was a serious threat and wounded many of our guards. I lost my cool.
For your information. Make her just a little flustered. Let's see how it goes.
Arcanites.
Thanks for swinging by. Since we squished this thing, we should be able to restore the monitoring center. Hope the instruments are undamaged.
You're injured, Mifu. Try not to move too much.
Just a flesh wound. Ain't that bad, really. It's over, Tantao. We're all safe.
I wasn't being scared. You're hurt? I got some meds on me.
It would be a joke if my headstone reads, "Killed by Tantao's medical malpractice."
I never did that! What? Who says are you on, Dark Mask?
I was reckless back then.
Okay, so two. I know this probably doesn't do anything, but I really want to have my playthrough as if it does.
Arcanites.
Thanks for swinging by. Since we squished this thing, we should be able to restore the monitoring center. Hope the instruments are undamaged.
You're injured, Mifu. Try not to move too much.
Just a flash wound. Ain't that bad, really. It's over, Tang. We're all safe.
I wasn't being scared. You're hurt? I got some mess on me.
It would be a joke if my headstone reads, "Killed by Tang's medical malpractice."
Yeah, if anything happens to you, no Wulinger is gonna pay back your serious debt.
I was reckless back then. That Anglos was a serious threat and wounded many of our guards. I lost my cool.
Cut your excuses, warmonger. You're just itching for a fight with a big back splatter.
Endman, let's take a look at the core facilities.
Get restarted. That's for sure.
Endman, monitoring center core facilities have been damaged, but not severely.
We got lucky.
Some simple repairs and a reboot should do the trick. At least 80% of the facilities are back online. The monitoring center is now assessing and monitoring blight activities for Wuling again.
Really appreciate your help. Boss will be pleased to hear about this. Can I ask you for a favor? Don't tell her that I've been wounded in this mission. So, little kitty, why so quiet? That thing got your nerves?
I just don't feel like talking. Look at you, slugging for those Wulingers all day. Almost got yourself killed. Drones should be worrying about you more.
Unlike you, she actually has plenty of other things to worry about.
City Viceroy and a stockade chief aren't that different, you know? Whatever. Since I finished what you asked, I believe we're even.
Endman, this is the terminal of the monitoring center. Before we head back, we should use it to test the system first.
Bye. Start out.
Even the city folks are in danger. To stop it, that's what. But seeing that mad woman getting the short end of the stick got me feeling better. The Blight Tide is worse than before. Qingbo's target will have to deal with it someday. Unlike the city, we got no artsy peddlers to keep out the tide. And they're not sharing their fancy tech with us. Yeah, if those blighted splatters pose a serious problem to the Wlingers, I don't think the Stockade... My brother refuses to ask Wling for help. We gotta figure out our own solutions. This is making my head hurt. How's your head, Dark Mask?
We're gonna give you the tech.
She's still keeping you captive. I gotta figure out how to free Dark Mask from her evil hands.
Don't need.
So, I tried sneaking into the city to make sure everyone's treated properly. But I discovered something even more amazing. You got an Endfield fam, right? I thought you were pretty good, Dark Mask. But your fam is solid too. She's still keeping you captive. I gotta figure out how to free Dark Mask from her evil hands. So, I tried sneaking into the city to make sure everyone's treated properly. But I discovered something even more amazing. You got an Endfield fam, right? I thought you were pretty good, Dark Mask. But your fam is solid too.
Thanks. That was delightful. Yeah. Wait, I thought we opened it properly. I guess.
Total success. So, is it time to head back yet?
Yes. Mifu and Tang Tang are waiting for us. Let's go.
No, that's enough. Ooh. Let's not go there. Yet.
Wanna head back with me and talk to the boss?
Mifu, Tung Tung is... Dark Mask! Oi!
I gave her a chance to sleep away. Yet she's back for more. Thanks, Dark Mask. I'll head back first. Gotta report to the boss.
Nice, Dark Mask! You ended up choosing my side. So, if something bad happens to the stockade, would your Endfield fam help us?
Yes.
Something happened to Jingbo Stockade?
No! Pff, the stockade is fine. It's about a fam's future safety. If I can get some of your icy, creamy factory, everything would be super fine.
Oh, so she learned about that. If you want it right now, we can go ahead and get it for you right now. I'm more than happy to do so.
Blood and splatters are getting worse every day. My stockade won't hold out forever. And someone owes me 1,000 caddies of food!
Looks like you need our AIC factory solution.
Yeah, but I got convinced everyone to stockade first. Like Bro and many in fam don't like outsiders. Then it's a deal. I'll get my fam sorted. Stay tuned.
Perlica, you were planning to help Tong Tong all along, right?
Indeed. It's been on my mind ever since our first meeting. They found a way to survive upon these lands. Alas, the enemy has arrived. If Neferth makes her next move... Agreed. Let's head back and talk to Tianshi Zhuang.
First and foremost, I wanna get there and do my thing. Buy my thing. And protocol stash, not your stash, but
What do people think?
Let's go like this. First. It's going to be enough. For the first little while. Okay, but when it comes to journey. Carbon powder. Okay, let's play straight in unit and see what gives off the most. Okay, 3. So this is the optimal one. So give. Dense carbon powder. Okay, grinding unit. Let's see the formula. 2 carbon powders. So this is how it goes. You go into 3 stuff, and 2 of them get refining units. here. There is an alternative thing. Let's see how it would work. You go here. Here. No, actually, what's the best option is you go here, you go here, you go here. Okay. This is 7 by 3. This is 7 by 4. Okay, so in that case, it's going to be stashed. And moved over here. So it's 8 technically, but that's still fine. If I want to move this one, I can. And it's not a problem. Okay, so this is going to be dense carbon. Stabilized carbon in refining unit. And then to finish it off, I need further the sky, right? Oh, really? You can only place so much of that. Well, we need 2 of those, so I suppose this one goes one way and another one goes the other way. Ah, come on.
you know?
Maybe even more. Though actually I can place power here. Also here. No. You're gonna be moved up here. So are you. No. Move. I guess I can do it like that. Wait, no, I don't need the third thing. Get there, so I'm just moving it like that. And action 2. Okay. No, another refinement. What I want is batteries. Actually, no. So like this. Let's stash you. Let's place you maybe right here. Plug you in.
Alert. Insufficient power output.
And if it's insufficient power output, I'm just gonna get another batch of thermal banks. Well, that's really little. Let's stash you for a bit. And let's stash for a bit. Just gonna look at this for a while. Really? Wait, you... What? What? Why the fuck do you need water? Okay, now it works. Oh, you need 3 to get 2. What the fuck? That's rude. That's extremely rude. So it works 2/3 of the time.
So, Henman's fighting style is pretty unique and impressive. Okay, so what's it gonna be?
Well, okay, now production, shredding unit. Well, if it goes out one of them all. Okay, well, that's if it's on this side. It's on the other side. Oh! It has to be even wider. One of them can go into just stash.
What do people think about Talos 2? Looking back, the civilization band has come a long way. We've carved out a long history in this.
Okay, we can just have it point inside because there's a lot of space. There's enough space here. I also can just go the other way. Like, this one isn't necessary. 5x5. You're also 5x5, so let's use you as a stand in. It can be like this. I need only 2 lines, so it goes like that, and like that. This is going to be completely fine. So can I even go a bit further in? That's reasonably fine. Can be rotated. Products. Okay, let's see the main products
You
then.
know, I've seen other Hongshan swordmasters, and
Gearing unit, packaging unit. Machine core. Yep. Yep, yep. Mm-hmm. And repeat it. Well, okay. Mm-hmm. 75 discount, that's nice. Should I go for one more? Sure. Well, I will have to spend sanity points today. Lots of it. If I don't forget about it. Finally. Guide event. Nice. Okay, well, whatever. looks like maybe like that. Sure. You really aren't going to give me the picture. That's nice. I now have at least one stack. Okay, let's see. So the only thing that uses them currently is this thing. I need to get stocks from somewhere. I need to invest them really. Really well right now. And by the way, recommended one. Oh, yeah. I want more Forges of the Sky. Screwed up at the bus. We're still locked up here, right? Really fucked up. Okay, well, let's go do this first and foremost.
Thank you for helping out. We can now investigate the Blight Tide anomalies and trace Nefereth's activities. Endman, what do you think their next step is? Mifu, Tang supported our last operation, didn't she?
Wow! I thought you wouldn't tell Qianshu Zhuang about that.
Why wouldn't I?
This is the time we should be rowing the same boat. 10 years later, the scars from the disaster still divide us from the stockade residents. Trust was the first casualty. However, Endfield presents us with another opportunity.
Endfield will seek balance between Wuling City and Qingbo Stockade. What we need is more allies, not adversaries.
Qianshu Zhuang! What about her? If both Wuling City and Qingbo Stockade are in trouble, then she's...
The primary objective of Yinglong's Special Task Force remains in the North Wuling Exclusion Zone. Though understaffed, they did promise to offer any help they could afford to Wuling. HAS is already doing its best to reinforce this city. However, the overall situation on Talos 2 isn't looking too good. This is starting to feel like what happened 10 years ago.
Set your worries aside. We'll get through this together.
Indeed, we shall. This is just the beginning.
Penguin is straight or gonna penguin is straight.
Tang?
I got my big bird to agree! We've prepped a pretty plot of land at a stockade! Oh, before I forget, the team sure fixed that broken road between our stockade and Wuling City. And we're giving you a super official invite! I super dare me to say no to that!
Another day of puke.
By the way, I thought I was talking to Denton.
These resources are really important. Let's try to gather more.
It's there. Let's head over already.
Is it a spirit?
The landslide has been cleared away.
The bridge is still out, though. Tung Tung? Oh! I'm here to pick you up! This isn't another trick of yours, right?
Of course not! Look, I'm genuinely concerned for all of you! Get this bridge fixed, then we'll head to the stockade together! be seen by those pesky watchguards! Well, we can finally use this road.
So, what was your plan for this road?
This is the only path if we need to borrow more food from the city.
I fear supplies at the stockade are dwindling.
Totally. That's why I really need to get 1,000 caddies of food. Let's save this discussion for stockade. Time to formally introduce Dark Mask.
We might as well.
I think I spot some goodies over there. A remarkable discovery.
Oh, thank you.
Watch your step, people.
All variables within estimates.
Forward! Trust in me. Incredible move! What's this? Eat this! We're fighting me! Crystallize! Here's our chance! Hey, yeah! Take this! Another dance! Trust in me! Take him out! Face your end! Take this! Will first! One different! Where's our chance? Take this! Give it a go. Will first. Ready to strike. Face your end. And you got me. Here we go. Support ready. Push forward. Good shot. Hey, take this. Strike man.
Good work, everyone.
I knew we could do it.
Breathe deeply, dude. It's gonna be all right. You got this.
The Street Chief is back! And...
Ah, it's you! Chief told us how you totally embarrassed the Wulingers, and they got down on their fours to beg you for help.
All right, fam, settle down and listen up. I have specifically summoned Dark Mask home to help repair our stockade. Everyone knows that our Dark Mask is a true professional. Splatters? Blood? With Dark Mask around, you'll be gone in a poof!
Dark Mask? I never knew you were so popular here.
This is actually making me curious. Now I really want to hear Tang Tang's stories about you.
Man, let's just... You literally were with me.
Of course. The first step is to verify the deployment site.
Come with me. I got a perfect place for you. Spacious and quiet.
How did you find this place?
So I was just napping. Oh, wait! I was doing some serious surveying of my turf. Funny during my patrols.
Let me see water down there. Where I am currently. Okay, that's fine. I don't need to go there right now. Let's go to the fam.
The AIC factory will help you construct the facilities you need. Let's start with a farm complex.
I know we ain't as loaded as Wuling. We don't really have much to offer. But here, take these.
That's really cool.
With you and the AIC factory around, I can finally let the fam handle themselves. Just talk to Hula if you got problems. Well, some of our people have been sneaking in and out of the stockade. Something funny is going on. My bro's always busy, so I got looking into myself.
They probably have side jobs or something. The stockade isn't doing too well, you know?
Whatever. If something's up, I'll holler at you at once. And once I get fort tidied up, I'll take you on a tour of our ancestral spring. promise.
He accepted. But he did not agree. Now, how can we proceed without incurring too many sacrifices? Administrator.
To be continued. Yay! Shasha.
Short on people here too.
Okay.
than Elon Musk. Musk is obviously a talented guy, and his mere mention of a company or a cryptocurrency can send valuations skyrocketing. But that's not a power you want your CEO to have. Investors in Musk's ventures have mostly done well for themselves up until this point, but that trend is starting to reverse. Tesla's stock price is down over 50% from its peak, which means a lot of investors in the company are now holding onto positions where they have lost money. His drawn-out acquisition of Twitter has not been going well, to say the least. By almost every educated estimate, he significantly overpaid for the platform, because the alternative was going to prison for stock manipulation. Musk used his significant stake in Tesla as collateral for the loans he needed to take out to close the $44 billion deal, which has now put downward pressure on the electric car company that had no direct involvement in Twitter outside of sharing the same visionary CEO. People find it much easier to get behind the idea of a charismatic person than they do to get behind the ideas of a big corporation, and this can be great for building hype around a company. But then for better or worse, that company becomes linked to that person's decisions. Individuals who have only been told how smart they are for decades on end are prone to making more erratic decisions than boring structured corporate management. The problem for investors is that by the time a CEO like Musk has crafted themselves a public image as a visionary, the stocks they represent are already overvalued, and any dumb decisions they make going forward will represent outsized downside risk to that position. If a business sells itself on having a visionary CEO, any investor in that business is putting their money behind a person as much as they are a business, and people are much less predictable than well-regulated companies. Musk's ongoing Twitter saga and some bad PR moves in the past have hurt investors in his companies, but he is a saint compared to a lot of other touted visionary CEOs. Outright fraudulent companies like FTX, Theranos, and companies really cutting close to the line like WeWork would not have been possible without charismatic figureheads distracting investors from the fact that their business makes no sense. Startup founders do need to occasionally be their own hype man to attract early investors and customers, but there is a big difference between talking about what a business can bring to a market and talking about a personal vision for changing the world. Even if businesses do not start off with fraudulent intentions, admitting failure early on is going to be much easier for a manager to do if they have not aligned their personal identity with the success of their business. There is no way of knowing for sure, but Elizabeth Holmes probably didn't set out to start a vehicle for investment fraud. She started out to build a medical technology company. When her technology didn't work, the right thing to do would have been to admit the failing and either shut down the company or try to raise more money to continue research and development. But failures and setbacks are not what you would expect of a visionary CEO like Holmes, so she took a different route that destroyed billions of dollars and landed her in prison for 11 years.
Sentencing Elizabeth Holmes of Theranos to more than a decade in prison. Remember, of course, Holmes was convicted about some business dealings related to this failed blood testing startup.
An exciting company with boring management is going to do much better long-term than a boring company with managers that are celebrities in their own right. The explosion in the number of visionary CEOs in the past 20 years is no accident. Today, CEOs of large companies will personally hire public relations consultants to polish their personal image in the media. Corporate ladder climbing CEOs try not to attract too much attention. They mostly want to make sure that a cursory Googling of their name won't say anything that could affect their chances of landing another 8-figure role. But company founders will often take this a step further. People like Holmes, Newman, Bankman-Fried, and Musk work carefully to curate an image of themselves as a genius who was simply destined for success. A fine-tuning of their public image goes beyond framing them as misunderstood geniuses as well. Bezos, Holmes, Zuckerberg, Newman, Buffett, the Waltons, and most recently, of course, SBF himself have all had articles written about the cheap cars they use to drive. PR consultants will grant access to media outlets that are willing to report on these cars because it furthers their image as a frugal, pragmatic business owner who is more interested in changing the world than they are in surrounding themselves with luxury. These same articles conveniently exclude details like the fact that Bezos has 2 private jets, a dozen homes around the country, and a very expensive toy rocket hobby. And Zuckerberg owns an entire Hawaiian Hawaiian island. Buffett, the king of the humble persona, also owns a private jet and mostly gets driven around in a fleet of Suburbans, and Bankman-Fried may have very well driven a Corolla, but he also used hundreds of millions of dollars worth of investors' money to buy up luxury real estate all over the Bahamas for the enjoyment of himself and his fellow FTX executives. The problem this creates for businesses is that it becomes very hard to pivot away from the ideas that aren't working because it can hurt the personal brand of the visionary CEO. Whereas if the company was being led by a generic corporate suit, it is far less damaging for them to change course or simply be replaced. The biggest problem today with so-called visionary CEOs is that they normally hurt the everyday functions of the business and can ironically actually reduce how innovative the company is.
Talking to me?
A report by the Harvard Business Review titled Why Visionary Leadership Fails looked at 136 managers across various levels of the corporate hierarchy. They found that managers that could be identified as visionaries often micromanaged their staff, were prone to being overly fixated on irrelevant details, and quashed the free flow of ideas amongst their peers and subordinates. Visionary leadership was also found to create a culture of despondency in the workplace amongst workers who weren't fully aligned with their visionary CEO's vision. If workers can't contribute their own ideas towards a project, they are unlikely to put in any more effort than the bare minimum to qualify for a promotion or to simply avoid termination. Visionary managers were also shown to create this culture for all levels of management underneath them. If a middle manager has a personal vision for how something should be done and won't accept anything different, then the managers beneath them won't be engaged, and neither will the managers beneath them, and so on down to the bottom of the corporate ladder. If that visionary leader happens to have the very top job, then it can create this culture for the entire company. A lot of companies run by visionary leaders have been famously terrible places to work. Tesla and SpaceX have very high staff turnover rates compared to their industry average. Emerging stories from inside FTX are not painting a good picture, and even Apple during its era of Steve Jobs was a famously unpleasant place to work.
My camera's not turning on. What's that? I did slide it and let go. It's not turning on. Here. Okay. We'll let an expert see if he can turn it on.
A CEO's job is to decide on strategic directions for a company and put the right process in place to make sure the company stays on track to achieve those results. It sounds like an easy job, but it is hard and time-consuming, and frankly, quite boring. It's much more fun to roleplay Tony Stark and get directly involved in the development of whatever is going to make the next week's headlines. Companies grow by attracting and utilizing talent. Even if a visionary CEO is legitimately brilliant, they are never going to be as creative or solve big problems as effectively as a good team of qualified and motivated staff. But if visionaries really do make terrible corporate leaders, then why are there so many of them? Well, the Harvard Business Review presents a compelling answer to this question too, which is that most people that see themselves and want themselves to be seen as visionaries are more likely to start companies and have the right personality to seek early-stage capital. Pure sample bias means if more people in this group of people try to start a business, more of them will be successful enough to become household names, even if they have a lower starting chance of becoming successful, as compared to a founder who just wants to build a solid business in an area where they see a good opportunity. Now, the final mistake of visionary CEOs is that since their personal reputation relies so heavily on the success of their company, they find it impossible to scale back operations, even if it is in the best interest of their stakeholders. And quite frankly, it might be inevitable that we get some incredibly irresponsible people at the top just based on how many there are in the broader population. If everybody was financially responsible, there would be nobody left to spend money on disposable consumer junk, overpriced restaurant meals, lease pickups, and day trading courses, but all of these purchases give other people a job. If you are being financially responsible, are you denying an opportunity to somebody else to be financially responsible? And does that mean that you should be grateful to all of the people living paycheck to paycheck? The average American is not in a comfortable financial position at the moment, and it's the same story everywhere around the world. Money that people saved in the pandemic has evaporated, and credit card debt has taken its place. But how much of this is reckless? And how much of this is what people who do not make enough money do to keep up? People are being financially irresponsible, but they are also being financially f***ed, and those are not mutually exclusive. If you think of someone who is financially responsible, or you want to be financially responsible yourself, there are a few things you are going to need. An emergency fund and retirement savings are a must. Most financial advice also recommends that you have a car paid for in cash. Oh, and by the time you're 30, you should have a house that you put a 20% down payment on. The things that make people financially responsible are really expensive, and a lot of people simply can't afford them. It's easy to think to yourself that everybody in financial distress is doing something dumb. But the reality is that no matter how thrifty a lot of Americans get, they will struggle to even save up an emergency fund, let alone everything else that qualifies someone as financially responsible. People saved a lot of money during the pandemic because of government stimulus, paused student loans, and because spending money was hard. People were saving for the things that would make them financially secure. In a 2021 survey conducted on 1,037 Americans by Go Bank Rates, a financial market data firm, 44% said that they were saving for an emergency fund, 19% said that they were saving for retirement, and 13% said that they were saving for a home, which was roughly half of the respondents that didn't already own a home. In 2023, according to a follow-up report by Bloomberg and data from the Fed, all of the money that people were wishfully putting towards being financially responsible is gone.
What?
It's gone. It's all gone.
According to the report, only the top 20% of Americans still have any excess savings. With disheartening figures like this, people are more likely to give up on slow and steady financial responsibility and look for opportunities that could change their life overnight, like lotteries, get-rich-quick schemes, and risky investments. It has a low chance of success, but many Americans now think that they have no chance of success by doing it the slow and steady way, so they make these financial mistakes. People tried financial responsibility during the best years ever for saving money, and it evaporated just months later. Being poor is also really expensive. Poorer areas don't attract big stores, so people who live there either have to drive up for an hour round trip to get food or use convenience stores for groceries, which could charge a significant markup over big box retailers like Walmart, Trader Joe's, or Costco. Food deserts are just the first way that poor people stay poor. But what about the people who could do better? There are people who just don't have enough income left over after essentials to buy the increasingly expensive essentials to be financially responsible. But there are also a lot of people who do have the means to be financially responsible and just make dumb decisions. Otherwise, Dave Ramsey would have nobody to yell at on his show.
It's our choice,
Your
Jade.
choice is don't be stupid. That's your choice.
Well, there are actually 3 reasons why it's in your best interest for these people to get their shit together, and one big reason why you might not want them to. The reason that you don't want everybody else to be financially responsible is that it would make investing for your own financial goals more difficult. More money entering the stock market would push up prices, which is great if you already own all the stocks you ever want to purchase. But it's bad if you are planning on consistently investing over your career like financially responsible people do. A more expensive stock price does not affect the business fundamentals or performance of a company. So as a financially responsible investor, you should actually prefer that prices stay low. Warren Buffett is a legendary investor that people follow because of his long track record of finding undervalued companies to invest in. When Buffett buys a stock through Berkshire Hathaway, he needs to disclose his position to investors. When Buffett announces a new purchase, the market rallies behind him instantly, putting him in a profitable position on his purchase. That sounds like a perk of being one of the most legendary investors of all time. But Buffett has said in shareholder meetings that he hates when this happens because it makes a good stock more expensive to buy into if he wants to purchase more of a company in the future. Obviously, you are not Warren Buffett, but if everybody became financially responsible, you would share the same problem. If more people were buying the same shares that you wanted to buy to fund a long-term goal like retirement, then you will end up paying more for the same portfolio. The only time that you actually want a stock's price to be high is when you want to sell it. Currently, if everybody became savers and investors, the people that would stand to gain the most are wealthy people who already have large holdings of assets to sell to people entering the market for the first time. The same thing would happen for other financially responsible purchases like a house. If people gave up vacations, fancy dinners, and expensive cars to save diligently for a house, they would become even more expensive, making it harder for you to buy one, thus making it harder for you to be financially responsible. Additionally, investments like stocks and real estate only have value because they make something to sell to people. So if everybody decides that their 2-year-old iPhone is good enough and they don't need to upgrade, that would hurt the earnings of Apple as a company and you as a shareholder. So you might be thinking that maybe it's a good thing that so many people make so many dumb financial decisions. It's easier to get ahead if everybody else is tripping over themselves. But then there are 3 reasons why, despite the extra competition, you should still want people to be more financially responsible. The first reason is that people being better with their money would be better for everyone. People are afraid of a future where they will own nothing and be happy about it. The growth of subscription services, where people pay monthly for entertainment, applications, cars, food, housing, and everything in between, has grown in popularity in part because people no longer have the means or discipline to save up to make a one-time upfront purchase. Companies have capitalized on this to build a recurring revenue model where people pay a monthly fee for everything that works out to be a much worse deal on a time value adjusted basis. According to the Subscription Economy Index report, the market for subscription services has grown by 435% over the last decade. It is expected to grow even more by reaching a market size of $1.5 trillion by 2025. According to the market research and consulting firm Forrester, the #1 reason that subscription services have become so popular with consumers is exactly what you would expect. People don't have enough money to pay for things up front anymore. Now, subscription services are not bad by themselves. Sometimes it's a great way to try a product without committing to a single upfront purchase. And it has other advantages like forcing companies to push through updates on their services so they don't lose their recurring revenue. What is bad is when there is no other option that is not a subscription. There are now some things that are hard to buy without paying a monthly subscription. This very video was made using the Adobe Suite, which is no longer available for upfront purchase and can only be used on a subscription. Even if you want to buy something like a car, dealerships are going to make more money by putting you on a lease than they would by selling you a car in all cash, so they have structured their businesses to push those deals. Bullshit like this is only possible because there are enough people that buy these services that businesses have been able to transition to them, and in many cases, completely discontinue their upfront sales offerings. The second reason you should want everybody to be as financially responsible as possible is for exactly the opposite reason. An even scarier future where you own everything and are miserable. Poor financial planning and overconsumption go hand in hand. According to data from the EPA, the average American uses more than their body weight in consumable products every day. Reckless spending has financed big cars, big houses, big meals, and big convenience that all comes at a financial cost, but is also an environmental cost. Even if you don't personally care about the environmental impact, this benefit is still important to you. If people buy less of everything and are more conscious of where they spend their money, then there will be more stuff left over for you. Less consumption will also reduce how much we collectively pay in environmental taxes, which will make it even easier to be financially responsible. And that's the third reason why we can afford for everybody to be financially responsible, and would be better off if they were. Some companies need people to spend their money recklessly to stay in business. Fast fashion, consumer lenders, automakers, debt collectors, hotels, airlines, and restaurants all do well from people YOLOing their paycheck away or signing up for irresponsible amounts of debt. But other companies like groceries, healthcare, and repairers won't be as affected. Some companies would actually do better, as people have more money to make investment purchases into things that are expensive up front, but pay themselves off over time, like new homes, solar panels, and high-quality, long-lasting clothes. If you save money, you will eventually spend it on something. And long-term purchases are generally better for everyone than easy consumables. More responsible spending done by everybody with the intention of being financially secure will also mean services like Social Security will have more to give to people in need. The bonus fourth reason is that if people are spending less of their money on useless junk, then we won't need to work as hard to make that useless junk. Today, the average American is not working as many hours as they used to 100 years ago, but we still haven't got our work-life balance perfected.
Where's water? Where's water? Here it is.
Hi there, hello. I've got my safari hat on today, so you know what that means. I'm feeling a little self-conscious about my hair. Don't look at it. Don't ever look at my hair. It also means it's time for another animal edition of It's Weird Out There, where I go through the weirdest animal news stories out there and Ryan Georgeify them. It's like Spotify, but Ryan George. And I underpay musical artists as well. You guys had some great possible titles for this series in the comments last time, like It's Wild Out There. That should obviously be the title, but Jeff is self-conscious about not having written that, so he's insisted on trying to top it anyway. Jeff?
Fierce Ferocious Feral Facts.
No.
Hormant Garments, that would be for animal fashion news.
Jeff.
German Vermin, that would be for animal German news.
Jeff.
Animal House.
What?
The Mummy, Avatar.
Yeah, okay, Jeff, thanks for trying. We're just gonna go with It's Wild Out There, I think, okay?
Love it. It's perfect. No notes. Family Guy.
Bye, Jeff.
Love you. Bye.
He was just naming like actual movies and shows there at the end. Really weird fella. Let's get to the animal news. A doorbell prankster in Germany turns out to be a slug.
Oh, so we're going with German Vermin?
No, calm down. It's a coincidence.
Oh, dang it.
Anyway, the people living in an apartment complex in Bavaria were going nuts because their doorbells kept ringing and they couldn't find out who was doing it. They thought it was some teens playing Ding Dong Ditch, or as they apparently call it in Germany, Klingelstreik. Klingelstreik, which apparently translates to bell prank. A very literal people, the Germans. Hey, Germans, you can have some fun while having some fun, you know. Hello, Sebastian, fellow child. Would you like to have some fun with me? Yes. But no, it was not those fun-loving children ringing the bell and running away. It was a little slimy fella, a slug, or as they say in German, Nacktschnecke, which translates to naked snail. I mean, you know what? I think the German language is actually onto something here. That is a nude snail right there. That snail did the full Monty, and we can see everything. Anyway, together, residents and police discovered the slug traversing the door entry panel. You could even see the slime trail it had made as it crawled over the sensors. You know what I appreciate about that detail? It's a good reminder that, say it with me, everything you touch is disgusting! I'm proud of you, son. Robber bees invaded a beekeeper's shop in Canada trying to steal the honey inside. Apparently, at the end of summer, resources are hard to come by, and sometimes bees look to steal honey from other hives. But in this case, a beekeeper's shop was invaded by thousands of bees. They apparently all just went through a gap in the door. That's right, thousands of bees went through a gap in the door, which leads me to my new segment, giving you a chance to pause the video to check your doors for gaps. Go ahead. Check the gaps. All right, let's continue. First of all, I don't think you get to call these particular bees robber bees if they're trying to take honey from humans. We did the robbing, we're robbing humans. Bees trying to steal honey from a beekeeper. It's the Bee Movie meets, I mean, I guess The Sting. That worked out great. I actually read a little more about robber bee attacks, and apparently sometimes while they're doing their little robberies in other hives, they sometimes even try to kill the queen, which makes absolutely no sense to me. She passed away years ago, and I don't even really think she was a threat to what you're trying to accomplish in there, bees. To be honest, you could just leave her out of your strategy entirely, I think. Japanese researchers found that if you paint zebra stripes on cows, it repels flies. You know how sometimes you paint stripes on things just to see what happens? In my experience, it's a lot of graffiti charges, but these scientists did it on a cow, and what they did will blow your mind. It's what I mentioned just a few seconds ago. It repels flies. If you weren't listening, I guess this would blow your mind now. See, one of the theories about how zebras evolved—
Stay out of politics!
How zebras chose to have stripes is that it makes flies and other bugs dizzy, so they get bit less. They get bit a bit less. Bit a bit less. They get bit a bit less. Words are fun to say. So these researchers in Japan decided to paint white stripes on cows, and it actually worked, as illustrated by this fantastic illustration in the article. They put a drawing of zebra stripes making flies dizzy. Hey, you know what? Those do look like dizzy flies. Look at this one. He doesn't know where the f he's going. The article also has this photo of the team presenting their work at the awards ceremony. They are having a blast. I want to know how these guys got their job and how I can get the same one. Imagine if your job was to paint a cow, watch whatever happens, and then dress up and go tell people about it with props and masks and everything. Is this what science is? Should I have paid attention in high school? I missed out on a great time. A couple in British Columbia is getting tons of phone calls about their missing cat, even though their cat isn't missing. That's because this couple's phone number was put on a high fashion shirt that shows a fake missing cat poster with a random cat on it. Here's my issue here. This cat doesn't really exist, so it's impossible to have information about this cat. So who is calling this number, and why are they calling it? Do they just want to talk about a missing cat? Hi, I saw your shirt about a missing cat. Yes, thank you for calling. That's just terrible. Do you know where he is? Did you see him? No. Okay, thanks for calling. Bye, good luck. That was fun. Also, if you see someone wearing a shirt with a missing cat poster and you think you have information on the cat, talk to the person wearing the shirt. Oh, sorry, do you mind not moving? I'm just trying to get that number down. No way! Wild chimpanzees consume the equivalent of 2 cocktails a day in the form of boozy fruit, research finds. The researchers discovered this after one of the chimps was like, should we sign up for karaoke after this? Oh my god, you gotta sing Don't Stop Believin'. This is yet another reason on the long list of reasons of why everybody wants to be a chimpanzee. You can grab things with your toes, occasionally bite people's faces off, and now we know get a little messed up on the daily. The downside of being a chimp, you get weirdly admired by Joe Rogan a lot, but you know, it is what it is.
The chimps were everywhere and they had full freedom the way people do. They would rip your fucking feet off and f your ass. If you don't think chimps will steal babies and eat them, you haven't been paying attention to literature.
The article goes on to burst my bubble a little bit though by saying, but don't picture chimps swinging drunkenly from the trees. To actually get drunk, they'd have to binge on fruit until their bellies ballooned, the researchers said. So next time you see what you assume is a pregnant chimp, think again. Maybe it's just real f***ed up, about to make some bad decisions. The article also mentions that the reason for our attraction to alcohol could come from ancestral fruit-eating habits, which is the perfect excuse if your wife gets on your back about your drinking problem. You can just go up to her like, old monkeys made me do it. That'll clear the air in a really nice way. This guy had his dog cloned, which is a thing you can do apparently. Tom Brady did it, and he makes nothing but good decisions, I can imagine. I'm not looking it up. I really am not. I don't know anything about that guy. Anyway, so this non-Tom Brady guy, he really liked his dog, but his dog was starting to get old because of how time works. So he had it cloned, and now he has another copy of that dog. And even though he says they are 100% physically identical, the clone developed a totally different personality than the first one. So this guy definitely got scammed, right? Like, this cloning company has a very specific grift where they prey on rich people who don't know that you don't gotta be doing that to achieve that result. If you want a dog that looks like your dog but has a different personality, you can get a dog of the same breed. That's what those are. The company that does this charges $50,000 to clone your dog or your cat, and from there the process takes a year, in which time they, shop around for a dog that kind of looks like yours, I guess. Oh look, another successful cloning. Don't mind that he's already wearing a collar with someone else's home address on it. That's part of the cloning process. Well, that's all the animal news in the world that's ever happened. Tune in next time when we cover a news story about crossing a praying mantis with a bat. Not real yet, just hoping it happens. Have a good night. Oh, my slug's here. Hi there, hello. Please hit that subscribe button. I am a disembodied head, so you can trust me. You can trust me.
Okay, so molding unit, filling unit. Why am I doing this? So that I won't soldier Geranite. ugly, but it works. Even more exploration. There are more. What's here? Power drip. There's just lots of originium. That's right now. $45, $35. That's better.
What's up, guys? So I just got done clearing all 3 bosses trimmed, and if you're looking for a team that is fun and strong, I highly recommend this team. You don't necessarily have to play Arclight. I've seen a lot of people play Akikuri as well. She's very cheap to build. I've had so much fun playing this team. I actually decided to finish maxing Aviwena's skill, try and get as much damage as possible. This is my build. I don't technically have her completely maxed though. I haven't finished the essences on the weapon. I've done quite a bit of the gear, but not exactly finished that. And I'm only P2, so we're missing quite a bit of damage. But I'm going to be working on that. I really enjoy playing this team. I like the fact that Perlica is a starter character who is so strong. I haven't raised any of my support's gear, as I'll show you. Same thing with my Arclight, and the star of the show is Gilberta, because Gilberta synergizes perfectly with Aviwena. For the Genshin guys, she's basically like Mona, because for a 5-second window after you cast her ultimate, she brings a huge debuff, which synergizes perfectly. She just came out on banner today. I got extremely lucky with her pulls. I skipped Levitain, I saved for this, and it turns out I didn't need half of those pulls. But the synergy is perfect, and not only is she like Mona, but I guess she's also like Kazuha as well, because she's got the grouping, and top of that up, she's got some healing as well. A perfect fit for this team. Let me know if you've been playing it as well. And I've really been enjoying this game. I'm really excited for the end game, which should also release in about 5 days. So I'll see you guys until the next video.
Engaging.
I mean, that's actually Quentin's real philosophy.
I don't tip. You don't tip? No, I don't believe in it.
That's how he really feels about tipping. But now I'm going to be the one that's stuck with the reputation once the movie comes out.
Here's a guy who seemed to be the only one asking the real questions.
We think we got a rat in the house. I guarantee we got a rat in the house.
A guy who people called selfish because he wouldn't play the loyalty game after the plan exploded.
Nobody wants this. We're supposed to be professionals.
But when you look closer, he's the only person who read the situation right.
It's human nature. You panic. I don't care what your name is. You can't help it.
The movie drops us in after the damage is done, so there's no myth left to hide behind. By the time Pink sprints into the story, he's past pretending this is a cool job with a code.
You really think we were set up?
Do you even doubt it, man? 1 minute they're not there, and the next minute they're there? I didn't hear any sirens.
In a room full of men who are trained to act like they've got this under control, he's the only one who treats control without the attitude.
Are you gonna bark all day, little doggy? Or are you gonna bite?
Oh, Christ. Hey, look.
That's why he reads as annoying to the others. He refuses to let performance set the terms, and he's not slowing down for anyone else's pride. The diner scene tells you exactly how he thinks before anything goes wrong.
What do you mean you don't tip? They don't believe in it. Shut up.
The tipping debate isn't just about a couple dollars. It's a clean read on how he handles value and obligation. He wants proof that giving something up gets you something back.
They make minimum wage. I wasn't lucky enough to have a job that society deemed tip-worthy.
It's petty when you first hear it, but it's also honest. That same framework shows up in the warehouse. Why are we meeting here if there's cops around? Why trust anyone who can't explain their story?
Taking his side?
No! Sides, man. What we need here is a little solidarity.
Why hand the bag to a man bleeding out his ability to decide?
And I'm very sad about that, but some fellas are lucky and some ain't.
Buscemi's physical choices make all of this work. He paces in short lines, sets his feet at angles, and keeps his hands busy. Not to look quirky, but to keep his head clear. Other actors in that room play width. Big stances, heavy pauses, the sense that they control the frame by occupying it. But Buscemi gives up the illusion of dominance to keep the only advantage that's still real. He's processing information faster than the people trying to look tough.
What are we on a playground here, huh? Am I the only professional?
That's why the clashes with Mr. White are so important. White is all feeling wrapped in a code that used to make sense. Protect your partner, show loyalty, die if you have to. Pink doesn't operate with the same emotion.
What you don't do is start shooting up the place and start killing people.
Something went wrong with Precision, which means the cops had information, which means there's a leak. He doesn't need names yet to act like someone's listening, and as a result, he takes precautions.
Maybe he can tell us who the set us up.
He hides the diamonds, won't give up his gun, and argues for fewer people and fewer variables.
Who's got the stones, please?
I stashed
Is
them
but
to be sure
a
this
gentle
place.
token of heartfelt sincerity.
Conventions of socialization, Dick.
Is there another assignment?
Got any inside news?
Endman, will you
Just released a pretty neat weapon suit.
be careful when walking around the jungle? A gift?
Go on the insider news? Come on, don't make it a secret.
This wasn't a police station.
White perceives that as a character flaw because White's definition of character is tied to sacrifice.
And I don't want any talk about yourself personally.
I told him my first name and where I was from.
Pink hears it as survival because his definition of character is tied to telling yourself the truth when no one else will. The movie keeps proving him right.
What was telling him your name when you weren't supposed to?
We had just gotten away from the cops. He just got shot.
The cops are close. There is a rat. The hideout isn't safe. The more the others lean on the old code, the worse their choices get.
But you're wrong. Like hell I am. He's a good kid.
Pink's so-called paranoia is just clean thinking under pressure.
So he's freaking out, but with good reason, and he's right about what's happened.
He says the quiet part out loud because it's the only way to cut through the habit where men like this confuse volume with certainty.
We're all real emotional, but you're barking up the wrong tree.
It's also where the humor lands. He's funny, but he never lets the joke wipe the tension.
Well, I used to do stand-up. I mean, that's how I started out.
The lines come out fast and clipped, like he's trying to step ahead of the next bad decision.
You're acting like a first-year thief. I'm acting like a professional.
You laugh because he's blunt. You stay tense because the room isn't listening. Watch how he tests people. He rarely swallows a statement whole. He restates, nudges, and waits for the leak in the story. When White doubles down on Orange, Pink keeps poking the logic instead of making it personal.
Well, I know you're the f***ing rat.
All right, now you're using your head.
When Joe and Eddie show up, he doesn't try to posture back. He's the only one in the room willing to trade image for advantage, which is why his low physical status quietly becomes high narrative status. He can change course without choking on ego.
Mr. Pink, let's move on.
I'll move on when I feel like it.
The final triangle, White's faith in Orange, Joe's faith in his own read, and Eddie's faith in Joe, plays out like something inherited, not earned. That's how codes operate. They pass down, then go unchecked.
You're making a terrible mistake I'm not gonna let you make.
Pink is the only person in the room who treats belief like it costs something.
Nobody wants this.
When the guns rise, he aims at the exit. People love to call that cowardice. It's not. It's clarity. The movie keeps our eyes on the men who draw lines and die on them. Pink is somewhere off frame, making the choice that people don't cheer for because it doesn't look cinematic. It's just the most rational. The off-screen chaos after he slips out is the perfect finish to his arc. If those shouts and sirens are him getting grabbed, it isn't because he was wrong, it's because the swarm finally closed in. He's the man who looked like the least heroic option in every moment and still came off like the only adult in a room full of theater. There's also an ethics test baked in here. What do you value more in a disaster? Loyalty even when it's blind, or reason even when it makes you look bad?
Let's try and figure out who the bad guy is, all right?
White is moving because sacrifice moves people. Orange is tragic because we understand how a lie can become a life. Joe and Eddie carry authority and family and hierarchy. Pink doesn't ask for your admiration, he just wants your attention. He points out the leak, the sirens, the bad meeting spot, the risk in protecting a man you don't know, and he's right more often than not.
Look, we think this place ain't safe.
You can still hate his tone. The movie lets you sit with that. Is the guy who saves himself while telling the truth worse than the guy who dies believing a story that never matched the facts? Buscemi sells all of this without turning it into a sermon. He stays fast, precise, and a little abrasive because that's the only way a voice like his gets heard over people who confuse volume with leadership. If he sounded soothing, they might listen, and the whole thing would unwind differently. The friction is part of why the character works. Truth arrives in a package no one in that room finds flattering, and that makes it easier to ignore.
I mean, the man was dying in my arms.
grounds. What the was I supposed to do?
It's easy to imagine a neater version of this character. The tidy narrator who explains the plot, makes the wise calls, and stands in the center of every frame. But that's not Mr. Pink. He wins by never letting the conversation drift too far from the facts and by keeping a hand on the only thing that still trades for freedom. Reservoir Dogs is full of rituals.
Oh, you guys like to tell jokes and giggle and kid around, huh?
Names, suits, rules, and hierarchies. These are supposed to elevate thieves into something larger. Hank refuses that elevation. He treats the job like a job gone bad.
Weapon suites.
Really sorry.
Guess that's what we get for 100 trust.
Doesn't mythologize the room. No grandstanding, no famous last words, no pose. He wants a clean line out.
He's supposed to be here, but he ain't, which is making me very nervous about being here.
In a crisis, the useful skill isn't sounding brave, it's staying clear. You don't have to like him. The film doesn't ask you to. It just keeps showing you the cost of ignoring him.
What the are you talking about?
Whether you hear his arrest in those sirens or picture him disappearing with the diamonds, the impression sticks. He's the one person in that room who never lied to himself about what that room had turned into. That's why he survives. He's a simple test you carry into other films. Are we cheering for a code because it feels dramatic, or for choices that actually work? Reservoir Dogs doesn't lecture you. It lets the blood, the shouting, and the off-screen audio do the verdict. Buscemi's job is to make the character of the rat who's the voice of reason impossible to deny. He does it without smoothing the edges, without asking for sympathy, and without pretending this world rewards anything more than attention, speed, and the nerve to hack before the room decides your fate for you.
I'm glad you liked it. Nice to meet you.
The factory must grow. This is Arknight's Endfield, and this will be the insane attempt at completing its main story using only the factory. Weapons? We don't need them. Arts? Not using those either. I can only use what the factory creates. This all means my only methods of attack will be throwing bombs and deploying automated defense turrets. Why am I doing this? Because this sequence in the game's opening left an impression on me. Because the factory is a super cool feature, and because some would say I'm just a little bit off my rocker. Which is why it's awesome that Arknight's Endfield is sponsoring this video in support of my crazy creativity? No, seriously, you watching this video means they approved it and that they are goated devs. The challenge begins the moment the factory is able to create gun towers, which unlocks shortly into the first main story quest after the tutorial. We'll do a few battles with normal combat up to there, after which we are throwing down our sword. I mean, really, who needs a sword when you can materialize turrets on the spot? These poor fellows don't stand a chance. While all-powerful these turrets may be, they do have some restrictions. They can't be placed too close to one another, there is a limit to the number that can be placed simultaneously, enemies can destroy them, and lastly, they need power to function, which is why the factory must grow. It must encompass all of Talos 2, the moon we're on, so that Miss Administrator can weaponize every inch of its surface. Thus, it's time to build power lines as we tackle our first mission, Valley 4. This rusty old place is a den for landbreakers. Those guys in masks, the turrets gunned down earlier. If we're going to use turrets, and we most definitely are, power lines need to reach into a section of the map they're not meant to reach yet. There's a tunnel the player follows here on the map to get to the target location. Power lines won't be able to go through that. Oh, don't misunderstand. It's not that they can't, it's just that at this point in the game, we have not unlocked the ability to utilize these smaller electric pylons as power lines. Because electric pylons can reach through the tunnel, where the big relay tower power lines would not be allowed. That ability will unlock shortly after completing this mission via upgrading the factory. The mission area provides the player with workbenches to craft bombs. Those could be used to clear this whole area and comply with the challenge's rules, because bombs are something the factory can make. Though bomb crafting via the factory isn't unlocked until after defeating the boss of this mission, and as we'll soon discuss, bombs created on these workbenches have many limitations. But, wait, just let me plug this in. Why would I use bombs when I can try out my shiny new turrets? Oh, this is beautiful. A masterpiece, if I do say so myself. Look at my gun tower go. Excuse me? I'm trying to appreciate art. Gun tower, fire at will. It's a little slow with just one. Note, deploy turrets as a squad for greater efficiency. After the enemies fall, I will have to use bombs to destroy these den stacks. But back to the turrets. This is so much fun. It's the feeling of satisfaction that comes with watching hard work, and that'd be setting up those power lines, pay off. What's it shooting at? No way. They can shoot through walls?
This ain't normal.
They can shoot through walls! This is a monumental discovery. Devs, please do not change this. It is an incredibly fun mechanic.
Something ain't right. Bring them up real.
Note, turrets can aim up and down. This was expected, but confirmation is good to have. After clearing this area and destroying all 3 den stacks with bombs, we're brought to the game's first boss, Rodon, a really big brute of a landbreaker, who we will instill into the fear of the factory. The game won't let me build things here. The arena is just barely out of gun tower range too. Alright, yeah, this boss, from what I can tell, is impossible with factory only. Allow me to briefly summarize everything I tried to make this work over the course of many hours. 1. Use the bomb workbenches. Not possible because bombs created by them vanish if you stray too far from the workbench. There isn't a workbench anywhere near the boss. 2. There's a cave below the boss arena. As seen earlier, turrets will shoot through walls and terrain. I placed 2 in the cave below. Unfortunately, the footage of me doing this got corrupt, but I did have a clip of the map showing where they were while the boss fight was still active. Even when luring the boss over to here, it did not work. 3. Mr. Boss sure can jump high. The barrier near the entrance isn't all that tall. Nope, the boss can't jump over the barrier. 4. What if I teleport away while he's mid-jump? Teleporting, even without a loading screen triggering, resets the fight. 5. How about making the quest reset mid-fight to get the boss outside the arena? I used a sword to test this one, since it was the last possibility. The barrier vanishes, but I can't get him to aggro again. Enemies can't be pushed, and although this boss does have a stagger that'll make him move forward, it is tied to interrupting his attacks. As he's not attacking, I can't trigger those, and the stun bar triggers don't make him move. 1 loss for factory only. I want a big win even more now. Let's get to work on that. After the first boss is defeated, the game lifts many limitations on the factory. Suddenly, the player can create a whole slew of nifty things. From automating facilities with conveyor belts, to crafting new gear and consumable items for characters. More types of turrets that includes a grenade launcher, but most importantly, bombs. You saw me use them earlier to destroy the den stacks. The factory will let me create bombs that I can use anywhere. Because you'll be seeing bombs a lot in the upcoming quest, let me demonstrate them against enemies.
Oblivion, you've never been alone. far the journey's end, you will keep going till paths cross once more.
By using one of the bomb workbenches. As discussed during the Rodong boss fight, bombs created by workbenches vanish if you stray too far. This is why I couldn't use them for the quests prior to unlocking the gun towers. Workbenches are also fixed locations that are few in number.
Red oil cup. Yeah, same. And better server 60. Certain protocol spaces however threats overweight. I'm more concerned by this thing.
If I throw one like this, these guys have no idea what hit them. You cannot use bomb workbenches or even bombs created by the factory while in combat. But because enemies act like this when blown up, it's easy to work around. So long as the explosions remain fast enough, enemies can be defeated. Wait too long, and they fully heal. Now that I have my bombs, fancier turrets, and upgraded electric pylons that can function as power lines, it's time to tackle the second main story quest, the Science Park. To those of you who've played the game and are already thinking, this is going to be impossible too, don't worry. I promise you it's not. I also promise you that the solutions you will see are bonkers. I actually now have access to batteries that will let me deploy turrets without needing power lines. But the factory must grow. So we'll continue to drag cables across Talos 2. Let's try out our new turret. Don't mind me, fellas. Just constructing the implements of your demise a few feet behind your backs. Those masks y'all wear must really dull the senses.
High threat hostile.
Oh yeah. I think I like the grenade launchers, though they don't quite have the same reach as gun towers. Running cable for days. Gonna construct some power lines inside buildings. Yes sirree, that factory keeps on expanding. And when I can't place a big power line, the relay tower, I can place a small power line, the electric pylon, after some detective work to find the one specific spot that works. If the cable won't reach, just gotta optimize the path, keeping the line straight and cutting corners closer. Underground, inside buildings, not even elevators are gonna stop me from building my lines. This blight stuff is blocking the path to a juicy treasure. One is meant to attack the shiny part to destroy the blight. Bombs work as well. Turrets, however, will not target it. Oh, they don't look very nice. I think we need a full squad for this one. Only get the one bomb toss? If you're ever curious about when I can and cannot use bombs, just look in the top left. If the D-pad icon near Explore is crossed out, I can't use bombs. They're hurting my precious turrets. How dare they? I want so badly to throw bombs at them in fury. No, grenade tower sod number 1 has fallen. I should have thought of this sooner. The turrets are automated. I don't need to be near for them to attack. I can run away and throw bombs in fury from afar. Did he just block that? Holy heck, he did. Where can I get one of those shields? The dude has perfect reactions and will always block bombs. That's crazy. Shoot, another casualty. We've lost comrades, my turrets, and the survivors have suffered heavy damage. But with stashing, you will be made anew. Stashing fully heals them. Indoors again? Well, like I said, nothing is gonna stop me from... I can't build inside. Remember how I said you'll be seeing a lot of bombs? This is why. But for now, at least, I can place turrets outside and they'll defeat enemies so long as I pull them close to the door. Remember, turrets shoot through walls. Once more, devs, please do not change that. It is such a fun mechanic. These land breakers got even creepier all of a sudden. Turrets versus zombies? Let's see what this crisis spot has to offer. These are like on-demand difficult fights with good rewards. Oh my goodness, level 40. Meanwhile, I'm level 14. Not a problem for the factory though. These turrets will slowly chip away at their health, so long as I can lure them close to this wall in the other room. It took a while, and the Pyromancer Landbreaker kept me on my toes, but eventually I got all 6. Nice. These zombie landbreakers spawn when trying to use an elevator. Devices cannot be activated while in combat, so we'll need to lure them to the wall and let the turrets outside take care of them. Bombs could work, but I like to save those whenever possible. Nope. I won't be able to use bombs in such a small room. We're running past them. Oh no, they're in this room too. But that's okay. Watch this awesome move. I call it Zombies Be Gone. I probably should have mentioned at the beginning that game knowledge and mechanics are also weapons in my arsenal for this challenge. I really want that treasure, but not gonna be able to sneak up with one of them looking this way. Maybe on the return trip they'll be gone, because a return trip is what I'll need, or I do not have enough bombs to clear enemies required by the quest in the next room. Made a whole bunch of bombs and we're back, sneaking up Metal Gear style to get that treasure. Easy does it? Got it. How nice it is to rain bombs upon my foes from up high. After meeting up with Yvonne, the science park's resident quirky scientist, and clearing one final room of zombies, it's on to our next boss battle. This isn't a boss in the same sense as Rodang, who becomes a special repeatable encounter. I consider it a boss for this challenge, as I'll need to solo waves upon waves of enemies while protecting Yvonne, all while in a combat state after the second wave begins. Meaning, I won't be able to use bombs. The moment a single enemy reaches the barrier on wave 2 or beyond, it's game over. However, I also can't use the factory and its turrets, because even though this ground is showing up as a white grid, which indicates one can build on it, the game is preventing me from doing so because of the quest. Despite both of my methods of attack being rendered seemingly unusable, I assure you that this battle is not impossible with the restrictions set by this video's challenge. We are going to protect Yvonne with only the factory. Don't worry about the how, just enjoy the magic. This way, pals, a little closer. Some would say the big guy barking orders here is bad, but me? Nah. He's directing my turrets to attack. Yeah, get 'em, turrets. This one's in the bag. Even though I also shouldn't be able to use bombs once wave 2 begins, with precise timing, I can pull out a bomb between waves. Given the placement of turrets near the big guy, only this portion of the arena is covered by them. It's a good thing that spot happens to be the enemy spawn point, else this might have been impossible. With bombs and turrets together, most waves can be defeated the moment enemies appear. After a few waves, Yvonne Yvonne deploys floating bomb drones to aid in battle. Still, if even one enemy gets past and reaches the barrier, it'll be game. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Wait, the bomb drones, they worked. This is surprising, given a previous attempt ended with a dog reaching the barrier that the drones couldn't target. I suppose this dude being tall gets him detected by the drones? Whew, what a relief. Having enough of my shenanigans, the big boss man himself joins the fight. He really has a bone to pick with me, so much so that he completely ignores Yvonne. I just need to step things up with some fancy footwork to keep him over here, and my turrets will mow him down. One major win for factory only. I think that's a good stopping point. It may not seem like a whole lot, but progressing the challenge this far took many hours of extremely fun experimentation. My conclusion after all of this is that the factory is Enfield's heart and soul. I hope to see the devs continue to build the game around it, and perhaps even remove some of the placement restrictions with the facilities so that players can create more freely. To be fair, there's already a lot of freedom with the current system. It's just, this is the administrator I want to be, devs, and I have a feeling I'm not alone. Arknight's Endfield is a lot of fun. Its map design and exploration mechanics are fresh and blend with the factory to create interesting puzzles, some of which also have more than one solution if the player stops to investigate their surroundings. Arknight's Endfield is available now for PC, Android, and iOS. There's a link in the description if you're looking to give the game a go. And if you want to see me try and continue this factory-only journey, let me know. This is Musashi, signing off. Till next time.
Where should we go next?
A square can be toothed so as to mesh with another square, and then two others in a square arrangement. Our solenoid engine is complete, and it comes with some pretty unusual gears. If you like being ticked off, our Geneva mechanism converts constant rotational motion into periodic rotational motion. But if you want something more organically shaped, try our Nautilus gears. Their gear ratio is 1:1, but as the driver turns, its lever arm changes length, so their speed during each rotation is variable. Watch as they all complete one turn simultaneously in different ways. Can you figure out what's going on here? That's right, these are direction-changing gears. The small gear meshes with the lower teeth and turns clockwise until it's caught by the upper teeth and turned counterclockwise. Finally, my favorite arrangement, the Nautilus butterfly. The gears turn, but also expand and contract, like the wings of a monarch that deserves to be free, but is pinned by axles for our enjoyment.
The Angels of Delusion are finally playable in ZZZ, starting with Suna. Her design is basically the exact same as the original concept art from over a year ago. Well, rip to whoever this little guy was, but at least she still has her Tamagotchi pet. As the idol group's producer, it makes a ton of sense for her to have musical notation themed details on her, like with her note-shaped earrings and all the symbols on the back of her backpack. It's also a really neat distinction that compared to the other members, Suna's angel aspects are more grounded, with her halo being the band for her ponytail and the wings being a part of her backpack. The Angels of Delusion are finally playable in ZZZ, starting with Suna. Her design is basically the exact same as the original concept art from over a year ago. Well, rip to whoever this little guy was, but at least she still has her Tamagotchi pet. As the
Комика Нурлана Сабурова не пустили в Россию. Ему запрещен въезд в страну на 50 лет. Формальная причина – нарушение миграционных правил. Реальная, озвученная подментованными телеграм-каналами, шутки о русских и критика СВО. Тема эта важная и интересная, потому что она гораздо шире, чем личность Сабурова, выходит даже за рамки кампании репрессий. Это разговор о положении России в мире. Сегодня об этом и поговорим. Сначала только небольшое дружеское такое некоммерческое объявление. 12 февраля в Тель-Авиве будет концерт Алоэ Веры. Обещают новую программу, новые аранжировки. Я рекомендую сходить. Сам был на их концертах еще в России. Было очень весело. Ссылка в описании. Про меня поют. Там. Не про меня, а про канал наш вообще так-то. Да. Ладно. Ситуация с Нурланом Сабуровым отличается от прочих историй с репрессиями против комиков одним важным обстоятельством. Сабуров – иностранец. Позиция «шатал я вашу политику, знать ничего не знаю, у меня нет никакого мнения по вашим войнам, вашим выборам, вашему всему, я приехал бабки зарабатывать», она для иностранного специалиста, для творческого работника абсолютно естественна. Многие, кто уехал от войны, россияне, в новых странах обитания предпочитают вообще не вовлекаться в местное общественно-политическое. Не читать новости, не знать, что происходит за пределами их личных и профессиональных интересов. Потому что никаких нервов не хватит переживать еще и о немецких выборах, на которых ты даже не участвовал. В принципе, многие, даже довольно мрачные режимы, которые нуждаются в иностранных специалистах, свои порядки на них не распространяют. Когда Саудовская Аравия за макроэкономическое бабло покупает себе лучших на свете футболистов, понятное дело, что на них не будут распространять нормы шариатской морали. Португалец Криштиану Роналду может на радостях поцеловать болельщицу, и никакая полиция нравов его палками не побьет. Девушка Роналду может разгуливать в каких угодно откровенных нарядах, не опасаясь, что ее камнями закидают. Потому что работа Роналду – стадионы собирать, а не традиции местные блюсти. В остальном он может бухать, что хочет, целовать, кого пожелает, и вообще жить так, будто вокруг родная Португалия, а не фундаменталистская Саудовская Аравия. Наши специалисты, хоть нефтяники, хоть пилоты, работают по всему мусульманскому миру, от Омана до Катара и Ирана. И там никому и в голову не приходит навязывать экспатам местные обычаи. Ведь в противном случае, если вы начнете мужиков без бухла оставлять, а женщин замотаете в бурку, если заставите всех 7 раз в день молиться, все эти нефтяники, пилоты, инженеры, артисты, футболисты просто возьмут и уедут. Сколько наших людей облюбовали Дубай и живут там так, будто это Амстердам. Хотя это ни разу не Амстердам. Да, не самая жесткая среди соседей, конечно, но консервативная религиозная страна. Арабский Эмират так-то. Но у этой страны есть понимание. Если хочешь, чтобы к тебе везли деньги, чтобы у тебя шли лучшие концерты и выступления, если хочешь стать точкой мирового притяжения, то отколебись от иностранцев. Пусть живут своей жизнью и смотрят на полуголых девушек в перерыве боксерского поединка. И совсем другое дело у нас. Тут у нас управленческая неадекватность при Путине достигла того уровня, при котором уже нельзя быть просто иностранцем, который собирает огромные залы и генерирует большие деньги на быдловатых анекдотах про тещу, жену и детей. Тут никаких скидок на то, что ты экспат, нет. Ты должен обязательно вовлечься в чужой контекст, занять четкую позицию в самых сенситивных вопросах. Обязательно нажить себе на них неприятностей. Либо ты однозначно высказываешься против войны и оперативно убегаешь из России, либо едешь шутковать на Донбасс и полностью закрываешь для себя возможность выступлений почти во всем мире, кроме России. Оказывается, иностранцу нельзя просто строить серьезную публичную карьеру в России, не вовлекаясь в какой-то местный политический блудняк, не лавируя между уголовкой и санкциями. Российское начальство, казалось бы, и без того сделало все от себя зависящее, чтобы наша страна перестала быть точкой притяжения для всего постсоветского пространства. И без того условно-голубой огонек 2013-го с Владимиром Зеленским и Веркой Сердючкой сегодня смотрится как сон при температуре в 39 или 41. Мы уже забыли те счастливые времена, когда действительно любой украинский, белорусский, казахстанский, армянский артист едва только переставал находиться на уровне выступлений в ресторанах, тут же отправлялся делать карьеру в Москву. И без того в России карьера, особенно публичная, не сулит таких безумных денег, как в былые времена. Это теперь не карьера на всем постсоветском пространстве. Наоборот, за нее кое-где и спросить могут. Теперь же оказывается, что нельзя даже просто отсидеться. Даже просто делать свою работу, рассказывать свои шутки. Надо обязательно хлебнуть с российским государством кровушки, замазать себя в его безумии. А иначе с тобой расправятся самым унизительным образом. максимально публично, активно сливая фото и видео телеграм-помойкам, вышлют тебя из страны. Оставят без имущества, без карьеры, которую ты построил, безо всей твоей привычной жизни. Дальше вернемся к кейсу Сабурова. Сначала небольшая реклама. Посмотрите, пожалуйста. ЦБ обсуждает с банками отключение в России Visa и MasterCard. Раньше их карты продлевали, а теперь срок действия собираются ограничить и останется разве что перейти на мир. Впрочем, российские Visa и MasterCard вне России уже давно не работают. Карты, которые за рубежом выполняют свою функцию, сейчас получить не так сложно. Процесс их оформления налажен, и вы можете оформить себе такую карту в пару кликов и тратить деньги за границей, как раньше. ВНЖ другой страны для этого получать не надо. Просто можно. Так вот, продолжаем. В случае с Сабуровым ситуация, скорее всего, такова, что он лично разозлил кого-то высокопоставленного из наших пенсионеров. Условного Бастрыкина. Хватает у нас граждан пенсионного возраста при больших должностях, которые считают смыслом своей жизни сторожить нравственность, в том смысле, в котором ее понимают. Скорее всего, речь тут идет о персональном самодурстве. Но это ничего не меняет. Каждая такая история делает нашу страну все более провинциальной. Такой, куда не поедешь делать карьеру, с которой не будешь связывать планы по профессиональной самореализации. Потому что, оказывается, неважно, насколько ты преуспел, насколько нужен для местной культуры. Неважно, какого размера мешок с наличностью в тебя бросает ВК, лишь бы ты повыступал у них на площадке. Ведь у тебя все равно можно все забрать одним днем и максимально унизить по пути. Ведь государство, которое и к своим-то гражданам относится как к мусору, обладатели чужих паспортов вообще за людей не держат. Как можно строить карьеру, обзаводиться семьей и имуществом в стране, которая в любой момент может поставить тебя перед невозможным политическим выбором? Выбором, от которого не получится уклониться. Не получится просто сказать: «Я иностранец, который рассказывает шутки. Отстаньте!» Ведь эти слова не помешают с тобой расправиться. Поведение российского начальства с 2014 года и так сделало нашу страну в значительной мере задворками цивилизации. Уж даже странно вспоминать, что были времена, когда в любом уважающем себя московском заведении обязательно лежала газета Moscow Times, российское англоязычное издание для экспатов, когда было кому ее читать. И так из России поуходили все серьезные международные компании. Негде особо иностранцу карьеру делать у нас. Итак, государство предлагает специальные усилия, чтобы российские дипломы перестали конвертироваться, и смысл ехать в Россию даже за образованием стал абсолютно фантомным. Российский паспорт по силе безвизовых поездок примерно на уровне латиноамериканских стран второго ряда. Никаких особых преимуществ он не дает, а забрать его легче, чем в приличной стране карточку ВНЖ. Россия и так в конце списка стран, куда имеет смысл ехать за хорошим и надежным гражданством. Но теперь оказывается, что даже если ты приехал, преуспел, стал звездой, то никаких прав у тебя все равно не возникает. Не существует в таких обстоятельствах ответа на вопрос: а зачем вообще иностранцу, будь он хоть с постсоветского пространства, хоть откуда-то еще, связываться с Россией? Выглядит как способ заработать себе гарантированных проблем, а не денег или каких-то бенефитов. И вот это одно из последствий, которые останутся с нами после войны и после Путина. Очень сложно стать страной, куда все хотят ехать за карьерой, стать центром притяжения. Чтобы в такой роли продать себя всему миру или отдельному региону, страны предлагают огромные усилия. Тратят большие деньги на продвижение себя, вводят масштабные и дорогостоящие программы интеграции. Потому что нет ничего ценнее, чем талантливые люди, которые хотят у тебя жить. Нефть, газ, территория, любые природные ресурсы. Это все полная ерунда без людей, способных изобретать, создавать бизнесы, собирать полные залы зрителей. Ничего не имеет смысла без людей, способных создавать добровольную стоимость посредством своего мозга. Зато потерять привлекательность для иностранцев, перестать быть центром притяжения, распугать всех самых одаренных и способных людей чрезвычайно легко. Чрезвычайно легко сделать так, чтобы для соседей Москва перестала быть центром обитаемой вселенной, местом, где делают настоящую карьеру. Путину статус центра мира достался бесплатно. Это просто советское наследие, которое самозабвенно и безвозвратно профукивается во имя ничего. Безвозвратно не в том смысле, что мы никогда не сможем изобрести новую причину, почему к нам должны ездить. Что мы никогда не будем снова притягивать людей со всего постсоветского пространства. Нет, безвозвратно в том смысле, что это больше не будет автоматически. Нам надо будет заново придумывать, почему мы интересны миру. Никто не поедет к нам просто потому, что мы когда-то были центром Советского Союза. С самим Нурланом Сабуровым, который из России, слава богу, благополучно улетел без уголовного дела или задержания, все будет не так уж плохо. Артисты даже несколькими уровнями ниже прекрасно чувствуют себя за границей. Будет вести YouTube-канал, катать европейские туры. Переживать тут нужно за нашу страну, у которой было огромное базовое преимущество – способность за бесплатно пылесосить ценных людей со всего постсоветского пространства. Просто потому, что ехать за карьерой в Москву было совершенно естественным треком, прошедшим через поколения. Сейчас путинское государство делает все от себя зависящее, чтобы каждому, кто в него все-таки добровольно едет, как можно сильнее наплевать в душу, чтобы отвадить от себя всех, даже самых устойчивых. Вся эта война, весь поздний Путин – это история о том, как прицельно уничтожается огромный потенциал России. И то, что чудила эти легко и за несколько лет уничтожают, нам придется восстанавливать десятилетиями и без каких-либо гарантий на успех. Репутацию страны, ее человеческий потенциал, ее рынки и связи с соседями. Абсолютно все, что всегда было и что инвестировали в пыль, без какой-либо реальной причины, во имя ничего. До завтра.
I need to start by telling you about the alarm. Every Monday morning at 11:30 in my hometown of Plymouth, a siren rings out from the Devonport Royal Dockyard. It's a proper classic warning siren, and it is loud. It echoes around the city. Throughout the course of my life, it's punctuated maths lessons, work meetings, family occasions, walks in the park. For everyone who lives here, it's a weirdly normal part of weekly life.
People living here close to Devonport Dockyard have grown used to this sound, but they hope this is the only time they'll ever get to hear it.
I say weird because the weekly sounding of that alarm is a test to prepare for nuclear emergency. See, one of the Devonport Royal Dockyard's roles is as a repair and refitting base for the UK's 4 Vanguard-class submarines, which, when not in Plymouth or in their full-time home in Scotland, patrol the ocean as the UK's continuous at-sea nuclear deterrent. Each submarine can be armed with up to 16 Trident II D5 ballistic missiles, weapons, each with a range of up to 7,500 miles and armed with a payload up to 6 times as powerful as that which was dropped on Hiroshima in 1945. Yet, it's not in anticipation of nuclear strike that the siren exists. The real fear is of a radiation leak from one of the nuclear reactors from which the submarines draw their power during their long, lonely missions. This risk is increased by the presence of a so-called nuclear graveyard, in which 13 unused submarines, some of which have been out of action for more than 30 years, sit with their reactors still intact, waiting for the government to cough up the cash to decommission them.
Growing up, all of this felt quite quaint, a little bit kitsch maybe.
The Cold War was long since over, and nuclear submarines felt as much an anachronism as Blitz tea parties or Civil War battle reenactments. But last year, Russian propagandist and broadcaster Evgeny Popov took to the airwaves of the state-run Rossiya 1 channel and listed off what Vladimir Putin's targets might be in the event of a nuclear exchange.
Вашингтон ставит не только Лондон, но и Манчестер, Бирмингем, крупнейшую военно-морскую базу Девонпорт.
And look, I always appreciate seeing my hometown on TV, even if it is as part of an apocalyptic prediction. But recently, the chances of that prediction coming true haven't seemed as remote as they once did. This is the New START Treaty, or to give it its official title, the Treaty between the United States of America and the Russian Federation on measures for the further reduction and limitation of strategic offensive arms. At time of recording, it is the last remaining treaty limiting the number of nuclear weapons in the world.
Signed in April 2010 by Barack Obama and then Russian President Dmitry Medvedev, it places a hard cap on the number of nukes that both Russia and America can have deployed at any one time. The cap of 1,550 nuclear warheads might sound like quite a lot, but it represented the fewest nuclear weapons those countries had ever had ready to fire at one another at any one time.
In February 2026, which by the time you're watching this might be now, that changes. Because on the 4th of that month, this treaty runs out.
We're about to live in a world where strategic nuclear weapons of the 2 greatest nuclear powers are uncapped.
This is Eliana Johns. Eliana is a senior research associate for the Nuclear Information Project at the Federation of American Scientists.
The history of our organization is actually pretty interesting. So we were founded in 1945 by some of the scientists who participated in the Manhattan Project. So from that legacy, my team works on kind of, the way we like to frame it is we're trying to pull back the curtain on nuclear secrecy, because nuclear weapons really are able to thrive in secrecy when they're not talked about, when they're hidden from the public view, from public scrutiny.
Eliana has written extensively on the past, present, and future of nuclear weapons, and so she seemed like the perfect person to fill me in on what the ending of this crucial treaty actually means.
It will be the first time in more than 50 years that the United States and Russia, or I guess the former Soviet Union, are not bound by some form of strategic arms control arrangement or engaged in dialogue about their nuclear weapons. What that means is after the treaty expires, the US and Russia won't be bound or obligated by any agreement, so they'll have the capacity to upload hundreds and hundreds of nuclear warheads if they don't decide to continue abiding by these treaty limits, or if they don't reach some other form of agreement.
There couldn't be a worse time for this to be happening. One of the reasons that this treaty is expiring in the first place is that geopolitical tensions are currently desperately high. And I wrote that line before the US kidnaps Maduro and whatever the other major military world event is which happens between us filming this, editing it, and getting it out. On top of all of that other stuff, countries are increasingly turning to nuclear weapons to show their might.
I think you probably hear people talking about this new nuclear age that we're in. We're in a new environment that we haven't really experienced before. Nuclear weapons are kind of coming to the forefront of media, of policy conversations once again.
Evgeny Popov's veiled threat to bomb my house followed a stream of saber-rattling from Putin himself. Ever since he launched his invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, the Russian president has barely shut up about his nuclear weapons. He's both lowered the threshold at which Russia says it will use its nukes and gifted a number of tactical nuclear weapons to its ally Belarus. As recently as October, he announced a new underwater nuclear drone called Poseidon, which he claimed could put entire states out of operation.
Ради чего вы это делаете? Насколько страна готова будет подхватить то, что сделаете вы.
Never one to be outblustered, Donald Trump soon took to Truth Social to announce that the US would be resuming nuclear testing.
Other countries are testing. We're the only country that doesn't test, and I don't want to be the only country that doesn't test.
Although Energy Secretary Chris Wright soon caveated that this wouldn't involve actual nuclear detonations. China, meanwhile, has doubled the size of its nuclear arsenal since 2020, and even the UK has been upping its game, recently announcing that it would be buying 12 F-35A planes capable of carrying American nuclear gravity bombs.
It marks the return of the RAF to nuclear deterrence for the first time in 3 decades, representing the biggest strengthening of our deterrence posture in a generation.
There are proliferation concerns in several countries that are quite serious, and there are threats and potential preparations for returning to nuclear testing. All of these are factors that characterize this new nuclear age that we're in, and really heighten the risks of nuclear use in a way that we haven't seen in the past few decades.
All of this has been accompanied by a glut of nuclear storytelling in books, on TV, and at the cinema. These narratives, however, sometimes imply that our current nuclear situation in the real world is a simple return to the state of play as it existed at the height of the Cold War. In today's video, I want to explore the various ways in which our current teeter on the edge of the nuclear precipice both is and isn't different to before, and the 3 things which put us at most risk of tipping over the edge. The great irony of the position we're currently in is that when it comes to trying to rid the world of nuclear weapons, we were doing so well.
I mean, the games were first made in the sort of the 50s and 60s with the huge level of opposition to nuclear testing.
This is Sophie Bolt, General Secretary of the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament.
We're a very long-standing peace organisation that people might know from the sort of the peace symbol. This very iconic peace symbol, which is semaphore for CND, for Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament.
The CND was founded in 1958 after the UK tested its first successful hydrogen bomb on Christmas Island.
People were terrified that they were going to be absorbing, all this sort of radiation, and they were going to be, passing on to their children and what have you. So, there was a huge, massive mobilisation. In fact, that's partly how CND came into existence.
As Sophie explained, the path to this treaty was forged way back in 1963 with the signing of this treaty, the Partial Test Ban Treaty. Let me show you something. In the 18 years since the testing of the first nuclear device, the world's total nuclear stockpiles had risen from the initial 3 developed by the Manhattan Project to a whopping 32,648.
Developing these weapons had involved hundreds of tests, each with devastating effects on the environment. They were also unpredictable. The 1954 Castle Bravo test, the largest ever undertaken by the US military, had turned out to be twice as powerful as researchers had thought, and ended up killing a Japanese fisherman. There were also horrific consequences for the military personnel involved in carrying out these tests.
What a lot of people might have heard about is the nuclear test veterans. These were kind of British troops who were treated like, guinea pigs and made to sit and, so physically experience nuclear explosions, and of course suffered, horrific consequences.
In response to campaigns and marches like those organised by the CND then, the Soviet Union, the United States and the United Kingdom agreed to ban all future overground testing of nuclear devices.
So that was like saying, we will not allow any explosions.
The results were pretty immediate. Over the next 5 years, the rate at which nuclear warheads were being developed slowed significantly. In 1968 actually saw a slight decrease, from just over 40,000 nuclear warheads being available to use in the world to 39,500. This was just in time for the signing of this treaty, the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, which, at least in theory, bans non-nuclear countries from becoming so.
It's a deal, in a way, between the nuclear states and the non-nuclear states, because the deal is that the nuclear weapon states will get rid of their nuclear weapons, and the non-nuclear states will not get any nuclear weapons.
The actual disarmament part of the treaty was more of an ambition than a commitment. More concrete was the manner in which the Non-Proliferation Treaty worked to avoid an arms race in terms of the number of countries which had nuclear weapons, through freezing it at the 5 nations which had already built and tested a bomb at this point. These were the United States, the Soviet Union, the UK, France and China. The treaty hasn't been entirely successful in this. India, Israel and Pakistan never signed and have since developed nuclear weapons, while North Korea pulled out in 2003.
Whatever its limitations, however, the fact that there are still only 9 countries in the world with nuclear weapons, we don't find ourselves in a situation where every country has a bunch of nukes pointed at every other, is largely attributable to this document. The fact it was signed way back in 1970 also goes to show how quickly nuclear weapons came to be seen as a particular type of weapon, different to any other.
And these weapons are so horrific when you look at the destructive power, but also what they do to human beings. They are so destructive. The way in which they kind of kill people is so horrific that they have no place in a civilized society.
By the early 1970s, the 2 main nuclear powers, the US and the Soviet Union, were already looking at how to place hard caps on the number of nuclear weapons that each had pointed at the other. Soviet warhead production was really getting into full swing at this point, and in fact the total number of warheads had gone up once again to just under 42,000. And it's against this backdrop that this treaty was signed, the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty.
Rather than limiting the number of nuclear weapons that each country could have pointed at the other, Richard Nixon and Leonid Brezhnev agreed to reduce the level of defense that each of their countries had against potential nuclear attack by the other. At the time, the US and the USSR had been building complexes of interceptor systems designed to destroy incoming nuclear missiles before they could reach their target. This had a significant downside, however, in that it risked accelerating the nuclear arms race even further. See, the easiest way to overcome these interceptor systems is simply to chuck more nuclear weapons at them than they can stop. The concern then was that as each nuclear superpower's defenses got better, the other would build more nukes in an unstoppable escalation. The Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty thus saw the US and the Soviet Union make the genuinely brave decision to limit themselves to just 2 interceptor complexes, with just 100 anti-ballistic missiles in each.
More than just the specific defenses that this treaty placed on each country's nuclear defenses, however, Nixon's trip to Moscow also proved that an ever-escalating nuclear arms race wasn't inevitable. In fact, the same series of talks led to the signing of this treaty, which is perhaps the closest to genuine nuclear disarmament we ever got. The Strategic Arms Limitations Treaty, or SALT II to its friends, was signed in Vienna in 1979, this time by Brezhnev and Jimmy Carter. Reducing both countries' stockpiles would have seen the total number of warheads in the world go from more than 53,000 to around about 5. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be.
The dream of SALT II quickly turned into a nightmare when the USSR invaded Afghanistan. Any sense that the Cold War could soon be over evaporated, and rather than the number of nuclear weapons falling, they continued to climb. That is until 1987. Because that December, something incredible happened.
The first was the signing of this treaty, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. This saw the US and USSR agree to actively destroy all of their ground-launched ballistic missiles with ranges between 1,000 and 5,000 kilometers, regardless of whether they were nuclear or conventionally armed.
So there was obviously a huge amount of international pressure to make, Russia and the US get rid of these sort of nuclear weapons. But it was the huge protests in Britain and across Europe, specifically against these missiles, like these cruise missiles, these long-range missiles that were so dangerous, that forced, for instance, Reagan to sign up to that treaty and to literally destroy, thousands of these long-range missiles. So, and that was because of, again, like literally people, signing the petitions, going on the demos and speaking out.
Both countries retained their largest so-called strategic missiles, capable of traveling halfway around the globe, but the scrapping of these shorter-range missiles meant a significant reduction in the number of Soviet and American missiles being placed in Europe, drastically cooling tensions.
The biggest turnaround, however, came in overall stocks. The year 1987 marks the first year in nearly 2 decades that the number of nuclear weapons in the world at that December was lower than it had been the previous January. The nuclear arms race was effectively over, and the number of warheads in the world was about to spiral downwards and downwards. Between just 1986 and 1991, the world would shed 15,000 warheads, an unthinkable decline which would have been unthinkable just a few years earlier. The real stake in the heart of what's sometimes called the First Nuclear Age, however, came in 1991, with the signing of this bad one, the Strategic Arms Reduction Treaty, or START.
That again is a bilateral treaty between the two, massive, nuclear powers.
START didn't go quite as far as SALT II would have in its limits on nuclear warheads, but it did commit both the US and what was about to become the Russian Federation to having no more than 1,600 nuclear-armed bombs or missiles deployed at any one time.
It's hard to get across just how much of a massive victory all of this is for international diplomacy. The START Treaty sent the world's stocks of nuclear warheads into nearly terminal decline. By 2009, there had been an 82% reduction in the number of nuclear warheads hanging about in the world,
Here, boss.
making the
Got something
chances
nice for-
of mutually assured destruction lower than ever.
Repairing an iron
Just goes to show that
is like
in the right time and with the right context, diplomacy works. Unfortunately, it wasn't to last.
For me?
Decorum.
My heart. Here we go. Okay, so earlier on, I promised to tell you some of the key things which have changed since the height of the Cold War and today. The first is that the scariest bombs today often aren't the biggest.
It's quite popular in news reports and online videos about nuclear weapons to hyperfixate on how much larger the explosive power of the nuclear missiles we have today is compared to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima. And we could do that. We could talk more about the Castle Bravo and Tsar bomber tests. We could pull up Alex Wallerstein's excellent nuke map and see what the damage would be if a Russian RS-24 landed on Devonport Dockyard.
Oh, I am so dead. But we really need to talk about small nukes.
Low-yield nuclear weapons are not a new issue. They've been around since the very beginning, and the thought of using low-yield nuclear weapons on the battlefield or for military purposes really came about early on after the first nuclear weapons were used.
See, while a perception of nuclear weapons as an entirely different category of weapon to a handgun, artillery piece, or conventional torpedo did emerge reasonably quickly, there remain some military leaders who continued to see nukes as, in many ways, just a big bomb. And big bombs could be useful. In 1953, the US Army started rolling out its MGR-1 Honest John rockets, which were effectively just an artillery unit. You point it in the direction of the enemy, press fire, and a launcher just throws it at them. The only difference is that, instead of a conventional shell, what lands is a nuclear warhead with a yield somewhere between 2 and 30 kilotons. The US, UK, and Soviet Union all also developed nuclear depth charges designed to be dropped from ships in order to destroy submarines. Guided torpedoes weren't particularly sophisticated at this point, and so the thought was that you could considerably increase the chances of destroying a submarine if you just set off a 32 kiloton nuke in the general vicinity.
All of this obviously sounds incredibly slapstick. In fact, both of the video games I can think of which involve tactical nukes do so as a kind of joke. So obviously the original version of this was going to be that I was going to be playing Modern Warfare 2 and then I was going to get all the kill streaks and then I was going to drop the tactical nuke. However, couldn't get Modern Warfare 2 to work on any of the computers that we have. So we've gone for Nuketown as the kind of backup option. But all of these plans to use nuclear weapons as just large bombs were very much real.
During the Cold War, there were numerous kinds of nuclear weapons and tens of thousands of nuclear weapons across the world that were deployed by Russia and the United States. And within that, you had varying levels.
The Falcon AIM-26A, for example, was a 1950s air-to-air missile which operated on similar logic to nuclear depth charges. It didn't matter if the missile you were firing at an incoming Soviet bomber wasn't particularly accurate if it was fitted with a 1.5 kiloton nuclear warhead.
I'll get the job done there.
In Culver City, California, the Falcon, the U.S. Air Force's newest guided missile. An artist's conception shows how the electronic missile is launched and, with a brain of its own, hunts out and destroys enemy bombers.
The same W-54 warhead was also fitted onto America's infamous M28 and M29 Davy Crockett system, which allowed a team as small as 3 to fire a relatively tiny 10-ton nuke at the enemy.
At certain points, there were even ideas for backpacks that had nuclear weapons, where a soldier would jump out of a plane to be able to place a backpack under a bridge, and that would be the tactical effect you're looking to achieve.
If the idea of using nuclear weapons just like any other kind of weapon sounds a little bit dicey, then politicians, military leaders, and others sometimes try and distinguish between what they call strategic nuclear weapons and so-called tactical nuclear weapons.
Strategic nukes are the massive, city-busting, intercontinental ballistic missiles we think of when we think of a nuclear exchange between superpowers. They're strategic because they're designed to be used as a means of strategic bombing, which is a bit of a euphemism. Strategic bombing almost always refers to the indiscriminate bombing of large cities in order to try and break citizens' morale. A strategic nuclear attack would mean the flattening of a major city in the vein of America's destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki at the end of the Second World War. A tactical nuke refers to the use of nuclear weapons on the battlefield in order to achieve much more limited military objectives. An Honest John fired at an advancing division of tanks, or a Falcon AIM-26A fired from a fighter jet at a bomber. The very idea of a tactical nuke might sound farcical, but from the early 1960s through to the early 1990s, most of the nuclear weapons which were in service at any one time were tactical. The American truck-loaded Pershing ballistic missiles stationed in West Germany during the 1980s, for example, weren't designed to flatten Minsk, they were designed to take out Soviet command stations in the event of an invasion of Western Europe.
In reality though, this entire distinction between strategic nuclear weapons and tactical ones is kind of nonsense.
I mean, I suppose I feel like this is a bit of a PR thing. Do you know what I mean? To say, oh, these little tactical nuclear weapons are not as dangerous as like the big strategic nuclear weapons, but in reality, they do the same thing.
I opened this section by suggesting that we were about to talk about small nukes, which in reality is a little bit of a lie. See, as I mentioned a moment ago, what really separates strategic nuclear weapons from tactical ones is not firepower, but use. Tactical nuclear weapons often can be smaller than strategic ones, but they very much don't have to be. The original Honest Johns, for example, were larger than the bomb dropped on Hiroshima, whilst the Pershing 1s were at least 4 times as powerful, with the potential to be up to 26 times as powerful.
Will release radioactive fallout that will, you know, drift for miles and miles and miles, and will, you know, have huge impact on our ecosystems. So whether they are, you know, called tactical or whether they're called strategic, they do the same thing.
Even the smallest tactical nuclear weapon ever built, the Davy Crockett, if used, would destroy a good chunk of the Vatican City and kill a few hundred people. This comes with the most obvious risk that, if you use it, you end up killing or injuring a bunch of your own troops alongside whatever enemy forces you are hoping to incapacitate. Even if you only take out the enemy, using tactical nuclear weapons in any kind of defensive capacity is likely to involve setting off a nuclear bomb in either your own country or that of an ally. A Falcon AIM-26A air-to-air missile might help to destroy a Soviet bomber headed for London, but you have just showered half of Margate in nuclear radiation. The very smallest nuclear weapons, relatively speaking, thus came to be retired as soon as missile and torpedo guidance technology made it possible to destroy enemy vehicles in more intelligent ways than just throwing nukes at them.
The Sparrow is a supersonic beam rider using a solid propellant.
These are not weapons that can be used in a kind of sort of a tactical way, as they call it. They're not precise weapons, you know what I mean?
The biggest pitfall to tactical nuclear weapons, however, is outlined in this essay. Published by Nina Tannenwald in 1999, it outlines the idea of the nuclear taboo. Tannenwald suggests that at the same time as the Honest Johns and Davy Crockett's were being developed, so too was emerging this idea that nuclear weapons actually weren't like any other weapon. The size of their firepower and the unique side effect of radiation kind of set them apart as another thing entirely.
Using a nuclear weapon suddenly wasn't a good look. More than this, the same nuclear taboo which was deterring one side from using nuclear weapons was also giving the other pause for thought. The fear was that even just using a cheeky little 0.02 kiloton Davy Crockett in a localized battle might break that taboo and set off a tit-for-tat exchange of nuclear missiles, ending with total mutual destruction anyway.
The problem with this is that it actually lowers the threshold of nuclear use, where countries become more willing and they consider nuclear use more acceptable because it might theoretically cause less damage than maybe a multi-megaton warhead would. So it's a really dangerous idea to assume that a single warhead could be used without incredible consequences and ramifications, or that its use could be acceptable.
It's for a mixture of all of these reasons and more that ridding the world of tactical nuclear weapons was generally seen as a far greater priority during the Cold War than ridding the world of strategic ones. The vast bulk of weapons which were dismantled in the late 1980s and early 1990s were tactical. The Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, for instance, explicitly sought to tackle weapons such as the American Pershings and Soviet RSD-10s. Regardless of how powerful they were, and they were still plenty powerful, the fear was that tactical weapons were far more dangerous in their potential for being the spark which lit the fuse of nuclear war.
And that's part of what we're seeing, where norms are starting to erode across the board, with Russia threatening nuclear use in Ukraine, countries increasing their nuclear rhetoric in an attempt to signal. All of these things are contributing to this idea that nuclear use could be acceptable in real circumstances.
One of the most terrifying aspects in current conversations surrounding nuclear weapons, then, is that that this long-established notion that nuclear weapons need to be treated differently to other kinds of weapons is gradually being abandoned.
We're seeing a resurgence of conversations about low-yield nuclear weapons, where countries are seeking what they call flexible response options to achieve military or political objectives.
The F-35A fighter jets the UK is currently looking at buying are not only notable for being the first time in more than 2 decades that the British Armed Forces will have the capability to drop nuclear bombs rather than just its Trident submarine program, but also because where Trident is a strategic system, the F-35As would be for tactical use.
The question is whether the deployment of more low-yield weapons is likely to increase the chances of them actually being used, and subsequently whether the breaking of that nuclear taboo through the use of just a little nuke is likely to quickly lead to much bigger weapons being used too. The end of the age of nuclear treaties began with the death of this one, my beloved anti-ballistic missile treaty.
In 2002, the United States withdrew from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty, which influenced Russia and China in developing and modernizing new nuclear systems like hypersonics in order to counter US missile defenses. So that kind of is where a lot of people say things really started kicking off.
George Bush Jr.'s rationale for pulling out of the treaty was that with the Cold War over, the main threat to peace and stability now came from terrorists and rogue states who would love to throw a missile at America. The ABM, he warned, was holding the US back from being able to defend itself against future such attacks.
No one was entirely flippant about the potential that the ripping up of the ABM might come with negative consequences. The US was fully expecting that in response to it pulling out of that treaty, Russia would choose to pull out of START 2, the follow-on treaty from START 1 which we mentioned earlier. And they do. The day after the ABM is dead, so too is START. The consolation is that George Bush Jr. and Vladimir Putin opted in preparation to sign this treaty, the Strategic Offensive Reductions Treaty, or SORT, which in truth is a bit of a sticking plaster. For clarity, most of these treaties which we have hanging up here, we chose to print off fewer pages than we maybe could have so that, the string would stay standing up. SORT is legitimately just over 2 pages.
It placed some limits on the number of warheads which each country could have deployed, but still allowed both signatories to keep as many additional warheads as they liked in storage. While there were still some warheads being dismantled due to old age then, the rate did begin to slow. Nevertheless, with the War on Terror having replaced the Cold War as the key narrative of global geopolitics, relations between the world's 2 foremost nuclear superpowers remained at least warm.
In fact, in April 2010, Barack Obama and Dmitry Medvedev signed this back. The New START Treaty, the one that I mentioned right back at the beginning of this video.
The New START Treaty.
This placed the strictest limits yet on the number of nuclear weapons which each country could have deployed. It also allowed for continuous monitoring of the other country to make sure that both were playing ball.
And then you have New START, of course, which is it places limits on deployed US and Russian strategic launchers, and it's been one of many in a series of core strategic arms control arrangements.
There were a really good 3 years here. In February 2014, however, Russia decided to invade Ukraine for the first time. Worse still, in late 2016, the Russian military announced that it was working on reviving its Iskander-M short-range ballistic missile program, marking a return of our good old friend, the tactical nuke. Then new President Donald Trump quickly declared that he felt this to be a violation of the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty from back in 1987.
So Europe was already pretty shaken up at this point, and it proved to be a key factor in a lot of the changes that we're seeing today.
Very soon, the INF was all but dead, something which would be confirmed 6 years later through the medium of Twitter, of all things. There remained some hope that the US and Russia might be brought back to the table to discuss an extension of New START. There was just one problem. Donald Trump wanted to include China, and China didn't want to play ball. SORT, the sticking plaster treaty, that had expired a long time ago by this point, and to be honest, SORT 2 never came into force. That really should have just come down partway through the previous section with a bit of string. Sorry about that. There remained some nuclear treaties still in place, limits on testing, and on countries which aren't already nuclear powers being able to become so. The strength of those really relies on the strength of international cooperation more broadly, which, as things stand, isn't looking super strong. What is clear is that the age of nuclear treaties which place hard caps on the number of nuclear weapons that different countries are allowed to have appears to be over.
With caution.
That was harder than I thought it was going to be. So, yeah, the second really big thing which has changed since the Cold War is China.
China first became a nuclear power in 1964, the fifth country to do so, and the last to be included as a recognised nuclear state in the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. For a long time, though, China's actual nuclear arsenal wasn't all that much to write home about. When Bush and Putin signed SALT back in 2002, China didn't even receive a mention at the press conference. As recently as 2012, China had just 240 nuclear warheads. That's fewer than the 300 held by France and a minuscule amount in comparison to the nearly 5,000 apiece stockpiled by the US and Russia. Moreover, that number had been pretty flat since the 1980s.
This was, at least in part, because of this statement. Immediately after testing their first atomic bomb in 1964, the Chinese government immediately issued this statement, committing themselves to a policy of no first use. They were effectively saying that while they did now have nuclear weapons, they would only ever consider using them in retaliation, never as an initial act of aggression.
In building their nuclear arsenal, then, China's approach has largely been to maintain a nuclear capability which they describe as lean and effective, enough to deter anyone from launching a nuclear strike on them, and no more. China has also repeatedly attempted to get other countries to adopt the same approach.
Back in 1994, China issued a draft treaty to the other four nuclear powers, which, if adopted, would have made no first use a mutual nuclear policy for everyone. In the years since, they have repeatedly tried to make that the case. And yet all of this at the same time as they've been massively expanding their nuclear arsenal.
We're seeing China in particular build up and expand its nuclear forces in a way that is unprecedented. And this is a cause for concern because we've primarily placed limits on strategic nuclear weapons through in a bipolar world where it was two countries who were able to work towards communication, work towards, building trust and good faith measures, building predictability. For decades and decades, it was just those two countries trying to work together to understand each other and to agree to certain norms and limits. And when you add a third country into that mix, it complicates things because each country believes it has to defend against now two other large arsenals.
Between 2020 and 2025, China's nuclear arsenal doubled from around 300 warheads to 600. The US and Russia still maintain the vast bulk of the world's warheads, but China's capability now far surpasses that of France, the UK, and every other state. Moreover, a far greater proportion of China's weapons are actually deployed, whereas the majority of America and Russia's remain in storage.
The addition of China to the equation isn't just a case of there being more nuclear weapons in the world than there might have been otherwise. It's also a case that having three nuclear superpowers just makes every aspect of all of this all the more volatile.
It makes agreeing treaties much harder, because now there are 3 participants in any negotiation rather than just 2. It also makes it much harder to avoid an arms race, as every time country A builds its nuclear capacity in response to country B, country C is likely to follow suit as well.
It complicates this idea of building trust and predictability when you have an entire other country that operates completely differently, has completely different history and systems and even priorities, right? Russia's goals and priorities are not the same as China's goals and priorities are not the same as the US goals and priorities. So you're trying to balance all 3 of these. And I think when we look to a future in which we are in this multipolar situation, we see a lot of new technologies entering the scene, there could be opportunities for some kind of 3-way multipolar arms control arrangement between China, Russia, and the United States, but arms control might have to look differently than what we've seen it before.
Of course, all of this assumes that our leaders are trying to avoid a nuclear war. Most of us take it for granted that our presidents and prime ministers understand that winning a nuclear conflict is impossible. And yet, what if that core tenet of nuclear strategy is being forgotten?
I hear Orignium singing.
In the popular imagination, a nuclear exchange is just that. Country A fires all of their nuclear weapons at Country B fires all of theirs back, maybe even Country C gets involved. The winner is essentially whoever manages to fire more of their weapons first. But what if there was another way? Shit!
This is a video of Israel's Iron Dome. Iron Dome is one of 3 complementary systems designed to protect Israel's urban areas from rockets. Each system is able to intercept missiles of varying ranges before they land. The IDF claims that Iron Dome in particular has an accuracy rate of more than 90%, having intercepted thousands and thousands of rockets.
Perhaps inspired by these impressive statistics, Donald Trump recently announced that he would be building a similar system to protect the American homeland. He called it Golden Dome, because of course.
He says that Golden Dome will involve both physical interceptor devices and high-powered lasers, and some of it will be based in space. It will also involve artificial intelligence integration, because of course it will. Initial cost estimates suggest that the system is likely to cost up to $3.6 trillion. And while Trump says it will be finished by the end of this presidential term, other commentators are less sure it will ever exist at all. And that's because building this kind of interceptor system to combat nuclear attack is basically impossible.
When it comes to the issue of missile defense, for instance, when we test missile defenses and when we look at the effectiveness and accuracy, they don't actually work that well. So at least with the technology that we have and the cost that it takes to have effective missile defenses, you don't necessarily need the newest technology in order to evade them.
To anyone who was alive during the 1980s, the basic concept behind Golden Dome might not sound all that new. And that's because it's not. In 1984, Ronald Reagan launched the Strategic Defense Initiative, a very similar sounding plan to make nuclear weapons obsolete, with proposals including both physical interceptors and high-powered lasers, some of which would be based in space.
SDI wasn't, as Reagan might have hoped, received with rapturous applause. Ted Kennedy mockingly referred to the scheme as Star Wars, and Monica, the SDI, never really shook it off. Critics didn't simply think that the whole thing was ridiculous, worried that it might inflame tensions at a period when the Cold War was running particularly hot.
Reagan was adamant that the SDI could be built without the US breaking its commitment under the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty. But both the USSR itself and many within America who wanted to avoid a nuclear war viewed it as a provocation the world just didn't want.
So I think a lot of this goes back to what I mentioned a little bit before with the US withdrawal from the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in 2002, where ballistic missile defenses are unfettered. You know, theoretically you could have as many as you wanted, right? This raises concerns from other countries and their ability to hold the United States or whoever at risk.
That the Strategic Defense Initiative was a complete and total failure is evident in the fact that just a few years later, Reagan was back at the negotiating table working on the first START treaty. The program had proven too expensive and continued to show few signs that it would even be successful. It wasn't until after it pulled out of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty in the early 2000s that the US was finally getting a defense system theoretically capable of defending against intercontinental ballistic missiles. And even the so-called ground-based nuclear defense system is both extremely expensive, extremely limited, and pretty debatable in its efforts. It cost at least $90 billion over the 20 years of its development, and still has a success rate of just 55% during highly controlled tests. But still, the system tops out at just 44 missiles. Should an all-out nuclear war break out, the US has just 44 chances to maybe stop less than 50 missiles.
These systems just don't work. You know, they have a very, very low, success rate. It is literally a bullet hitting a bullet.
The problem is that, as simple as it might sound to simply build a bigger version of the Iron Dome, the idea doesn't really scale up. Israel is tiny, smaller even than here, while America is a whole continent. More than this, the weapons that the Iron Dome is set to defend against are much smaller and shorter range than those which would likely be used against the US. And even that has cost billions and billions of dollars.
None of this, of course, has stopped Trump and his Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, from continuing to talk up the potential of the system.
All we care about is protecting the homeland. President Trump has said for a long time, defense of the homeland is critical. America first. America and Americans. Golden Dome is a generational investment in that to ensure we keep our people safe. That's it.
The Pentagon has announced awards of contracts to over 1,000 companies who may end up working on the system. Small contracts have reportedly been awarded to Northrop Grumman, True Anomaly, Lockheed Martin, and Anduril to build work on proposed systems. To bring this video full circle, General Michael Gwetlin of the US Space Force has compared the system to the Manhattan Project.
This is on order of magnitude of the Manhattan Project. It's going to take a concerted effort from the very top of our government. It's going to take a national will to bring all this together.
And yet, even exactly what this is at the most basic level remains to be seen.
Complicating all of this is the fact that an eternal truth of nuclear politics is that bluster, saber-rattling, and so-called posturing are a core part of the game. Even the ambition to build a Golden Dome might project strength abroad and comfort at home. We go again. There are plenty of Reagan stands out there who will continue to argue that Star Wars was actually an ingenious negotiating tactic designed to force concessions from the Soviets. As those involved in the drafting of the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty knew way back in the 1970s, however, there is a danger to projecting too much strength. It risks exacerbating tensions at a time when we are already looking like we might be at the beginnings of an arms race.
Because of this, countries are developing capabilities that allow them to potentially bypass missile defenses. So whether it's hypersonics, HGVs, cruise missiles, a lot of these capabilities have existed in the past, but developing them, deploying them, and implementing them in ways that
some might recognize my lance. It's probably best if they don't know my name. Since it makes sense both professionally and personally, I don't mind if we get a little more personal here, right? Come on, don't blush now. I totally understand what you're getting at. I can't believe how far I've come. Home in those days feel like they're worlds away now.
Seem to provide an advantage to the country that has them.
The real risk, however, isn't that Donald Trump convinces you or Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping that the Golden Dome works. The real risk is that he convinces himself. The manner in which politicians and military leaders have started talking about nuclear weapons in recent years has taken a significant turn. Way back at the height of the Cold War, the one thing really holding them back was that age-old principle of mutually assured destruction. An era in which Donald Trump or anyone else feels like they can use nuclear weapons with impunity is one in which that option is going to look increasingly tempting. Oof. Right. Oh, that was fun while that lasted. Okay, so I lied to you. Earlier on, I promised to tell you a bunch of things which had changed between the previous nuclear age and this one. And that is kind of what this video has been about. In truth, though, most of the things which are currently propelling us towards potential nuclear war today are a result of forgetting lessons which we already learned during the height of the Cold War.
We know that so-called tactical nuclear weapons, such as those which could be dropped by the F-35A fighter jets the UK is currently buying, are incredibly dangerous. We know that missile defense systems like Golden Dome don't really work. You don't have to have seen war games to know that winning a nuclear exchange is all but impossible.
Strange game. The only winning move is not to play.
The only way we've ever managed to reduce nuclear risk is through diplomacy. And at the moment, not only is that kind of diplomacy not happening, but the concept of diplomacy itself is being viewed as foolish and naive. The potential consequences of that are absolutely terrifying. As treaties expire and countries shift towards rearmament, a whole economy of arms production is being rekindled.
The Ministry of Defence here in the UK is set to invest an extra £4.4 billion into the Devonport dockyard over the next decade. If you want to learn more about the actual logistics of arms production, you'd love The Logistics of Arms Manufacturing, the 6th episode in The Logistics of X, a series by the team behind Wendover Productions, which uncovers the inner workings of various different industries, including defence, fishing, and the harsh.
The Logistics of X is available to watch exclusively on Nebula, the premium streaming service created by myself and a bunch of other clever creators.
It's just one show in an ever-expanding catalogue of exclusive films and series which are only available to watch on Nebula. I'm currently really enjoying Tara Mooney's Nebula exclusive series Politics. It's a really fun and funny dive into the politics of breasts and the history thereof. It's a perfect example of why Nebula is so great for both audiences and creators.
If Tara had made Politics and just put it up on YouTube, I think we all know what the chances of it actually turning up in anyone's recommendations feeds would have been. Nebula allows us as creators to make shows for you as viewers without having to worry about whether any recommendations or monetization feeds are going to hide them away.
More than this, in an era where YouTube has become more and more clickbaity, our goal with Nebula is to make a genuinely prestige experience where you can actually find something high quality and enriching to watch without wasting a million hours scrolling through slop.
All of us involved in creating Nebula are viewers as well as creators, and we want it to be a high quality experience.
We also want it to be affordable. In fact, if you sign up using my link, go.nebula.tv/Tom Nicholas, you'll get 50% off an annual plan, which brings the cost down to just $2.50 per month. We also now take pounds sterling, in which case it will cost you £2.50 a month, which is an absolute steal.
Alongside being a fantastic package of stuff to watch, signing up to Nebula using my link go.nebula.tv/Tom Nicholas really does help to support the channel at a time when making videos for the internet is getting harder and harder. Not only do we get paid more every time you watch our videos on Nebula rather than on YouTube, but I also get a little kickback when you sign up using that link, which is really helpful too. That link again is go.nebula.tv/Tom Nicholas. Thank you so much for watching once again, and I'll see you over on Nebula. All that's left for me to do is to say a massive thank you to the people who support my work by being signed up to the top tier of my Patreon over at patreon.com/Tom Nicholas. Those people are Richard, Gary, Dick on Spain, Bill Mitchell, ZC Reese, Zoe Alden, Alexander Blank, Neil Zabildgard, Sophia R, Sergio Suarez, Richard Rapoon, Amit Singh Parahar, Gabriel Koch, Fiasco Linguini, Agent Maxwell, Glenn Sugden, Emil, Jarabar, Yillamson, Paulius Edicus, Sam Fortunato, Sondre Yarsenjean, Douglas Urquhart, Ahmed Harachik, and Hast.ie. Thank you so much to all those people. If you'd like to find out how you can join them supporting my work, you can find out how to do so over at patreon.com/Tom Nicholas. Thanks so much for watching once again, and I'll see you in the next video.
If you asked which game has the most anticipated release in all of gacha gaming, then Arknight's Endfield might just fit the bill. After its first teaser trailer in March 2022, almost 4 years later, the game is finally released. But does it live up to the insane degree of expectations of having all those years of build-up? Well, that's what this video is trying to find out. My name is Psyche, and I played the game for around 30 or so hours in the past 2 weeks to take a look at all of its gameplay, progression, story, and overall quality to find out if Endfield is any good. And, well, everyone knows that something can only be considered a masterpiece or dog shit these days, with no in-between. There's a cultural war going on within gacha games where everyone will be pushing their own agendas on which game is better, and it's possibly one of the biggest releases the genre has ever had. Endfield is caught right in the middle of all of this. You've likely already played Endfield, and you're here to see if my opinions on the game validates yours, and as someone that believes in nuances in reviews, I will be mentioning both the good and the bad. Also, I need to put this up as a disclaimer, even though I feel some people will just ignore it. I did not play during any of the beta tests. I have completed the entirety of the main storyline and can start building the best possible gear, though I haven't gotten too deep into essences we're refining. This video is a first impressions review. This means I will be going over my own impressions of the game after playing for 2 weeks, around 30 hours. Meaning, it does not include late game content and things may change as one plays for longer. I'm here to critique the early player experience as they become more accustomed to the game, and as first impressions are rather important in a world where games are designed for shorter attention spans, and with so much competition out there, I think there's a lot of reasons a game should get the beginner experience right. So let's begin. Before that, I would like to give a brief mention to this video's sponsor, Loot Bar. Loot Bar is a top-up platform for your favorite mobile games with affordable and safe packs. The pricing for Endfield is 16% cheaper than purchasing in-game, with a bonus 10% off for new users. How it works is that the site will create a cloud device emulation instance where you'll log into your account and redeem the product as if you bought it in-game. Then, the data of this cloud device instance will be deleted, and you're free to continue in the actual game client. Loot Bar provides a refund guarantee should something go wrong, and boasts having a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. If you also play other gacha titles, such as Withering Waves, which just had a new patch, you can also use my link to get up to 28% discount. Again, be sure to use my link in the description or pinned comment to save money on your in-game topics. Thank you again to Loot Bar for sponsoring this video, and let's return to the review. Everyone probably already knows about the story, so I'll just briefly summarize it. You play as John Endfield, the head of Endfield Industries, to safeguard this planet as your home. Unfortunately, you have amnesia and cannot remember what you did or anyone around you. Don't worry, you're the most important person alive, and everyone will treat you with respect with no animosity whatsoever. You're taken on a very long tour across the first region to teach you how to build beautiful factories to industrialize this planet, the way it was always intended. You're here to manufacture all sorts of goods to drive up your stock valuations by shareholders and further gaining influence across the land. Of course, there are a few enemy factions that wish to undo your hard work, such as the Landbreakers. They're, to put it plainly, a bunch of uneducated savages that don't understand the importance of functioning in a civilized land. They're impeding the progress of the almighty Endfield Corporation, and it's your job as the Endmin to put them down. Jokes aside, this faction of enemies exists as the evil faction for you to conquer as you explore the world. Alright, so I'm gonna make something very clear here. The second region of Wuling is a step up in terms of story quality. The problem here is that you're stuck on a 2 to 3 hour tutorial before the world fully opens up to you. I find that Endfield works the best when it just sets you loose to do whatever you want. And the early story segments kinda just stops that from happening. The amnesiac self-insert protagonist that only speaks like 20% of the time, an abstract intro that builds no emotional connections to the world or the characters, and long forced tutorials for the factory building aspect that should have been left as a side quest. I thought the idea of being the head of a major industry might have shaken up the story by introducing some moral gray areas or corruption within the faction. Like how someone is secretly trying to sign away the locals' rights to their land so it can be industrialized. Instead of being touted as the unquestionably morally good guys, why not create some conflict or drama within the Endfield group by having some of their members act a little shady? So I'll be bringing in some comparisons to Factorio and Satisfactory later on. But in Factorio, your goal is to build a spaceship and leave the planet, while you start out stranded with nothing. As you advance through the science tree and make your factories bigger, you have to watch out for these disgusting alien bugs as you create more pollution that will eventually reach their nest, and you have to build defenses to ward them off when they attack your base. Just like the Landbreakers, I don't know what their problem is, but as a believer of building a civilized land, you can bring out armored vehicles with heavy weaponry to destroy their nests for good so they don't bother you. I find it very interesting that despite having 0 lines of dialogue in the game, it's able to give you this interesting moral dilemma. Like, are we actually the good guys here? I was surprised that Endfield wasn't able to recreate anything resembling this. Oh wait, I know why, because this is a gacha game, and playable characters are not allowed to have any questionable morals or ideals, since that might hurt the chances of them being marketable for people to pull off. Every NPC has room temperature IQ, and you're the big boss. All in all, it unfortunately suffers from a case of early gacha story syndrome. Just like OG Arknights, actually. But it does get better, though my only concern here is that some players might be dropping off before they get to that part. If you wanted to dive into a rich, deep universe with complex and multifaceted characters and emotional storylines, Endfield does not deliver that. If the game came from any other company, it probably would have been overlooked. The thing is that the game developer is the same as another gacha game that's considered to have some of the strongest world building in the genre. Plus, people did wait almost 4 years for this game. The story is unfortunately one aspect that the game falls short at this time. I'll briefly talk about the combat gameplay for a bit before going into the factory building portion. Overall, I think it's fine. Having all 4 units on field at once in an open world is a concept you don't see often. I built a physical-oriented team since the game kept giving me those types of units. Once you figure out all the team rotations, you'll basically be autopiloting everything. Every unit does have their own unique gimmick to either deal more damage or trigger more combos, and I can see how the framework can be expanded upon. Obviously, when you get to the harder fights, there will be some variation in your rotations, where you have to dodge instead of attack, how some passives require you to get hit intentionally, or how you have to use a skill early to interrupt an enemy that's charging up. Western gamers tend to value mechanical depth as a metric to tell how good the game is. Personally, I'm more invested in the exploration and factory building aspect, while combat is sorta secondary to me. But I feel like since we live in a post-internet era, people will optimize rotations and tell you exactly how you should be playing a team. Some of the skill descriptions in PGR read like a phone book, except once you learn how it actually works and how to dumb it down, you can just press the right set of buttons to know how to play the character. The combat in Endfield is fun. I just don't think it's all that revolutionary. I know it puts a spin on physical and arts archetypes like how it was in the first game, so you can branch out and do a lot of elemental combinations and such. I only got Levitain after like 80 pulls, and I'm planning to build an arts team since I ran the first 20 hours with physical. From a pure quality perspective, the combat executes at an insanely high level of fluidity. There were times I wanted to hit an enemy but the combo attack would hit something else, but to be honest, a lot of these games run into these issues when you're fighting a crowd. I think it's something that might take time to grow on me, but during my time, I was more engaged with something else. Endfield Industries is here to make Talos 2 great again, and to do that, you'll need to engage with possibly one of the most addicting but polarizing aspects of the game, building factories. As a bit of a preface, I have platinumed Death Stranding on the PS4 and played a decent bit of both Factorio and Satisfactory. I beat both games at least once, so I have some background in these automation-type games. The basic gameplay loop looks like this. You mine ores and gather plants to make basic machinery. Then you'll find out that instead of doing the work yourself, you can just get these pieces of metal to do it for you. As you work your way up the technology ladder, you can either access more areas of the map or find ways to process more minerals, thus making the factory planning portion more complex, and the loop repeats. I can see that's basically what they planned out in Endfield as well. If you ask me, the level of complexity in Enfield's factory building is around 50% of Factorio and Satisfactory. There's a lot of portions where it's simplified due to the game being a gacha, but I do feel like it does a unique spin on it with some of its stock trading and gearing systems, which I'll get to later. For example, in Factorio, the resources will eventually run out in ore veins, and you have to watch your reserves and start building supply lines to other ore veins further away. Not to mention, you'll need to transport it back to your base, which can be automated using conveyor belts if they're close, or use trains or drones to bulk import it. You also need fuel for some of those vehicles, so that has to be figured out somehow. Conveyor belts have different speeds, so that can be used to control the throughput of certain resources, while the ones in Endfield have a fixed speed of 0.5 items per tile per second. Satisfactory has an over/underclock mechanic to control the process speeds of certain machines, where overclocking will make it faster but drastically increase power consumption. Speaking of which, you never want to hear this sound in the mid to late game. Running out of power in either game is a major problem because you have to drop everything you're doing to see where the issue was and how to put it back on. It's still annoying in Endfield, but I found it way easier to deal with. Having some innate power and even some in reserves make troubleshooting quite simple. In these automation-type games, you literally have people with engineering degrees discussing the most optimal setups, like the main bus system to easily diverge and allocate resources that run along the bus, bell planners that can be used to plan out your elaborate setup, and ways to balance out your resource allocation. Look at it this way, if you make a complex setup look understandable to even beginners, that by itself is a form of skill. I still had a lot of fun learning about the factory mechanics, and with my previous background, I got the gist of it pretty quickly. I got excited when I unlocked fluid transportation in the second region too. Due to the limited space of where you're allowed to build, there's no need for layouts like main buses. I've seen some of the builds people have come up with, and there's still a lot of things you can learn in this game, just that everything is contained to these small zones that you can build in. I mean, this is not spaghetti. This is spaghetti. What I was most impressed by was how Endfield tied its factory building portion to player progression. As an always online game, your factories will constantly be running, meaning that there is an incentive to log in every day to check on your production and manage things if needed. The stock market system is pretty clever, as it asks you to make certain products to sell for a profit, which is then used to either craft gear or expand your factory even further. The amount of quality of life in this mode is also quite impressive for a game at launch. You can use other players' blueprints and even plop it down even if you don't have all the parts yet. There's a database where you can check the processes to craft each component. Speaking of which, Endfield is one of the few gacha games to exist that does not have an RNG gearing system, so you can enjoy your efforts and start making the high-end gear with fixed stats. There are still essences, but I'll go over that later. Again, just like the bit about combat, one concern I had with this is that since the internet has made things extremely accessible, people will be optimizing the hell out of this game. In the next couple months, players will be coming up with the objectively most efficient production setups for certain products. So it's going to be up to you if you want to use those blueprints for max efficiency, or if you prefer figuring everything out yourself. To me, both are valid approaches, because I know these automation type games will not be for everyone. Also, I just feel the need to point this out as I almost didn't know about this as it's hidden in a very specific menu, but there's something everyone should know about how your factories process when you go offline. I'll just read this out. Due to algorithmic limitations, only the AICs in 2 regions can be running when you're offline. This means when the 3rd region drops, then either of Valley 4's or Wuling's factories will stop running when you log off. When the 4th region drops, then only the 4th and one of the previous 3's regions can have offline factory processing. I barely see this being talked about online, but it has some pretty heavy implications. The game currently stands out as a live service game, as your efforts when building the factories will still pay off when you log off. But I guess that took too much of Hypergryph's server processing, so this is one way they put a cap on it. If the 3rd region allows you to make some objectively better resources, then the factory you built in Valley 4 might just become obsolete. I don't know how it's gonna be implemented. How they plan to work this out is anyone's guess. But yeah, looks like the factory will indeed grow, just not when you're not playing the game. I want to talk about one of Enfield's strongest points, which would be the open world portion. First of all, let me just say that Endfield has now taken the spot for the best looking gacha game out right now. The weather effects, the ray traced shadow and reflections, the outstanding optimization for most devices. In terms of graphics and performance, Endfield has had one of the smoothest launches in gacha games.
Already.
I thought you were investigating. What do you mean there's a lack of evidence?
We'll smash any breakers who dare try us. What if it's traitors in the UW? Ugh, I don't know what I'll do.
Listen, everyone.
Professor Crow asked Endfield to support this investigation to help us reveal the truth. We managed to detain 3 suspects with the Endmen's help. We have secured some evidence, but not enough to condemn anyone yet. We have to follow UWST procedures carefully.
Those people, they got involved with outsiders and sold off our supplies to fill their purses. They betrayed the United Workers.
I understand. We all want the traitors to be severely punished. But cursory trials and vigilantism are not justice. Our departed crewmates will not find rest in that.
Keep your philosophies to yourself. None of my people departed in peace. When they attacked us, not a single member of my team abandoned their post. Remember Mark? He just got engaged 3 months ago. His fiancée is still waiting at Triglav, hoping for news about him. But I just couldn't... Yuri, Ivan, Anna, everyone I ever led. I must secure justice for their souls.
That's right! Death to the traitors! Don't you dare let them get away with it! They must face justice!
You're the ones!
Shauna, calm down.
Endman, I must avenge them! I took an oath! You believe in me? But I don't know who to believe in anymore. If that's what you say, I trust you. The truth and vengeance. Those are the only things I want.
Communication support is working around the clock to decrypt the call contents. But things aren't going smoothly for them.
Okay. We'll take a look at what they're doing. Hey.
We got the device, Endman. Our crewmates will attempt a synchronized restoration of the call contents.
Just be innocent. Like that, huh?
Phew. Only by walking upon the land can we truly appreciate every breath and pulse of life. And this is what Endfield is fighting for.
Georgie, I thought you'd washed your hands of this after that last deal.
I'm a little short again.
Your voice quakes when you lie. This is no exception. I have a feeling you brought company. Hmm?
What? No, I didn't.
Come out now, my tunneling nidworm!
Don't blink! I shall sweep the rest. To the optimal path! Everyone's chip returning is my strength.
Don't stop, keep moving.
Make way!
Perfect is this. I spot an opening.
Let me give it a go, Will. Right?
Don't stop, keep moving.
I feel so much better.
Here's our chance. I should touch the optimal path.
You can't escape this!
Target locked. Fire. Perfect is this win. Hey. Where you running? Spot an opening. Don't stop, keep moving.
Incoming! Unknown hazard!
I shall sweep the rest.
Terminate!
The optimal path. Forget about my
There it is. It's the purchase manifest. The goods listed on it basically match the supplies Georgie lost. So he wasn't lying. He did sell these supplies to the go-between.
Vitalos, even my tunneling nidworm is no match for you.
Are you the only buyer of Georgie's supplies?
I thought you seized the manifest. It's got everything about my incoming shipments.
I don't have time nor patience for a nice convo woman. Tell me what you know, or this piece of iron won't go easy on you.
Hold on. Calm down. You want to know who the Landbreakers liaison is, right? It's Archum. Someone in your trucking crew. His brother joined the Bone Crushers several years ago.
What?
Calm down, Shauna. We need better evidence.
I got a picture of Archam meeting his brother here. Archam is the most senior trucker in Valley 4. He's literally the walking map of your trucking crew. I had to do plenty of homework to get in touch with him for my business. I finally snapped a photo of him talking with the LBs. One of those pipe faces called him brother. Now, there's no need to doubt the authenticity of this photo. I was planning to use it to coerce him into backing my business. A fake photo would never work.
Enough! I'm gonna settle my scores with him. As for you, count yourself lucky I decided to let you live. Sec B will determine your fate.
Okay, let's not allow her to do that.
Shauna? What are you...
Shut your trap! Take a good look at this. Is this your brother? What did you tell him?
What are you talking about?
Talking about the unexpected, fool. Your own brother turns out to be a breaker. So quit playing dumb. We already have the testimonies and hard evidence.
You're right. I have a younger brother, Florian. He disappeared for several years, but I didn't expect to meet him again under such circumstances. I'll also admit that I met him in private. He's changed into a bloodthirsty extremist who can't stop rambling about that boss of his. I tried to persuade him to leave the Landbreakers. I even said I could help him return to the syndicates, but he refused to listen.
So you admit that you met and talked to him. You're the one who betrayed our intel to them.
No, I didn't leak anything.
Enough! I've tolerated you for too long. You're the only suspect. No one else could have sold UWST intel to the enemy.
Someone! Stop her!
Hold it.
Do it. Florian. He's buried under the transfer station. The place where you found me.
He's already dead?
There were only the two of us when we last met. Florian wanted to smash my knees and hand me over to his boss. He said his breaker friends were suspicious of his loyalty to the clan. They thought he wanted out and planned to return to the UWST with me. So he had to prove himself to the boss. We had a hell of a fight. I remember seizing that blade of his. I just wanted Florian to be back with the crew.
Hey there. Twins.
Endman, the Security Bureau agents are here. You've done more than was expected of you, Administrator. I'll submit every piece of evidence and investigation records to the Security Bureau, They will take over this case and find out what really happened. Valley 4 has already lost too much. We cannot afford to let trust become another casualty. After all this time, I'm just thankful that you're here with us.
I get it. In desperation of vengeance, but there's no one to avenge. Shit happens. Hear that?
You're here, Edmund. It isn't your fault. The truth never reveals itself that easily. I asked to meet you here for a simple reason. I just wanted to say thank you in person. You kept your cool and trusted in me. Without you, I might have made a terrible mistake, from which there would have been no turning back. I still remember that time at the Valley Pass. You showed up in the nick of time. I thought my crewmates and I had already been left behind. But Mark and the others, they weren't so lucky. Sometimes, when I shut my eyes, I see their faces. It feels as though nothing has changed. They are so close, calling me their captain, but when I try to reach out to them... And there's one more thing. I'm leaving the valley.
Makes sense.
The Security Bureau is hiring. I've submitted my application. I don't care how many years it takes. I'll find that traitor. I'm doing this for one reason only. For my crew, who will never be coming back. When that day comes, you'll be the first to know. Farewell, Administrator.
Obviously, having that kind of mental state is not going to be good.
Oops, you caught that? It's a habit I got from traveling solo. Did you like it? I'll sing another one just for you.
Sure, this was not the case previously. Absolutely. Why did you close off this path? I can't move this anymore because of that.
Need a hand?
Whoa! Ugh. Ah! Thank Talos' people. Oh, and boy, am I glad to see you! It's kind of embarrassing. Oh well. Heard about that man-eating grove to the south?
Man-eating grove?
Yeah, that grove with the moving bamboo. Oh, the new forest ranger assigned to that place disappeared a few days ago. The Tiansha dispatched to find the forest ranger went missing too. The grove nymphs probably devoured them, and now they're gonna eat me too!
Dude.
What? Really? Grove nymphs actually eat people?
They do! I know you find it hard to believe, but I am absolutely certain. It's the only explanation for why people go missing. Endman, I'm thinking if... never mind. I shouldn't say it. Watchguard must uphold his duties. To hell with all this. I can't run away now. My shift is around the corner. And so is death. Probably. Everyone dies. I shall strengthen my resolve and face mine with dignity. Farewell, my good people.
Maybe we can, tag along?
Really?
Yeah, we've dealt with grove nymphs before. Just stick with us. I don't think they're any worse than Angeloi.
Oh, thank you so much. You are the best.
The Stockade residents know the grove best. We should ask around.
Chingbo Stockade? We usually avoid that place. They're pretty sensitive about the badges.
Don't worry. Just stick with us.
Okay, for here. Ooh.
I'm in the flow. We'll see this through.
Our support ready. I shall sweep the rest. Such is the optimal path.
We are united as one.
Rolling thunder.
Terminate.
You really kept me waiting. Perfect is this wind.
Oh. Okay, well,
You're back, that mask. Oh. How did this badge from Wuling get in here?
nice.
Yeah.
But,
So, Lord Watchguard from Great Wuling, what brings you here to our humble little hamlet?
Don't worry, Ching. We're only here to ask a few questions.
Oh? So the badge is with you?
Yeah, I'm not here to start trouble. No need to be nervous.
Anyways, Ching, you seem to be busy with something.
The raft is down. I'm helping Dudu with the repairs. He can't reach the Straggler's Grove on the broken rafts, you know.
What? He's going to the Grove as well? Why?
2 days ago, Honi told me he was headed there to dig for name sprouts. But Hong hadn't returned. I don't know if he's in trouble.
Another one? See? Oh, I told you I was right.
Why is this badge so loud? What's it even on about?
But I thought the people of the stockade would know the Grove really well.
We know it well enough to avoid doing stupid stuff. Big Bro kept warning us about the dangers of Straggler's Grove. No one likes to go there. Well, no one except for Honi the stubborn fool. And the raft broke right after he went. I hope this isn't a bad omen.
We should help. Let's fix this up quickly to get to the Grove.
I'll really appreciate that. The material's over there. Thanks for helping out. Just hand the materials to Dudu. He's over there at the ferry stop.
Ooh. Okay. Source exploring and gathering.
Almost done. Where's Ching?
Yep. Ditto.
You know, those stockade residents back there weren't as unreasonable as I expected.
Exactly. Things are 10 times scarier when you don't know enough about them. So, regarding grove nymphs and their man-eating habits, I bet there's another explanation.
Oh, I bet there isn't. They eat people. I'm sure of that.
Help! Anyone out there? Help!
What was that? Sounds like someone getting chewed on. And a scream?
Chewed on? You sure? Maybe it was just the bamboo shifting?
Oh, thank you. Saved my life. You really did. Thank Talos you're here. I was trying to get back to the trail when I stepped into a pit. Hardly anyone comes to this place, and I was running out of supplies. Almost thought this was the end of me.
Aren't you Yan Lin, the forest ranger? I thought the grove nymphs ate you.
Ate me? Really? You spouting nonsense again, Lee. Man, don't tell me you actually believe in those stories. They are meant to scare kids.
Yeah, right. Almost got me there for a second.
Still, these grove nymphs have been acting weird lately. Their movements used to be predictable, but now, total chaos. I smell a conspiracy by the river pirates.
River pirates? You mean the people living in the stockade? But they wouldn't...
Yeah, it must be the bloody pirates. They are why these bamboo buggers got all bothered and angry.
But someone from the stockade went missing as well. Why would they make life that difficult for themselves?
Hey, what's that over there?
That looks like an old core. They're usually furnished with 3 hydro cubes. We got plenty of these in the underground reserve depot. No one uses them anymore.
Well, the core was running properly when I last made my rounds. How'd it get busted like this?
This has to be the grove nymphs doing.
Stop scaring yourself. I know what this looks like. Sabotage by the blighted river pirates. Besides, you said it yourself. An old core. That means they are prone to breakdown. I guess that must have triggered the entire grove. See those flame spewing machines? Yeah, That's the hydrocube mechanism. You're gonna use a jet drone to put out a fire. I know it's stupid, but it's the only way.
Easy peasy. I always have a fire or two breaking out when making my own dinner.
You always... What?
Wow. Look at how far the thing flew.
Endfield database tutorials. Tutorials to the left. Here it is.
That's it. 2 more. The first step is always the hardest. We'll see this through. Edmund, watch your step. Awesome! They're all heading back.
I wonder if this would get the bamboo bugs to simmer down.
So, you mentioned something about grove nymphs and their predictable movements. How does that work?
I heard about grove nymphs moving like a swarm when they need to feed. And they prefer living prey.
Come on, we told you those were just stories. Honestly, it's gonna be the water. Wuling's got too many rivers, the soil's soaked, plus the blight tide on top of that. You get bugs that ride the flow. Ecological? I say it's based on the earth and bamboo. It's geoplantological, okay? Whatever. It's not like I get it anyway. Flunked my basic science courses ages ago. Look, if it seems like that's how it works, then let's just go with it. At least it makes more sense than those kids' scary stories.
Okay. Why don't we set aside the hard sciences for now and look for the missing people?
Then follow me. Those river pirates really made a mess of this place, but I am a forest ranger. And that means I know this place way better than any of you.
Oh, a new path. Enman, which way should we go?
We're gonna head deeper in the grove to find the missing VIPs. However, we might find some decent stuff along the way.
All right. I'll just stay close. Real close.
Neat.
Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations.
That's odd. These quill beasts didn't get devoured by the grove.
Maybe because they taste icky?
Got him already.
eyes are so pretty. Are they leading the way?
What if they're Grove Nymph's accomplices? Luring us into a trap.
Oh, yes. They'll swarm your face and pick your bones clean.
Oh.
Made it out safely. And the Grove Nymphs turned out to be quite friendly to us.
Thanks.
We seem to have high-value supplies nearby. Keep an eye out for those.
More specifically.
Li Jue, I've worked at this grove for years. I can assure you, grove nymphs don't need people. Water is the cause of this mess. The undercurrents are carrying them around. That's why the grove is upset.
How could you be so sure? You haven't actually seen these bamboo bugs up close, have you?
Nope. This is where I came from. And it has multiple paths. But all lead down the same road. Okay. Oh. It's just that I didn't notice it. Let's see here. No, this is where I just came. Oh yeah, this place.
It's this place again. We had a really difficult fight last time. Let's be careful, people. I think they should still be pretty far off.
We're not gonna fix it.
That light up there wasn't on the last time we came, right? Hey, look! There are pieces of paper on the ground. They seem like part of an instruction manual. Hmm?
Look at this prince. River pirates.
Man, stop being so offensive. Just call them stockade residents.
Let's follow the prince. Hopefully we'll be able to find Hong Mi.
We usually bottle them to give light.
That's cool.
I thought he was here to dig some nymph sprouts. Did he have to come all the way out here? Trapped again? Enman, I think we should activate the lights in the correct sequence. The lights went out. Maybe we used the wrong sequence? Enman, there are a few stone pillars at the back. Maybe the numbers hint at the sequence?
I'm really supposed it was solving, to be honest. This was on mine.
Variables within estimates. Perfect as this wind.
Well, I guess I can unlock this now.
New industrial technology is now available.
sweep the rest.
Such is the optimal path. Forget about me. Look at us, pulling together like a real brood.
I shall sweep the rest.
Such is the optimal path.
Here we go! Impact! Here go! You give it go!
Perfect with this wind.
I spot an opening.
Now's the time! Here we go!
It's finally over. Thank Talos you got here on time.
Damn pirates! 우린 banjo leeches from waylaying travelers here, so now you're just here to cause trouble? As if I'd buy your, oh, we're just digging sprouts crap!
How dare you frame me like this? Hong Ni never lies. What I say is what I do, straight as a bamboo pole.
Let's not jump to accusations. Maybe there's a misunderstanding?
Hey, since when did you start siding with pirates?
Oh yeah? I've been trying to figure out how to leave this place. Big Bro taught me that all good fellows of the stockade must respect the Grove, and the Grove will respect us in return. That's how we got along. But for this nymph sprout dig, I found myself stumbling into a path I've never seen before. This ain't natural at all.
Did you break the thing next to the pool?
Oh? This looks like some wooling contraption. Big Bro never told me about this. And why is this machine even here? It's messing up with this piece of beautiful nature. The dastardly Tianshi of Wuling are plotting some major schemes again. Ugh! They're trying to get their dirty hands on our turf.
I guess you're blaming the Wuling Tianshu for the misbehaving grove nymphs?
Come on, pirates. Stop making up random accusations.
Accusations? You look pretty guilty. I bet you're hiding something. I say we switch that woolly gizmo off, right now. The Grove will return to normal once you Woolingers quit trying to change this turf.
Quit trying to change this turf. I think we should try to get that core repaired.
It's here. Okay. Great. can just TP there. But it's not fun.
We're here! Endman, let's check on the core. Hopefully these little fellas won't be flying around wildly anymore.
Alas.
This site is fixed as well. Time to deal with the core. The raft is over there, Endman. Let's head over to South Hill and search the place.
Never thought I'd see the day. Me sharing a boat with some watch.
We are the ones who boarded a literal pirate ship here.
Oh, come on, people. Let's try to get along, okay?
South Hill. I visited the place pretty often, you know. What about you?
Of course. This place always traps passersby. One after another, like clockwork. Easy pickings, plenty of profit.
Hey! You can't just say that. Are you forcing me to do my job?
Okay, okay. Let's just talk about something else.
I shall sweep the rest.
The optimal path. Target locked.
Forget about my pride.
No hardship will stop us.
Such is the will of nature.
within estimates. I shall sweep the rest. No worries. It's all part of our job.
I pray that the land accepts you all.
No hardship will stop us.
Ah, pear blossoms on South Hill. So beautiful. So poetic. I used to perfect my swordmancy here all the time. Perhaps the Jianshu got distracted by the scenery.
Very true. This feels like a place where a true master would seek.
These are just trees.
Let's not do it right now. Ah. I can see what happens there.
That's Tianchi Yushuan, the one reported missing.
Who are you?
Tianchi Yushuan. Turns out you're here.
Oh, you know each other?
Yeah, I used to be terrified of chubby lungs. Fortunately, Tianchi Yushuan explains me what they really are. Now I'm totally at peace.
Chubby lungs? Seriously?
Okay. Anyway, I'm so glad we found you at last, Tianchi Yushuan. Can you tell us what's happening to these growth nymphs? What's making them so aggravated and upset?
Ecological patterns? That sounds pretty close to what's actually happening. From what I see, I'm fairly certain the issue stems from a broken fixed-wave emitter.
Fixed-wave emitter?
Yeah. When Wuling started building the science station 20 years ago, they started observing and recording grove activities. The bio-research team acquired plenty of data and test results. Some even hypothesized that grove ecology is indirectly influenced by the gravitational activities of Talos.
I'm gonna eat.
So as I said before, I think Endfield works the best when you're given the reins to do whatever you want in the game world, and I found the exploration to be my favorite aspect of the game. You basically drag out a line of relay towers to supply the entire region with power, and as you do that, you can interact with the world in many ways that's interwoven with factory building and progression. As you find mineral deposit spots, you can deploy miners to add those to your stockpile. There are generators that you can power to reveal new parts of the map. For tougher locations, you can also put down some turrets to help you out in combat. The game also teaches you that certain spots are destructible, but instead of relying on these barrels, why not just craft the bombs yourself? Other players can leave messages and structures in the world for you to use, and this is basically taken from Death Stranding, where you can do similar things and give other players likes, so you can bypass treacherous regions if you had a network of zipline setup. The fact that you can't climb ledges or glide down is also something that distinguishes its open world design. I also noticed some good attention to detail while exploring, like how you can knock signposts and these coffee cups over, as they're actually destructible objects. How your team members will help you out with tasks and will even get out of your way when you're throwing a bomb. How being waist deep in water actually slows you down. How the units you have in your roster will show up on the Dijang vessel and will even wave to you when you greet them. It's things like these that show me that the game has gone the extra mile. These subtle mechanics didn't have to be in the game, but they are. The exploration process in Endfield feels excellent. You're both navigating the region and figuring out how to lay out your power supply lines to harvest the resources. It's a unique blend of gameplay that only this game can provide at the moment. Every tile of conveyor belts or power line you put down feels personalized to every player. And the loop to uncover the four corners of the map and have that effort pay off felt very addicting. And if I were to pitch one aspect of the game to sell, this would be it. Worth mentioning that there's no true endgame mode for the game right now, but I feel like the factory building and exploration will supply you with a decent 100 hours or so worth of content, so you'll likely not run out of things to do until the next patch drops. I do think that one of the potential problems the game might face in the long term is how engaged they can make players feel with the factory building 1 or 2 months in. Everyone is enjoying the game right now due to the novelty, but can that novelty last? I can tell you that some people drop satisfactory when they unlock the later main campaign goals, since the wonders of finding out how to automate the simple materials are gone, and what's left is a process to optimize what they already have to be more efficient to eventually reach the goalpost, which just isn't as interesting for some. This is still a vague thing to critique, so we'll see how it's handled. So aside from the stuff you can build in factories, you do have your usual suspects of having a stamina system to progress your roster. The max stamina cap increases, so I believe you can get away with not logging in once in a while for it to not max out. You can upgrade your units by just dumping XP books on them, performing ascensions, leveling their weapons, ascending those, and producing better gear via the factories. The dupe limit goes up to 5, just like original Arknights, and I'm not sure how impactful the later dupes are, since Arknights is known for having a generous dupe system. It was only later that I found out you use a different type of XP books for leveling a unit past a certain point, which is kind of a weird choice, but okay. There is one avenue of RNG in the gearing, and that's the essence slot. Basically, you want as many stats that align with your weapon as you can. Having them all align is just objectively better versus ones that don't. I'm not sure how much of an impact this makes in the late game, but you do have to farm this to get powered up even more. Speaking of which, you can access all these farming points in the menu, though what I don't quite understand is why you have to spend a separate ticket currency to double up on the rewards. This just makes no sense to me. I know Arknights historically has been slow with quality of life changes, but this is literally just an intentional problem that can be solved with in-game currency. When leveling an operator's skills, you also need to get some rare drops in the game world that replenish over time. I can see what they were going for here. Not having some traversal methods like climbing or gliding makes it so that you put in the effort now so you don't have to put in the effort later on. By making a complex web of zipline to get to these rare minerals, you can enjoy zipping across the terrain knowing that you worked hard setting all of this up. For the most part, leveling your roster works basically the same way as any other gacha game. It remains to be seen how grindy this gets in the late game though. Another point of discussion is the gacha system. Let's talk about that. So I imagine this is the part that most people have the biggest problem with. The rates and income for the gacha are certainly not the most generous. I'll save the analysis for later, but I'll go through the rates first. It took me a while to fully understand the rules, but here they are. The base SSR rate is 0.8%. Just like the original Arknights, rarity goes to 6 stars. The rate up is 50%. Of course, there is a soft pity at 65 and a hard pity for an SSR at 80 with carryover, but does not have a second rate up guarantee. Instead, that takes on the form of a spark at 120 pulse that activates once that does not carry over across banners. This means that you can lose multiple coin flips up until you get to 120 pulls. If you get to 79 out of 80 pulls and the banner switches, you can still lose the coin flip and will have to build up to 120 pulls again. Since the cost per pull is a whopping 500 crystals, this means that you will have to hoard the equivalent of 60,000 ready at the time of a banner to guarantee a copy of the rate up. The 120 pulls mark is what matters here. You get a bonus 10 pull after 30 pulls on a banner, but this multi does not count towards the 120 spark. You get a dossier that gives a 10 pull on the next banner when you pull 60 times. At 240 times, you get a bonus dupe token of the rate up character. The on-banner 6-star will remain in the pool for the next 2 banners, so it's technically still possible to pull them then. After that though, they will not become part of the standard pool. When you pull on the gacha, you also get arsenal tickets depending on the rarity you pulled. This ties to the weapon gacha. Each rate up 6-star does have their own signature weapons, and the rules are as follows. A base 4% chance for a 6-star weapon, but the rate up is 25%. You can only do multis on this banner, with each attempt referred to as an issue. One issue costs 1,980 tickets, which is oddly specific. A pity for a 6-star weapon exists after 4 issues or 40 pulls. The rate-up weapon, however, has a pity of 8 issues or 80 pulls. Both of these pities do not carry over. 10 issues or 100 pulls later, you get a 6-star weapon selector. And for every 8 consecutive issues after that, you alternate a guarantee between the rate up and another selector. The Arsenal shop also offers a 6-star weapon for purchase, but it rotates weekly. You can, however, buy other 5-star weapons here too. And naturally, this system means that if you do more pulls on the character gacha, you will have more tickets for the weapon banner. If you got a min roll from a multi where you only got 1 5-star unit, then you will get 380 arsenal tickets. This means that you will need to pull the equivalent of 52 times to accumulate enough for 1 issue on the weapon banner. Although you'll obviously have a few lucky streaks and pull multiple 5-stars in the multi, so you can probably shave that down a little bit. This creates an interesting dilemma. If you luck sack the rate of 5-star character in 1 pull, but you also want their weapon, then you'll be forced to pull more times in order to get more arsenal tickets. If you didn't pull on the weapon banner for a while, then you naturally have a lot of these saved up, and you can splurge them all at once when there's a weapon that you do want. This means that the generosity of the weapon banner type is highly specific on how lucky you get and what you want out of it. Maybe it's one of those games that the signature weapon is just a small stat boost, but I don't really have the resources to research into that. Let's circle back to the overall gacha rules. It's not a stretch to say that it's a highly convoluted system with many types of pities and rules to keep track of. Now, non-carryover pities have always existed in gacha games. Blue Archive, Uma Musume, even the original Arknights. However, none of these are big-budget open-world gacha games, and the norm for this genre has been the classic 50-50 system with a second rate-up guarantee. I think if you look at the experiences people have been having with the game during 1.0, it's safe to say that Enfield's gacha system can be said that it's not generous. I believe if you literally exhaust most quests and rewards, you can get enough to pull Levitain, but obviously most of those activities are not repeatable. Plus, I think people will be coming in with the expectations of the original Arknights gacha, which doesn't have a weapon banner, stat-based dupes only, and new operators periodically joining the standard pool. I heard that people left suggestions to make the pity have carryover during the beta test, but it seems they haven't implemented that. Can you still get a good chunk of rare units as a free-to-play? Yeah, probably not every patch, so you have to learn how to be smart about it. People have pulled calculations on the income and comparisons to other games in the same space, but I think what it ultimately boils down to is how much free income is consistently given out, which the devs have full control over. It is on the stingier side though, so we'll have to see how post-launch events reward players. Despite this, I think a sizable amount of people will look past the gacha system for now, since they're having fun with the other portions of the game. I find it kinda ironic that one of the best praises you can give to a gacha game is that it doesn't feel like a gacha game, as the people have a natural tendency to think that gacha elements drag down the experience. So, my personal prediction: they will change nothing. If a lot of people complain, they might give out a little bit more freebies, but I don't think the gacha rules will fundamentally change. I feel as if I need to remind people this once in a while, as it's something that I firmly believe in. Gaming is a hobby. These companies, like Hypergriff, are not your friends. Objectively speaking, Arknight's Endfield can be considered as an extremely high-quality game. It's been refined for 4 years, and it's clear that the team behind it knows that they got a product that you want to play. As such, they can get away with charging these rates. If you want to spend money on the game because it provides you with many hours of enjoyment, then go right ahead. You're paying for a hobby, and this game just happens to be on the more expensive side. But you are playing a free game after all. Let's take a look at the other avenues of monetization. The $5 monthly pass gets you 6,000 Gamba coins or 12 pulls. That's a tenth of the way for the 120 rate of pity. The premium currency or geometry converts at a 1:75 ratio. So you'll need at least 7 for 1 pull, and it's not an equal conversion as you have 25 left over. This equates to 67 or geometry for a 10 pull. You can figure out the math here. You can, however, get some of this for free, and you can even use it to buy the second tier of the Battle Pass, where completing it will replenish your supply so you can buy the next one too. The third tier does require real money, though $10 is pretty standard for this sort of thing. The Battle Pass is something I like though. It's player engagement that rewards you when you complete the track so you can keep up with premium versions of subsequent Battle Passes. Yes, I did like the game enough to buy the $5 pass in the Premium Battle Pass. Also, I just want to mention this since I genuinely believe this is one aspect that Endfield can expand on. The wet textures. I first thought it was just the thing that happens in cutscenes, but no. If you zoom in on characters standing in rainy weather, the effect looks so oddly detailed I wonder why they even bother doing something like this. It looks like some of their people at the marketing department are competent enough to know this is an amazing selling point for people to try out the game. Don't lie to me, I know you've been looking at fluorite when it's raining. If, hypothetically, Hypergriff were to make some, say, swimsuit outfits, maybe some interactive dorm scenes, with some actions involving the wet textures, they could probably get away with selling those for $30 to $40. Look, all I'm saying is, games like Snowbreak or Girls Frontline wish they had this technology. There is so much free money on the table from this one feature alone that I hope Hypergriff understands that they're sitting on a gold mine that's just waiting to be cracked open. Despite all I've said, do I think this game will fail? Absolutely not. The Arknight's brand has become one of the largest in all of mobile gaming. The net they've cast is so wide that even considering the usual player drop-off post-launch after a month or so, unless they somehow mess something up catastrophically, there is a 0% chance this game fails. I believe there are valid portions of the game that's deserving to be criticized, and there will be points of player drop-off that are either preventable and not preventable. The automation gameplay loop will not be for everyone. However, I believe that for those that do get hooked by the addictive cycle of improving your factory and influence in the game world, Endfield will enjoy an extremely high player retention rate for those players. Right now, I can estimate that there's like 100 hours of curated content for you to explore in version 1.0, which is quite significant, and it will get even larger with post-launch updates. Yes, the gacha rates are on the stingy side, and its rules are needlessly complicated. Yes, the story is quite generic with no major striking points in the beginning. Personally, I believe these blemishes do not overtake the amount of good things Endfield has accomplished. I overall had a blast exploring the different regions and plotting out my factory layouts, and mostly just ignoring the gacha aspects. Even considering that its gacha system is not the most generous, it's still a massive amount of value you're getting for having literally no entry fee. Assuming that there is no real endgame for now, you can probably just go in with a starter team, go through the main campaign, explore the corners of the map building your factories, then just come back when there is new content. Does Arknight's Endfield live up to its 4 years of hype? Gameplay-wise, absolutely. Its unique spin on the automation formula will find a player base that will find the loop extremely...
Let's go do this once again.
Who are you? Tianchi Yushuan. Turns out you're here.
Oh, you know each other?
Yeah, I used to be terrified of chubby lungs. Fortunately, Tianchi Yushuan explains me what they really are. Now I'm totally at peace.
Chubby lungs? Seriously?
Okay. Anyway, I'm so glad we found you at last, Tianchi Yushuan. Can you tell us what's happening to these grove nymphs? What's making them so aggravated and upset?
Eat people? What nonsense are you spouting? Grove nymphs don't have carnivorous habits. That rumor was debunked ages ago. Maybe listen to some actual science for once. From what I see, I'm fairly certain the issue stems from a broken fixed-wave emitter.
Arknights.
Who are you?
Tianchi Yushuan. Turns out you're here.
Oh, you know each other?
Yeah, I used to be terrified of chubby lungs. Fortunately, Tianchi Yushuan explains to me what they really are. Now I'm totally at peace.
Chubby lungs? Seriously?
Okay. Anyway, I'm so glad we found you at last, Tianchi Yushuan. Can you tell us what's happening to these grove nymphs? What's making them so aggravated and upset?
Oh, well, Stockade residents tend to have their misunderstandings about Wuling. When it comes to problems in the Grove, we focus on legal measures that won't interfere with the locals' livelihood. From what I see, I'm fairly certain the issue stems from a broken fixed-wave emitter. Nice. Who are you?
Tianchi Yushuan. Turns out you're here.
Oh, you know each other?
Yeah, I used to be terrified of chubby lungs. Fortunately, Tianchi Yushuan explains me what they really are. Now I'm totally at peace.
Chubby lungs? Seriously?
Okay. Anyway, I'm so glad we found you at last, Tianchi Yushuan. Can you tell us what's happening to these grove nymphs? What's making them so aggravated and upset?
Eat people? What nonsense are you spouting? Grove nymphs don't have carnivorous habits. That rumor was debunked ages ago. Maybe listen to some actual science for once. From what I see, I'm fairly certain the issue stems from a broken fixed-wave emitter.
Fixed-wave emitter?
Yeah. When Wuling started building the science station 20 years ago, they started observing and recording grove activities. The bio-research team acquired plenty of data and test results. Some even hypothesized that grove ecology is indirectly influenced by the gravitational activities of Talos. The team then started working with other research groups. Eventually, they identified several frequency bands that exert significant changes to grove nymph activities. One of the bands actually pacified the bugs and made them less jumpy. They verified their hypothesis via field testing. The special frequency band and the fixed wave emitter they developed really worked. But these tests took place more than a decade ago. The contraptions are even older than the city itself. The Qianshe used the results from the fixed wave emitter project and developed guiding lights. These newer devices could direct grove nymph activities with pinpoint accuracy. You probably used them a few times before coming here, right? Oh well. When I heard that people went missing, a malfunctioning emitter was the first thing that came to mind. All you need to do is fix the 3 cores, make sure the control panel is working properly, then reset the fixed wave emitter at the islet. Yeah, I know it sounds really complicated, but every step is necessary. We're talking about an entire system. The whole setup must be restarted to restore normalcy to the grove.
Wait, if the thing is really old and broken, why don't you just dismantle it?
That won't work. The fixed wave emitter might be old, but it still serves a function. If the blight tide floods this place, we can use the emitter to excite the grove nymphs and direct them to safety. I'll also be submitting an application to Viceroy Zhang after this. I must make sure that the emitter is properly maintained. The research is old and grove nymphs are simple bugs, but they will offer plenty of scientific value.
Huh. That's it.
Lee, are you all right?
Yeah. I'm all right. So, we'll get those Hydra cubes back to their places.
Never expected to hear a story about the grove nymphs.
И как я будет в капот там.
Another day of beautiful sounds.
I think that's that. Let's head back to the core and get this special system working again.
Right, that's like the only one of three. Because there was no place to get all of them placed here.
Got it! All three cores should be working properly. Time to check on the control panel.
I sense danger. This one won't go down easily.
Well.
Watch your step, people.
Let's show them what we got.
I shall sweep the rest.
Such is the optimal path. Arcing flash.
Perfect with this wind.
Everyone's chipping in.
You did well. Much appreciated.
That's love.
No worries. It's all part of our job.
Here we go, one picture. Nope. There's no road here.
Watch your step, people.
All variables within estimates.
You give it a go.
Perfect with this wind.
Such is the optimal path.
Target locked.
Really?
Now's the time. Eruption.
Strike man.
Eruption.
Really? Play it by ear.
Perfect with this wind.
No hardship will stop us.
Oh, talk's cheap, mate. Gotta put in the hard yakka.
I pray.
Hey.
Unlike the Blight and Rifts, Orleans aren't that dangerous.
Looks like that guy shut down any chance of negotiations.
All the lights are on.
The Grove is gaining its peace.
Not really sensing anything, but sure.
Is someone humming a song?
Did you hear something strange? Sounds like a path has just been opened.
Really? We gotta look for it. Go, go, go.
How am I supposed to go there? I guess here? Okay, this looks indeed new. No.
Is that the islet you mentioned, Jianshu Yushin? It's so pretty.
Yeah, the fixed wave emitter should be over there.
That's pretty easy to solve.
Wait, someone's over there. Looks like a Jianshu from what she's wearing. But why would there be a Jianshu? This place is so isolated, foul beasts don't even roost here.
Ah, right.
We usually bottle them to give light.
Are you a secret hermit master?
My dear lady, can you kindly let us through? There's a broken machine that needs to be repaired. How about we set you up nearby?
Friggin' hell. Is she playing deaf? You Woolingers have less manners than we do.
Can this be? Huh. She looks quite familiar.
You. Yes, I'm talking to you. You stand apart. An entity who walks with them all, yet held aloof from the crowd. You see a tree. Is the tree truly a tree?
Thanks.
So, I guess we can go ahead and fix the machine?
I'm pretty sure she will just laugh it off, either whichever choice I make.
Arknights.
Addicting. Its overall quality really shines in the world design, both in ways on how it ties into game progression and how attention to detail shows an extra layer of polish. The story and gacha leave a little to be desired, though given that the game has been highly anticipated, I think people will be overlooking the problems the game has for now. This game will perform quite well in the short term, but I think the true challenge is seeing how the actual late game mode gets handled, and if the factory automation formula can hold player attention for months down the line. Despite many people trying it out and finding out that it's not for them, this game will stabilize and find a sizable player base to support it. I don't think its significance on gacha gaming will be as impactful as OG Arknights, but this one will be joining the ranks of one of the top earners. So whether you like it or not, get used to seeing Endfield near the top of the revenue charts every month from now on. In any case, this has been my impression of Endfield.
Are you a secret hermit master?
My dear lady, can you kindly let us through? There's a broken machine that needs to be repaired. How about we set you up nearby?
Friggin' hell. Is she playing deaf? You Woolingers have less manners than we do.
Can this be? Huh. She looks quite familiar.
You. Yes, I'm talking to you. You stand apart. An entity who walks with them all, yet held aloof from the crowd. You see a tree. Is the tree truly a tree?
So, I guess we can go ahead and fix the machine?
Okay, so there are different responses. Interesting.
Arcanites.
Are you a secret hermit master?
My dear lady, can you kindly let us through? There's a broken machine that needs to be repaired. How about we set you up nearby?
Friggin' hell. Is she playing deaf? You Woolingers have less manners than we do.
Can this be... Huh. She looks quite familiar.
You. Yes, I'm talking to you. You stand apart. An entity who walks with them all, yet held aloof from the crowd. You see a tree. Is the tree truly a tree?
So, I guess we can go ahead and fix the machine?
What a strange old lady. Arcanites.
my Aldertone will be interested in these.
Are you a secret hermit master?
My dear lady, can you kindly let us through? There's a broken machine that needs to be repaired. How about we set you up nearby?
Friggin' hell. Is she playing deaf? You Woolingers have less manners than we do.
Can this be... Huh. She looks quite familiar.
You. Yes, I'm talking to you. You stand apart. An entity who walks with them all, yet held aloof from the crowd. You see a tree. Is the tree truly a tree?
So, I guess we can go ahead and fix the machine? What a strange old lady.
Another...
Uh-oh. I don't think we're the only ones lured by the singing. Edmund, watch out!
Perfect is the win. Such is the optimal path. I shall sweep the rest. I spot an opening.
Make it come too! This will hurt!
We are united as one. Suits you well at best.
Target
I shall sweep the rest.
Make way!
Raging wind.
Make way!
Forget to lay it by here.
No hardship will stop us.
Ida Grove you did. Through the grove you walked.
Yeah. I guess that's how we got here.
So, why then? Does the bamboo sway?
Well, it... Turns out the bugs were just affected by a malfunctioning machine.
Terrans. Once they performed the exact same trials of wave frequencies. To ask bird and beast behavior they seek to elucidate. Bird and beasts and grove nymphs are vastly different species. However, they responded remarkably similar when influenced by waves of certain frequencies.
Hey, what are you trying to do, dear lady?
Endfield. So let me know what you think. If you want to catch more gacha related reviews and discussions, sub to the channel. You can support what I do for as little as $2 a month on Patreon. As always, thank you for watching, be sure to spend moderately, and have fun out there.
If you've ever tried to quit social media, you probably told yourself YouTube doesn't count because it's useful, educational, and feels different. And sometimes it is. But if you slow down and look at what you actually watch, a lot of your YouTube time isn't helping you relax, learn, or grow. It's just there. I tried cutting YouTube out completely once, and what I found is most advice is either way too intense or way too fake. Like, people will tell you to cut it out completely. And yeah, sure, that works, if you're also planning to move into a cave. But in real life, it doesn't stick. And honestly, it shouldn't have to. Entertainment is fine sometimes. And some stuff is genuinely useful on YouTube. You can't read a book to learn how to fix a weird noise in your car. You need to see some guy named Trevor explain it with one hand on the camera. The issue isn't YouTube. It's the way YouTube hands you content. Homepage, suggestions, shorts. That stuff isn't designed to help you. It's designed to keep your face there. And if we're being honest, a lot of those videos aren't even that good. They're not relaxing, not fun. They're just available. So while you shouldn't delete YouTube and start milking goats, here's a method that actually cures the I can't stop part. Step 1. Learn what the homepage really is. Look, you already know certain videos are a waste of time. Stream clips, drama commentary, top 10 things you missed. Anything with a face on the thumbnail doing this. Easy. But the sneaky ones are the productive ones. Podcast clips, self-improvement videos, 7 habits of high performers. Stuff that makes you feel responsible while you do nothing. And I'm not saying those topics are useless. I'm saying the way you consume them is usually useless. Because if you searched for something specific, like how to stop doom scrolling, and you watched one video, took one idea, and left, cool, that's intentional. But if you randomly click a
By the grove you did. Through the grove you walked.
Yeah. I guess that's how we got here.
So, why then? Does the bamboo sway?
Well, turns out the bugs were just affected by a malfunctioning machine.
Terrence.
Self-improvement video because it popped up while you were avoiding your actual life, it's still avoidance. It just has nicer lighting. Even this video, if you click this because you didn't want to start that thing you're supposed to do, you're not learning, you're stalling with better branding. So here's what you do. Open YouTube, sit on the homepage, don't click anything for 10 seconds, and actually read the titles like you're reviewing a menu. Then ask yourself one question. Have videos like this ever changed what I do tomorrow? Not, did I enjoy it? Not, did it motivate me for 6 minutes? Did it change your actions? Because if it didn't, it's basically mental junk food. When you start noticing that, the urge gets weaker. Not because you suddenly became disciplined, because the illusion breaks. Step 2, remove the casino features. Here's the thing. YouTube is fine when you use it like a tool. The chaos starts when you finish one video and YouTube immediately goes, cool, now pick one of these 12 options before you remember you have a life. So on your computer, use the Unhook extension. And no, they're not sponsoring this. If they were, I'd be calling it life-changing and sitting in a chair that costs more than my rent. Unhook lets you hide the stuff that turns one video into an accidental 2-hour session.
By the grove you did. Through the grove you walked.
Yeah. I guess that's how we got here.
So, why then? Does the bamboo sway?
Well, turns out the bugs were just affected by a malfunctioning machine.
Terrans. Once they performed the exact same trials of wave frequencies. 'Twas bird and beast behavior they seek to elucidate. Bird and beasts and grove nymphs are vastly different species. However, they responded remarkably similar when influenced by waves of certain frequencies.
Hey, what are you trying to do, dear lady? Why treadeth thou on Talos too?
Why else? Because we were born here, raised here. This dirt's in our bones.
Wait, no, that's wrong. Since I was a child, I've been taught that Terra is our home. We're not like these grove nymphs. We're outsiders here. Talos 2 was never ours to begin with.
So we are going to talk about climate. Colonialism.
Bamboo stays bamboo. Man stays man. The worm just worms. All is as it began.
I certainly didn't expect this tiny grove to hide so many secrets.
Endman? We should really head back and try to figure everything out.
The air is dry, and the skies look good. I shall rest well tonight.
Specialized labs.
Oraline is a fragment of a shattered universe. This one traveled massive distances to be here, right before us.
Cool stuff.
I sense danger. This one won't go down easily.
We're gonna fix that pillar. At some point.
Anywho, we've all made it safe and sound. Seems like peace has once again returned to the Grove.
Huh. I suddenly remembered who that weird old lady is. I think she's some super old Tianshi who's also really into the sciences of teleology and biology. It was over a decade ago. The old lady's the one who named the cute little pantail beasts. She was also the primary investigator of the Fixed Wave Emitter project. Then she retired and became a hermit. I can't believe we actually ran into her. Whoa. She's also the one who wrote a study of grove nymphs in different seasons. That means she actually spent years working on a project that she practically knew everything about. I guess that's a true scientist from the last generation. They would do anything to prove an esoteric point.
I don't know nothing about that scientific mumbo-jumbo you just said. I just want to know if I can dig my nymph sprout safely, all right? That's the only good news we need.
Seems he went back, mumbling something about changing careers and studying his origins. You know, the usual post-Grove existential crisis.
Huh? Well, when you think about it, he definitely was way too jumpy for this job. That means Captain Mifu is gonna miss one reliable assistant. Only by walking upon the land
can we truly appreciate every breath and pulse of life. And this is what Endfield is fighting for.
Go somewhere?
Unlike the Blight and Rifts, Orleans aren't that dangerous.
I'm just going into here. Neat.
You can hide the homepage feed so you don't open YouTube and immediately start scrolling without thinking. You can remove the recommended and related videos on the side, which stops that just one more reflex. You can turn off shorts entirely, hide comments, and remove the end screen suggestions, so when a video ends, it actually ends. You can get rid of the trending tab, turn off autoplay, and you can hide a lot of the smaller attention-grabbing clutter so the site feels quieter and less desperate for your attention. So YouTube becomes boring. And that's perfect, because boring means you watch what you came for, and then you leave. Now on your phone, use 1 second. It's not trying to ban YouTube, it adds a small pause before the app opens. And that pause is the whole point. Because most of the time, you don't choose YouTube, your thumb chooses YouTube. 1 sec forces a tiny moment where your brain catches up and goes, wait, why am I opening this right now? And half the time, you'll close it. Not because you're a monk, because you realize you didn't want YouTube. You wanted a break, or a distraction, or to not think for a second. That's all. Step 3. Give YouTube a strict role. Now you've made YouTube less seductive. Good. But if you still open it with no plan, it'll still win, every time. So use rules that don't rely on willpower. First rule, search first. If you didn't open YouTube with a specific question, don't open it. No, let me just check. That sentence has never ended well. Second rule, no homepage browsing. If you need YouTube, type what you need in the search bar. If you catch yourself scrolling the homepage looking for something, that's not looking, that's wandering. Third rule, keep entertainment in a small box. Not never watch, just put it somewhere. After dinner, 25 minutes, that's it. Because if entertainment doesn't have a container, it leaks into everything. You'll watch one video and suddenly it's tomorrow with dry eyes and regret. And the weird part is, once you do this for a bit, YouTube starts feeling less like a place you live and more like a tool you visit, which is how it should have been the whole time. That's it. You don't have to delete YouTube. Just stop letting the homepage pick your day for you.
Well, almost 4,000. I'm gonna add this video to favorites. Still my favorites.
Where should we go
And let's
next?
let it run for a couple.
Hello everyone, I hope you're doing well. This is sort of a semi-response to a really brilliant video by Technology Connections called You Are Being Misled About Renewable Energy Technology. this might seem a little bit strange. This is not the type of topic I typically talk about on my channel. I'm not usually a big technology guy, but this video isn't really about technology. Technology Connections, if you're not aware of who he is, it's a very big YouTuber. He's one of the few YouTubers I actually actively enjoy. And what he does is he takes old pieces of technology, like an old toaster or an old kettle or a light system or whatever, what have you. He'll give the history of how it came about. He'll disassemble it and show you how it works. And it's genuinely extremely educational. Now, in this latest video, You Are Being Misled About Renewable Energy Technology, he talks about exactly what the title indicates. He goes over the ways in which renewable technology is actually something perfectly attainable right now. We have the technology to do so. He also talks about how fossil fuels have essentially reached a dead end in terms of how efficient they can be made, and that there is actually no reason except for, frankly, naked political corruption for why we are not moving towards renewable energy. And he breaks down some misconceptions about its viability. For example, this notion that we don't have the space for solar farms, that electric vehicles can't travel very far, and so on and so forth. All that aside, he does something brilliant at the end. He runs to the credits, ends, and then he makes this massive statement. He moves from talking about the technology, moves from doing the thing that his channel does, to leveraging the attention he has gotten for that content to flat out say, guys, you're under a tyrannical government. There are ICE thugs being sent into cities to intimidate and murder American citizens. Laws are being run roughshod over. The checks and balances that make democracy possible are being completely flattened. You need, and this is the part that I loved so much, you need to start caring about each other.
We have to care for each other. Don't wait for someone to lend a helping hand. Be that helping hand. Organizing networks are popping up everywhere because those of us who manage to grow up into adults who care about people other than ourselves are not going to stand by and let this illegitimate government run by petulant toddlers violate the Constitution and the very principles that make America great.
And I think this is actually the most important, most powerfully leftist statement that someone can make. And I wanted to talk about that because it is the thing to do if you have any existing power under current conditions. This is how you leverage. This is how you leverage influence for good. This is how you do politics, genuinely. A lot of channels try to do political content. I'm guilty as charged here. I do political content. I talk about political theory. I talk about political philosophy. Occasionally I talk about current events. I've been moving a lot more into the philosophy territory lately because I've been finding it to be a lot more interesting and a lot more useful in terms of just increasing my understanding of things and building the connections I need in order to make interesting insights and tell them to you. But generally, when I see political content online, and I've been guilty of this in the past as well, what I see are people who are making their bread and butter exploiting controversial events, often involving real harms to real people, in order to get some clippable debate moments onto their channel. They'll go onto places like Modern Day Debate, they'll go on to Jubilee, and it'll be some kind of garbage where it's a liberal versus a conservative. They're both play acting that character, that stereotype, and they just get into a yelling match and nobody's minds are changed. And the purpose is essentially to use politics as a brand to lift yourself out of the gutter and get a solid passive income talking on your computer. It's not actually that political at all. It just kind of steals from politics in order to turn politics into drama. Now, a lot of people who do political content, quote unquote, as their thing, will defend what they do
To try out something new.
by sort of gesturing at a need to, you know, debate the other side and to convince them to change their positions. I think this is massively mistaken, but I think the basis of the mistake, besides an obvious cynical desire to justify what one is doing in order to make money and get famous on the quick, is this idea that people's political alignments are based upon them being possessed by an ideology. And ideology is an interesting concept. I think it's a very bad concept these days, and I'm going to talk about why. But it's also very useful. It's very useful if you need a pat answer for why people behave the way they do, because fundamentally that is what the idea of ideology is meant to accomplish. It's meant to give you an explanation for why people behave consistently with people on their side. What makes a fascist, for example, consistently vote for politicians who want to limit their rights and limit the rights of women and so on and so forth? Well, a major part of that, someone who believes in ideology might argue, is that they have these sets of values. They have, if you will, a sort of character sheet of the different kinds of things that they care about, and so a politician can run off of, hey, I will satisfy X, Y, and Z, and so of course people who are ideologically aligned with that will then go along with it. We run into problems, though, when people stop being consistent with their avowed ideologies. For example, let's talk about one of the Americans that ICE agents murdered recently. Alex Pretty was an ICU nurse in Minnesota who was ganged up upon by 7 or so ICE agents, pepper sprayed, disarmed, and then shot 10 times while he was down. Cold-blooded murder. Now, right-wing defenders of the Trump administration and apologists for ICE have been attempting to argue that this killing was justified because Pretty had a firearm on his person. Now, there are two obvious problems with this. The first one is the most glaring, which is he was disarmed before he was shot. There was no justification for shooting him while he was on the ground, incapacitated. The second one is where we get into this weird territory where right-wingers are now suddenly using the bare fact that a civilian possessed a gun as a justification for executing him in the street. Which is strange, because American rightists usually make a really big deal about how they will never surrender their guns, and how a government that wants to take its populace's firearms away is intrinsically tyrannical. So ideology, this thing which is invoked to explain the reliability of the behavior of fascists, doesn't actually seem to do that. It actually kind of seems to just post hoc describe avowals about their values that fascists have made in the past, but which in practice don't actually constrain them to this or that pattern of behavior. What actually accounts for the behavior of fascists then? Investments of desire. Specifically, since we're talking about a politically invested class of person, at least superficially, we're talking about investments of desire in institutional power. So, The question then becomes, does institutional power right now get in the way of or facilitate the satisfaction of those desires? And we've seen this time and time again. When institutions get in the way of fascist desires, they're all big free speech advocates. They're all about rebellious nonconformity. They like to bill themselves as a counterculture. They're all about the neutrality of institutions towards forms of expression, and they're all about the right to bear arms, the right to assemble in public, and so on and so forth. But then, when institutional power facilitates their desires, suddenly all that goes out the window, and they're about revenge. And they will find any excuse whatsoever to justify it, or they won't. They'll just change positions and just run with it. And this is not because fascism as an ideological system is in some sense intrinsically hypocritical. Maybe it is. That doesn't matter. The reason is that, as an ideological system, it has no power. It has no life. It is literally just a sheet of paper. It's a character sheet. It's a set of characteristics of a thing that doesn't live and change or connect with anybody. The fascist as an ideologue is an abstract model of an actual person that doesn't have any lived connections based on desire. It's really important to understand as well that this goes for everybody. This isn't unique to fascists. This is the case for everyone. What makes fascists stand out, however, is that we're talking about people who have zero regulating tether between their society and the use of state power to assert dominance. And so in the case of fascists, that arbitrariness and violence that is the result of being completely alienated from your society, from having no social regulation of your actions or behaviors or values, is able to be made much more loudly manifest. This is why in their book Anti-Oedipus, the philosophers Deleuze and Guattari refer to ideology as an execrable concept. The reason why fascism is a specifically capitalist development is because it is under conditions of capitalism that people are so alienated from their neighbors that they can be individually plugged in. Their desires can be individually plugged in directly to state power, allowing state power to channel those desires to direct bodies to oppress their neighbors, even neighbors of the same class. The concept of ideology provides cover for this. It makes it seem like the violence is the result of a kind of intellectual plague, when what is actually happening is that alienated people who are entirely without any of the restraining influence that a healthy, connected society has are having their desires manipulated by capital to help capitalists oppress workers. In fact, let's take it a step deeper. Book switch. In her book, Volatile Bodies, the feminist philosopher Elizabeth Gross talks about how the very notion of a disembodied intellect that is responsible for making decisions, for action, for behavior, and so on, is actually the direct consequence of a historical division of labor in which women are relegated to bodily tasks and men are given free rein to have the life of the mind, as it were. This social division between genders resulted in the notion of men occupying a space of pure conceptual freedom where women were relegated to the life of the body. The upshot is that a world of conceptual freedom of ideas came into the imagination as something separated from the body, so that even when society started to abandon the notion that men and women were so intellectually different that they couldn't occupy the same space, the idea of the human being defined by this one space separated from the other one, of the mind as being separated from the body, still maintained. And as a result, we ended up with a notion of the human being, of human decisions and libido, that effectively treated the human being as a kind of dead virtual space sitting atop an animal body that must be resisted and controlled at all costs. Of course, we know that our minds are also emergent from our bodies, indeed are fed constantly by our bodies, indeed we think through our bodies. We remember with our muscles, and our muscles remember. The blood that flows through our toes flows through our brain. Have a bad breakfast, think bad thoughts, and so on. Book switch back. Ideology, this notion of the mind as being possessed by a set of ideals, as if that was enough to motivate behavior, is exactly the distraction from the real problem, our lack of connection to each other, our alienation from each other, that allows fascism to creep back in under cover of darkness or in the broad light of day, as you increasingly see, for example, leftists embrace essentially fascist ideas that they justify by arguing that, well, we need to fight fire with fire and use the force of the state to erode our freedom to beat these bad guys before they do it to us first. Meanwhile, the underlying situation that makes us vulnerable to fascism hasn't changed. We've just changed the color of the flags. I think Technology Connections is completely right. We need to start caring about each other, and so the refrain of this channel, like a broken record going forward, is always going to be, if you do one thing this week, go outside and make a friend. Join a hobby group. Help somebody do a grocery order. Watch someone's dog. Go to a movie with somebody. Join a book club. Anything. Make it so that what happens to you impacts what happens to somebody else, and vice versa. Because that is where your strength lies. Because if you don't have that, you literally have nothing. That is what it is to be a human being, as opposed to simply a subject of capital. I hope this was interesting. As always, thank you for listening, and take care.
can you even be placed here? The answer is maybe. But I need to place it first in the here.
Entering core AIC area.
Как я давно не записывался. Тут такое дело, работяги. Пока меня не было, а не было меня что-то уж слишком много, простите, самому стыдно, но на это есть причина. Я решил немного отдохнуть в новогодние праздники, чтобы прийти к вам с новыми силами. Правда, я умудрился заболеть в канун Нового года и провалялся с температурой 2 недели. И пока занимался экстремальным видом отдыха с температурой 39, вышел Arknet's Endfield. И у меня в нем уже 100 часов. Так получилось, что понравилась мне эта игрушка, вижу, что есть к ней интерес у многих игроков, но кого-то пугают заводы, кто-то не понимает, почему тут все имеют 2 пары ушей. Короче, я решил взять на себя ответственность и попробовать рассказать, что это вообще за игра и с чем ее едят. Я постарался ответить на все самые популярные вопросы по этой игре, а также на самый важный, почему все же ты должен пойти работать на завод. Но чтобы и играющим тоже было интересно смотреть, то в конце ролика я решил сделать для вас обзор своих заводов, а также скинул все свои финальные чертежи в свой телеграм. Кому интересно, заходите, смотрите. Как опытный игрок гач, как же это плохо звучит, также поделюсь своими личными впечатлениями и чем меня конкретно зацепила эта игра.
Пограничник.
Для вашего удобства я сделал тайм-коды в ролике, чтобы вы могли сразу перейти к интересующей вас теме, ну и оставил пару советов со своего 100-часового опыта работы на заводе. Ролик получился довольно большим, потому что игра содержит действительно много, просто много. Много лора, много механик, и скажу по-честному, ваше обучение будет продолжаться, ну, часов 50. Уже очень много всего содержит эта игра, и это хорошо. В конце ролика сделаю небольшой обзор моего аккаунта для понимания, чего можно достичь в этой игре, будучи полностью фри-то-плеем. Да, я решил попробовать поиграть в бесплатную игру, бесплатно. Я подумал, это добавит красок в мой геймплей. Спойлер, мне с крутками настолько не повезло, что пришлось прям погриндить. Но обо всем по порядку. Начну я именно с себя, что я за игрок такой, какой у меня подход, как я играю в эту игру. Как вы поняли, я успел наиграть в Arknight свыше 100 часов. У меня уже 54 ранг, и в целом меня можно вполне назвать продвинутым пользователем. Кстати, весь этот геймплей можно было наблюдать у меня на Twitch канале. Я там активно стримлю, поэтому приходи, буду тебе рад. Главная идея была наиграть в игру столько времени, чтобы она превратилась в своего рода дейлик. Это происходит рано или поздно с любой игрой такого плана. Ну и я хочу понять, каково это играть в игру в долгосрочном периоде. Моими основными задачами в любой игре стояло всегда получить максимум выгоды из минимальных затрат. Другими словами, я почему-то хочу соревноваться с самим собой, достигать каких-то крутых результатов. Это чисто моя фишка, я хочу быть сильным, много пить, получать много лута и все в таком духе. Может, это пошло из 8000 часов в Counter-Strike. Короче, я стараюсь залезть во все лазейки и изучить полностью игру. Даже если до этого придется посмотреть 800 часов лорных видосов. Об этом тоже будет в этом ролике. Также я довольно активно сижу в комьюнити игр, в которые играю. Ну и тут достаточно быстро начал осваиваться с местными приколами. Ну, например, видите вот этих вот милых созданий. Это вот дань уважения разработчика к его фанатам. Эту тему подробнее поговорим позже в ролике. Для начала надо бы рассказать, что вообще происходит в этой игре. Почему мы ходим повсюду, строим заводы. Поэтому давайте вкратце расскажу про сюжет и постараюсь без главных спойлеров. Спойлер вкратце тут просто невозможно. Поэтому в этом ролике выделил отдельную часть про лор потому что он мне показался настолько интересным, что я скушал все 37 кусочков архива и пошел впитывать тонны часов лора по Arknights на ютубе. ГГшка тут включит администратора, мы являемся главой компании Endfield, и наша задача заключается в помощи жителям и охране местной планеты под названием Талос-2 от всякой нечисти под названием Агилы. Вкратце, мы колонисты, и нашему поселению на Талосе-2 уже 152 года. На 5-й год пришли страшилы, то есть Агилы, и сделали геноцид почти всего населения человечества. Но наш ГГшка взял и реорганизовал войска и смог победить нечисть, и как бы образовал помогательную защищающую компанию Endfield, такой, какой сейчас ее знаем мы, игроки. Но так получилось, что 10 лет назад наш крутой мега-ГГшка пошел снова решать проблемы, ну и условно потерял много сил. И на восстановление его пришлось запихнуть в камень, и в итоге мы проснулись и ничего не помним. И наше путешествие по сути заключается не в знакомстве с новыми героями, а в попытках вспомнить прошлое. Ибо к нам все относятся с уважением, а мы, как просто невдупленыш, делаем добрые дела. Ведь мы, глава Endfield, не Просто мы разработали кучу технологий, например, как ТП. Это буквально телепротокольная сеть, ну или телепорт. И именно с помощью этой штуки мы и можем строить заводы буквально из ничего. Ну, вернее, из ориджиния, но об этом уже в лоре. Короче, ГГшка мега важная шишка с крутыми способностями, а судя по взаимодействию по ходу игры, еще и много уважаемая многими, если не всеми поселенцами Талоса-2. Но не все так просто. По пути нашего восстановления мы встречаемся со злыми злодеями, которые своими злодеяниями хотят злодействовать в мирном мире. Сюжет в целом простенький, но неплохой. Бывают моменты, диалоги не очень уместны, но в этой игре есть кнопка скипа, и если видишь, что диалог идет ни о чем, то его можно просто скипнуть. Я вот уже прошел весь основной сюжет, заняло мне это где-то 4 дня, я ничего не скипал, сюжетки персонажей прошел, и могу с уверенностью сказать, что сделано все хорошо. Сцены поставлены круто, мимика у персонажа хорошо проработана, даже акцент у определенных рас соблюдается. Да что там акценты, персонажи буквально разговаривают на родном, из-за чего появляется то самое чувство продуманности и глубины игры. Из-за хорошо сделанной мимики и катсцен, пока проходил игру, за собой заметил, что забывал местами, что нахожусь в какой-то типичной гаче. Настолько она меня смогла в себя погрузить своей глубиной проработанности игрового мира. Ну и злодеи загадочные, пока непонятны их мотивы, чего интересно, что будет дальше. Классика. Так как вы уже поняли, что заводы мы строим из благих намерений к местному населению, но если идти по сути, то это основная механика игры. Когда мы открываем завод, то нам открывается не только возможность строить сам завод и получать с этого какие-то материалы, но и торговать этими материалами с местными жителями и получать с этого валюту. Облигации. Облигации надо использовать на расширение этих самых заводов, а также для покупки всех различных ресурсов. Например, ресурсы для прокачки персонажей, оружия и всему тому подобное. То есть, чем больше производит наш завод, тем больше мы получаем ресурсов для прокачки наших персонажей. Также в игре есть временной ресурс, психика. Это как бы местная смола, которую мы тратим на фарм ресурсов для прокачки. А вот как раз с помощью завода мы производим местные артефакты. То есть психику тут сливать на артефакты не надо, и вообще артефакты не имеют рандома. То есть разово сделать себе сет на персонажа и прокачивать его дубликатами. Завод на ранних этапах довольно тяжело мне давался, потому что опыта в играх такого плана у меня буквально 0. Но благо внутри игры есть своя Википедия, то есть если я хотел что-то построить, то я просто заходил в базу данных и вбивал в поиск тот предмет, который мне нужен, и там уже лежал чертеж на то, как производить предмет. Очень удобная фича, сэкономила мне много времени. В любом случае, даже если нет возможности или времени сидеть с этим разбираться, чтобы сделать идеальный завод, то для ленивых придумали систему чертежей. То есть любой игрок может поделиться своим уже готовым заводом с другим игроком, чтобы самому ничего не строить. Честно говоря, мне было в кайф строить эти заводы. Тяжело описать это чувство словами, но вот первый раз строишь завод и думаешь. Ресурсов для прокачки наших персонажей. Также в игре есть временной ресурс, психика. Это как бы местная смола, которую мы тратим на фарм ресурсов для прокачки. А вот как раз с помощью завода мы производим местные артефакты. То есть психику тут сливать на артефакты не надо, и вообще артефакты не имеют рандома. То есть разово сделать себе сет на персонажа и прокачивать его дубликатами. Завод на ранних этапах довольно тяжело мне давался, потому что опыта в играх такого плана у меня буквально 0. Но благо внутри игры есть своя Википедия, то есть если я хотел что-то построить, то я просто заходил в базу данных и вбивал вбивал в поиск тот предмет, который мне нужен, и там уже лежал чертеж на то, как производить предмет. Очень удобная фича, сэкономила мне много времени. В любом случае, даже если нет возможности или времени сидеть с этим разбираться, чтобы сделать идеальный завод, то для ленивых придумали систему чертежей. То есть любой игрок может поделиться своим уже готовым заводом с другим игроком, чтобы самому ничего не строить. Честно говоря, мне было в кайф строить эти заводы. Тяжело описать это чувство словами, но вот первый раз строишь завод и думаешь, что пытка. Потом находишь силы и перестраиваешь свой мини-заводик уже на что-то плюс-минус адекватное, по твоему мнению. No way, чат. Это сделал я. Охренеть. Затем через день снова приходишь и понимаешь, что настроил завод дерьма. И снова перестраиваешь его часа 4. И чувствуешь себя гением. Потом проходит еще один день, понимаешь, что снова построил завод дерьма и снова перестраиваешь. И так, раза 4 повторяется этот цикл. Пока в один прекрасный момент ты не поймешь, как здесь все устроено, и просто не стыбдишь завод у какого-нибудь корейца. Но ты уже будешь знать, что конкретно ты стыбдил, и чувствовать гордость, что вот я разобрался. Теперь я знаю, что тут происходит. Естественно, можно и самому все построить. Да и ладно заводы. В игре есть еще и целая ферма. И она даже не бесполезна. Там можно смотреть на красивых персонажей еще детальнее. Собственно, о самих работягах. Сейчас их 24. Каждый принадлежит своей фракции, у всех есть принадлежность к определенной расе, стихия, свой тип вооружения, а также глубокая лорная часть. Каждый из персонажей обладает своей задачей, то есть есть хиллер, есть баффер, есть вторичный дамагер, есть основной кор дамагер, то есть уже можно плюс-минус понять, как будет строиться наши отряды. В отличие от Геншина и Вовы, помимо основного навыка и ульты, тут есть комбо-навык, который активируется при соблюдении определенных условий. Дружба влияет не только на лорные записки, но и на основной показатель. Другими словами, дружим больше, больше бьем. Помимо артефактов персонажей, у оружия тоже есть свой артефакт. Это эссенция, которая будет улучшать показатели самого оружия. Вот он уже достается рандомно и за местную смолу, то есть психику, в отличие от сета персонажа. Мне понравились анимация персонажей, хорошо у них получилось передать через них тяжесть двуручных мечей, легкость мечников и все в таком духе. Вкупе с хорошей жестикуляцией получилось, что персонажи не только соответствуют своим характерам через лорные записки и анимациям ожидания, но даже стиль боя говорит за их темперамент. Панихида просто выкидывает нахрен свой меч. Короче, вы поняли. И ГГ тут не бесполезен. Он очень важный боевой юнит для некоторых отрядов. Говоря о боевке, она тут довольно забавная. Как минимум для того, чтобы атаковать, достаточно просто зажать клавишу атаки. Возможно, кому-то только что открыл глаза на мир. Наш отряд состоит из 4 персонажей, у каждого есть своя роль, а также уникальностью является тот факт, что в бою участвуют все 4 персонажа, а не только тот, что выбран у вас в качестве основного. Во время боя высвечиваются другие персонажи, выполняя свои комбо-навыки. Также есть система очков навыков, это шкала, которая накапливается по ходу наших атак и уклонений, и за эту шкалу мы можем нажимать кнопки персонажа. То есть чем больше ты бьешь и лучше уклоняешься, тем чаще ты нажимаешь навыки персонажей, следовательно ультимейты. Все довольно просто. У противников есть шкала стана, когда она заполняется, то по нему начинает проходить увеличенный урон, а сам противник встает в АФК. Бои здесь довольно затяжные, я бы сказал размеренные в духе Dark Souls, то есть босс-файт здесь может идти минут 5, и это абсолютно нормально. Плюс сами боссы довольно классно проработаны, у них большое количество различных атак, а также есть фазность. Короче, не заскучайте, ибо надо будет учиться уворачиваться. Мне боевка зашла. Я бы не назвал ее какой-то замудренной. Она интуитивно понятна. То есть я как бы сам собрал какой-то отряд, а потом посидел, разобрался с механиками и понял, что недалеко ушел от правды. У нее есть свои фишки. Мне вот очень зашел факт того, что в бою участвует именно весь отряд. И появляется чувство командности, и на твою душу ложится как будто вот, знаешь, ответственность твоих персонажей, и хочется почаще уворачиваться, а то мобы тут бьют больно. Да и в игре продуман слот хила, то есть на своей ферме наделал себе хилок, и в бою их активно используешь, ибо вообще не стыдно и очень даже полезно. В игре есть Tower Defense, ну и пока что это все. Да, боевого контента в игре как такового по сути еще нет, но вроде как скоро добавят, возможно уже добавили на момент выхода ролика. Да, там сейчас есть постоянный ивент в формате экстракшена, то есть заходим, лутаемся, выходим. Нормальной драки там так как таковой нет. Есть еще реванши, по сути драка против сюжетного босса на стероидах с получением хай-тир наград за психику для возбуждения работяг. И на этом пока все. Мне очень зашел фан-сервис в этой игре. Ну, ферма это все понятно. То, что одежда имеет свойство намокать, это тоже уже все видели. Но вот что мне зашло как фану этой игры, так это то, как они прописали истории своих персонажей. Я бы даже сказал, довольно взрослый подход к фан-сервису. Приведу пример на своей любимой панихидочке. Во-первых, ее зовут Адельгейда. То есть панихида это ее позывной, и не просто так. Они взяли няшную застенчивую девочку, облачили ее в суперкостюм, и вот такая няшная, типичная аниме-история получается. Но на самом деле она вообще является гробовщиком. А панихида потому что при панической атаке устраивает криокамеру вокруг себя. Ну то есть вы поняли, криокамера, гробовщик и при этом милая аниме-девочка. Да что уж тут, просто посмотрите на этот диалог. Я почитал диалог с панихидой, блять, она убила торговца. Я Пишу: Панихида, на твое имя пришел счет от ГТПТ. Что это значит? О, я все объясню. Вышло недоразумение. Я задумалась, а потом видела продавца оружием. Немного сторговала с ним, как положено по договору Сешка. Но, похоже, что-то напутала. Я не хотела, правда. Прости меня, пожалуйста. Сумма в счете не маленькая. Что ты натворила, раз компенсация такая большая? Отправляет грустный смайлик. Не переживай, я не выдам твою тайну. Торговец сказал, что у него самые крепкие щиты во всем поясе, якобы выдержат любой удар. Я вспомнил договор и решил доказать, что оружие колдовского часа самое мощное в мире. А потом у меня как раз было оружие колдовского часа. Вот и я показала, на что оно способно. Или вот есть Лаватейн. В оригинальной игре есть один в один персонаж, ее звать Суртур. И у нее есть меч, в котором заключен демон Лаватейн. И тут рассказывается их взаимодействие и почему ее назвали в честь меча Суртур. Спойлерить не буду. История крайне интересная и рекомендую ее к личному прочтению. И вот факт того, что за сильными красивыми персонажами есть какая-то история, делает их живыми для меня. Они сразу обретают какую-то душу и уже совершенно по-другому начинают к ним относиться. Чего только стоит пограничник с русским актером озвучки, пару реплик на русском, не ломаном языке.
Полумесяц, полнолуние, покойся с миром.
Говоря о русском языке, тут вообще есть Алёша, читающий идиота Достоевского в своей анимации ожидания. Раз уж мы заговорили о мелочах, у них даже есть уникальная анимация сидения на лавочках. Да что уже эти персонажи? Разработчики сделали квест про шоколадный трип. Буквально. Мы в нем ходим и собираем какахи местных сельских животных. Хороший квест с гипогрифами. Хороший. Смешной и, главное, познавательный. Побольше бы таких. И так как Arknights Endfield это все же в первую очередь гача, поэтому как ни крути, но чтобы было понятно, сколько человека часов придется потратить на гринд персонажей, то для начала надо бы разобраться с ее системой. Гему тут это Раберил, а донатные гемы Арджимитерий. Необычное название, я пока еще не осилил их запомнить. Я успел поиграть в игры от Хоя, в Вову залетел, и там системы очень схожи, и мне, как и другим игрокам, к ним привыкать по сути-то и не приходилось. Тут же дела стоят совсем иначе. И если попробовать все объяснить, то уйдет довольно много времени, поэтому просто смотрите на эту схему. А я пока расскажу вам базу. Тут 3 редкости персонажа. 4, 5, 6. 6 это леги. Баннер является тройным, и тут нет 100% после проигрыша. Но проиграть можно на другого ивентового персонажа из этого тройного баннера. Шанс на легу 0,8%, это выше, чем в Геншине на 0,2%. Грант на ивентового чара на 120 крутки, а вот на консту аж на 240. Фри-то-плей и около фри-то-плей игроки, возрадуйтесь. А вот донатеры, впрочем, в самой игре написано, мужики, просто кайфуйте от игры. А, и еще ваш прогресс на ивента легу не переносится на следующий, поэтому копить надо с умом. Валюта на оружейный баннер получается с выбивания чаров. 20 за четверку, 200 за пятерку и 2000 за легу. 10 пулов в оружейку стоит 1980 при гарантии на 80 крутке без софт-гранта. Но зато здесь шанс на 6-звездочное оружие аж целых 4%. И это при шансе на выигрыш 25%. Плюсом сигнал перса пропадает, когда заканчивается именно тройной баннер, а не баннер самого персонажа. Тип сигнала Лаватейн будет еще висеть целых 2 баннера. Здесь есть классический баннер новичка, где мы за 40 круток лутаем какую-то стандартную легу. Ну вот разве что эти крутки вам выдаются именно по ходу выполнения сюжета. У меня с них, кстати, выпал пограничник, это тот самый русскоязычный персонаж. Тут отвечу на самый важный вопрос по этой тематике, а сколько круток я смог залутать за это время. 450 у меня получилось суммарно, из которых 178 я дал в ивентовый баннер. К сожалению, подзаскамила меня игрушка, но даже так я смог выкрутить и сигну Лаватейн, и сигну Панихиди, то есть, грубо говоря, 2 дамагера для будущего контента у меня имеется, и на этом спасибо. 130 круток было сделано в оружейные баннеры, а учитывая проценты на леги, то и оружия у меня теперь предостаточно для других персонажей. Иными словами, я смог обеспечить себе комфортные отряды, не имея свенской удачи. Сверху ко всему для всех новичков выдаю 6-звездочную орделию, это пока что самый лучший саппорт в игре, так и еще и сверху выдают ее сигну. Пока делал видос, сегодня ночью выдали еще одну бесплатную стандартную легу, я вот Панихидица один забрал. Короче, с гачи тут все в порядке.
Бля, просто пока ты там лор рассказываешь, у тебя на фоне вот должно вот это вот все происходить. Чисто,
Ладно, хорошо, я понял. Так вот, если сюжет Энфилда у нас только начался, и по сути еще ничего не понятно, неизвестно, то вот лор у самого Arknights'а, ого какой. И тут я хочу обусловиться перед фанатами Arknights'а. Во-первых, когда я говорю Endfield, я имею в виду Arknight's Endfield. Когда я говорю просто Arknights'а, то я имею в виду первую игру. Во-вторых, так как я сам только-только начал погружаться во всю эту лорную затею, то я вообще не эксперт в этом вопросе. И вполне вероятно, в комментариях вы сможете найти кучу комментов на тему, что и как устроено, но я постараюсь не наложить в штаны и просто пройдусь по инфобазе, который вычитал всю в записках игры. Да, я прочитал весь лор из архива Nexus, мне было вообще не впадло. Начнем с того, что тут почти все персонажи имеют хвосты или ушки. События в Endfield являются продолжением Arknights, но спустя какое-то время. Известно, что 152 года назад с Терры, это планета с Arknights, были открыты врата на Талос 2. Это где сейчас происходит событие Энфилда. Но там напали агилы и врата поломали, об этом я уже говорил. Ну и нынешнее население это то, что осталось от колонистов Терры, ибо после закрытия врат связаться с Террой просто невозможно, между ними огромное расстояние. И для начала надо ответить на довольно частый вопрос: а почему у них две пары ушей? Значит, там есть довольно большое лорное объяснение, но если быть проще, то это просто так придумал персонаж и писатель. Творческое видение, которому спустя годы существования Arknights придумали уже и лорное описание. Вам надо знать, что у рас есть прототипы из нас настоящего мира, условно те же люпы это итальянцы, поэтому в игре они и на итальянском сэшпарят. Луны это китайцы и тому подобное. Это уже идет лор самого Arknights, опять же сильно вдаваться в подробности я не собираюсь, но поверхностно для понимания, я думаю, будет достаточно. Грубо говоря, если вы заметили или русский акцент, или какое-то явление по типу суперспособности или рога на голове, то скорее всему этому есть описание в лоре. Игра очень глубоко продумана и полностью переняла на себя базу из Arknights. Условно те же способности это не магия какая-то, их берут из Реджини. Это минерал, который является источником энергии для всех местных технологий. Кто-то им пользуется для создания заводов, кто-то для воспроизведения природных явлений, отсюда и персонажи с способностями. Им еще и заразиться можно, это так называемая репатия, тогда ты правда постепенно начнешь превращаться в камень, но если противостоять лекарствами, то можно взять природные силы напрямую из рук. Вообще об этом все можно почитать прямо в досье персонажей, там очень интересные текста, условно там можно как раз прочитать, как связаны Лаватайн из Endfield и Суртер из Arknights. В записках по ходу игры написано очень много всяких интересностей. Вот в квесте Лаватайн просто лежит кассета, которую можно спокойно пропустить, а из нее можно узнать, что помимо агилов были какие-то истинные враги на первой войне Талоса. Что за враги, что за истинные, все это очень интересно и дает повод задуматься. И вот из всех таких вот мелочей и состоит вся игра. Честно, я бы и полез дальше, но ролик все же не об этом. Но я настолько кайфую от проработанности лора, что просто беру и впитываю всю инфу про Arknights. Мне такого давно не было, я будто, знаете, вот в детство окунулся, читая интересную книжку, и там еще есть ответы на все мои вопросы. Ну и факт того, что Arknights и Endfield связаны напрямую, дает очень крутое пространство для маневра. А вдруг в будущем мы увидим прямое соединение сюжетов этих игр? Кто знает, вдруг там и порталы временные появятся, кто знает, кто знает. В целом, всю базу по игре я рассказал, поэтому давайте прервемся на советики по игре, которые, возможно, вам пригодятся по ходу игры. Первый совет будет базовым. Лучше пробовать узнавать игру полностью самому. Игра явно на долгосрок, поэтому торопиться точно не стоит, и дайте своим эмоциям вкусить этот эндфилдский торт. Но все же, собирайте сов с самого начала игры, они пригодятся для улучшения вашего корабля. Купите боевой пропуск за Региментарий, он вам кэшбэкнется обратно, и вы снова сможете купить БП в следующем патче. Не давайте вашим заводам простаивать. Начинайте производить на заводе какие-то ресурсы для ванпостов как можно раньше. Не спешите тратить психику на базовые ресурсы. В сундуках очень много ресурсов для прокачки персонажей, особенно в Улине. Апайте склады и зайцев как можно раньше, так будет быстрее фармиться облигация. Не забывайте торговаться товарами с эластичным спросом, чтобы получить на старте много облигаций. И добавляйте себе много друзей, так у вас будет больше предложений в торговле. Не забывайте пробегаться каждый день по оперативникам и дарить им подарочки, а также 3 раза относить чужие заказы с узла склада Улина, потом спасибо скажете. Рекомендую пройти сначала весь сюжет в игре, так вы откроете все заводы и механики быстрее. Дальше пойдут ответы на популярные вопросы, поэтому если вы решили полностью посмотреть ролик, то можете скипнуть эту часть. Если ты нажал сюда, то скорее всего тебя интересует все кратко и по делу. Поэтому в игре есть русский язык. Я залутал 450 круток за 12 дней, из которых 180 ивентовых, и я фри-то-плей. Гарант на ивентовую легу на 120 крутке. Здесь нет системы 100% гаранта после проигрыша, но можно проиграть на другую ивентовую легу. Заводы строить обязательно, и они составляют важную часть игры, но не являются основным геймплеем. Чертежи на мои заводы можешь найти в моей телеге. Система боя уникальна и не похожа на другие гачи. Сильнейший персонаж сейчас это Лаватайн. Тут всего пока что 60 рангов, и у меня 54 ранг. Персонажи не пустышки и продуманы глубоко. Endfield и Arknights связаны напрямую через большой промежуток времени. Играть я дальше точно буду. Система гачи работает по этой картинке. Все персонажи по сути как бы зверолюды, но там все гораздо глубже, поэтому тут проще будет тебе посмотреть тему лора по тайм-коду. Максимальный запас местной смолы, она же психика, составляет 360 единиц, а КД одной единицы чуть больше 7 минут. ГГ тут очень сильный персонаж. Я решил отдельно поговорить про комьюнити и разработчика Arkness Endfield, потому что тут классная химия между ними. Вот видите это чудесное создание в Улине. А это на самом деле реализация фанарта от обычного игрока, который со временем превратился в локальный мем игры, там с ним и игрушки делают, и сами разработчики их используют на своих стримах. Короче, целый культ вокруг этих пухлик-лунов образовался, или как их называют в комьюнити Arkness, булки. Дошло до той степени, что эти булки являются символом Улина. Одного из главных городов по сюжету, кстати. Символику можно разглядеть не только в виде декораций, но и в архитектуре. Я решил рассказать вам эту историю, потому что это буквально милая история. У меня от этого какая-то вот теплота на душе проскальзывает, и сразу чувство локальности. Вроде как и игры большие, а взаимодействие между разработчиком и игроком такое теплое. Я хоть и не был все это время частью этого комьюнити, но очень рад, что у них такое взаимодействие с разработчиком. Не зря Arknights, будучи обычной ТДшкой, постоянно в гача-топах находится. Оптимизация — это беда в современном геймдеве, но тут все хорошо. Игра весит всего 45 гигов на ПК, а на телефоне 20. Всему дела, что игра у нас на Unity. Тут может кто-то поднапрягся, но я вдался в подробности, и оказывается, разработчик не просто взял Unity, а полностью перелопатил весь движок под свои нужды и выпустил игру, считай, на своем движке. То есть игра вышла такой красивой и одновременно оптимизированной, потому что программисты поработали. А то в современное время это уже, кажется, диковинка, когда игра на старте выходит и не лагает. И пинг у меня всего 20, видимо, сервера где-то рядом находится. Да блин, игру уже и на часах запустили, о чем речь вообще? Ни разу за это время Endfield у меня не вылетал. Утечки памяти я не заметил. Все круто. Зашел игра и ни о чем не задумываюсь. Вот единственный моментик, при переключении персонажей проскакивают фризы. Думаю, пофиксить это не выглядит серьезной проблемой. Саунд-дизайн тут хороший. И эхо в больших помещениях, и звук в целом имеет динамическое состояние и зависит от внешних условий. Хорошая озвучка, носители языка озвучивают своих персонажей, поэтому игра ощущается межнациональной. Такого вот мне не хватает в современном геймдеве, а тут ребята молодцы, запарились. Надеюсь, продолжат эту идею. Если вдруг гипогрифы смотрят, пожалуйста, сделайте больше русской озвучки. Я не дождался ее в других гачах. Давайте вы выпустите хотя бы парочку персонажей с ними, как вы это сделали в Arknights. Да-да, там есть персонажи, полностью разговаривающие на русском языке.
Подымай задницу и ступай за мной!
Мне немного не хватило каких-то босс-тем, но зато тут хороший эмбиент и музыка на фоне не дает заскучать, и что самое важное, не надоедает. У меня уже 100 часов в игре, а я ее еще не выключил. Надеюсь, что в будущем появится побольше тем персонажей и босс-тем, а то после того же Геншина, который славится тем, что создается музыкальные фирмы для продвижения своих треков, тут вот порой не хватает такой фишки. Это так, знаете, чисто мои придирки. У меня с самого начала в сценарии лежал пункт о проблемах игры. Одной из самых важных проблем являлось количество обучалок в начале игры. Их настолько много, что в один момент уже начинаешь сходить с ума и душиться от игры. Ну, пока я делал видос, разрабы выпустили обнову, даже две. Во второй выдали всем бесплатную легу, я об этом говорил. Короче, они дали возможность скипнуть гайды на заводы. То есть, получается, можно вычеркивать этот пункт, ведь больше не надо проходить обучалки. А что, интересно, они обновили? Нет, там, например, в Симе теперь можно забрать награды и не проходить Сим, если ты знаешь, что делать. Как? Ну, иди в Сим. Ты просто заверши, если знаешь. Вон, от контента освоен завершить Сим.
А ну на!
Игры недели нет, они уже завершили в обновление, просто, ну, просто замечательное обновление. Да, там есть пару багуль, например, при входе в игру иногда звук залагивает и сбрасывает твои настройки к изначальным. Но это фиксится буквально передергиванием ползунка, поэтому не так критично. Да и как бы, я даже не знаю, я бы мог сказать, что ресурсов мало на прокачку, но это как будто везде в начале любой игры, поэтому для себя каких-то явных минусов я не нашел. Ну да, иногда встречаются забавные багули, которые, ну, никак не влияют на игру. То оперативник в стену бежит, то не смог найти путь к грядке, то... Я не знаю, я не помню, но там что-то было, я просто, видимо, не записал. На стримах был диалог на тему того, что с локализацией на русский все плохо. Но нет, там приводили в пример записку, где было написано ихний. Хотя записка была написана, скажем так, местным необразованным человеком, поэтому это типа фишка, а разработчики молодцы. Тут и липсинг есть, это когда персонажи двигают ртом под свою речь. Для меня это просто больная тема после Геншина, поэтому круто, что тут все синхронизировано. Одной из самых важных деталей в любой игре будет левел дизайн, и тут с ним все хорошо. Во-первых, мир тут очень красивый, имеет натуральную палитру цветов, от чего картинка воспринимается кинематографично. Хорошо, что я смог выговорить это слово. Во-вторых, он живой, имеет большое количество интерактива и кучу вариаций пути. Приведу пример. Вот идешь ты по локации по основной дороге. Ну вот заметил ответвление и пошел по какой-то тропинке. А там и загадка, и какой-то челлендж, и сундучки, и секретики. Вот ты уже зашел довольно далеко и думаешь, блин, надо вернуться на изначальный путь. Но в конце тебя ждет сюрприз. Разработчик подумал, тебе оставил шорткатик, то есть тебе не придется бежать обратно весь этот путь, а ты как бы открыл еще один вариант прохода на локации путем своего мини-путешествия. В-третьих, в игре нет, возможно, привычного вам паркура, но это не значит, что это плохо. Левел-дизайн проработан так, что это не проблема, а скорее фича игры. Где-то перед тобой поставили Майнкрафт паркур и сундучок в конце, где-то путь продуман так, что ты можешь пройтись по нему 2 раза и открыть новый вариант прохода. То есть проблем с тем, что нельзя карабкаться, нет. Карта хорошо проработана и имеет кучу вариантов путей. И при всем при этом карта довольно большая, и архитектура сложена очень детально. Например, стою, вот смотрю на город, вижу огромную стену, вижу, какая большая передо мной конструкция, гигантизм во всей красе. Но при этом я поворачиваю камеру, и вот рядом ручеек, довольно детализированный, мостик проложен, камушки стоят прикольные, вот тебе красота в деталях. Сразу чувство локальности появляется. Мир богат на сундуки, и они тут очень плотные. Один сундук может тебе дать от 15 до 150 гемов, и в целом этих сундуков на карте куча. Я все еще не собрал их все, то есть в ближайшие часов 100 у вас будет точно чем заняться. Как минимум, собирать сундучки тут приятно, плюс есть компас внутри игры, и интерактивка также уже существует. Или вот ходишь ты по миру со своим отрядом, а они предупредят тебя о попасть на враге, или подскажут, где сундук лежит, да банально помогут тебе добыть ресурсы и собрать лутик. То есть ты не просто выбил пустышку с озвучкой, но она тебе еще и будет помогать в исследовании мира. Интерактив 10 из 10. Загадки крутые, то собери тетрис, то жабок собери, то... собери много тетрисов. Ну, еще тетрис собери. Тетриса вообще-то мало не бывает. Даже призрачные стены есть из моего любимого Dark Souls или Hollow Knight. Удобно, что в данже можно зайти с любой точки карты, просто нажав «Войти». Короче, все супер класс, разработчик молодец, играть интересно и приятно. Позволю здесь небольшое отступление себе, потому что если вспомнить, насколько глубоко в этой игре проработаны детали, то даже в левел-дизайне можно заметить лорную часть. Вот условные столбы стоят, да? Заходишь в них, а тут туман и вода под ногами. Оказывается, это специальные устройства, которые задуманы таким образом. Они берут и перерабатывают красную страшную всеубивающую жижу в обычную воду, отчего туман тут и вода вокруг. Донат очень больно, буквально 1 грант в 120 круток обойдется вам в 4 максимальных пака валюты. Это безумно много в деньгах, но опять же, у игры довольно удобная система гачи, я не думаю, что будут проблемы с выбиванием персонажей в будущем. Но тут, к сожалению, я не могу быть уверенным в своих словах, ведь это буквально первый патч игры, поэтому тут надо просто подождать и там уже делать какие-то выводы. Но в данный момент донат особо это и не нужен, все можно достать и будучи фри-то-плеем, ну или около фри-то-плеем, и еще останется на следующих персонажей. Напомню, у меня получилось достать аж 180 ивентовых круток, и это еще не вся карта закрыта, думаю, тут можно спокойно больше 240 ивентовых круток сейчас собирать. Поэтому ситуация с донатом неоднозначная. С одной стороны, если хочешь повторки персонажам, то надо много денег или удачи. Но если нужен просто персонаж с его сигной, то донатить в принципе вовсе не надо. Хай-левел контента тут нет, но его должны добавить. Игре все же 2 недели не забываем. Может, кстати, он уже и появился, когда вы смотрите этот видос. Поиграл я в Endfield и понял, что реально хочу играть в игру. Хочу впитывать ее лор, хочу сам сидеть, изучать, как работают заводы, изучать боевую систему, все прочитать. Вот завлекла меня игра и при этом совершенно не душит гача. Хотя, честно сказать, заскамила меня знатно. Ведь ивентовый баннер скушал все крутки, дотянув почти до гранта, а сигна и вовсе на 80-й выпало. Но даже так игра дает полностью новый опыт. Тут можно пошутить в комментариях, что это моя первая игра, где я не свинячу. Ну давай. Мало того, что своя система гачи и боевая система, так даже банальное обновление серверов для меня непривычное. Оно происходит в 12 утра по Москве. Инвентарь тут разделен. Есть общий склад, который доступен, находясь у заводов, и рюкзак в 35 слотов. Пол ГГХи можно менять. Объем местной смолы увеличивается с каждым рангом вплоть до 360 единиц. Даже в игру не обязательно заходить в каждый день. Местные ресурсы восстанавливаются чуть меньше 2 дней, что позволяет заходить раз в 2 дня, если не брать в учет опыт с деликов, конечно. Самое важное для меня это то, что я получаю новый опыт от этой игры, которого мне так давно не хватало в этом жанре. Даже несмотря на то, что игровые дни уже не плещут разнообразностью и превратились в делики смолу, мне все еще интересно играть, так как новый контент постепенно выходит и не дает заскучать. Пока вот делал ролик, вышел сюжетный квест и волны. На момент создания ролика у меня есть 20 персонажей, из которых 2 собранных 6-звездочных персонажа с сигнами, а также отряда к ним. Вот столько производят мои заводы, вот как они выглядят. Я по итогу взял чертежи одного корейца, немного их под себя переделал, и получилось очень даже неплохо. Почти весь контент в игре у меня закрыт за исключением карты, но я ее еще банально не успел изучить из-за того, что сел делать видос, но там ничего сложного нет. Я 100% еще останусь играть, мне как минимум хочется узнать, что дальше будет по сюжету, да и просто хочу выбить следующих персонажей. А как максимум хочу стать частичкой этого комьюнити. Я тут еще начал изучать трейлер их персонажей. О, ребята, там такая красота красота, я в рот наоборот. Рекомендую ознакомиться, особенно с трейлером Лаватейн. Самое важное из всего этого, что весь опыт я получил абсолютно бесплатно. Не факт, что я не начну сюда закидывать деревянных товарищей, может и куплю там БПшку, кто знает. Надо же поддержать разработчика. Хороший проект от плохого отличается наличием множества деталей. Куда ни копни, везде находится всему объяснение, отчего мир получается целостным и живым. Его хочется изучать и понимать его законы. Игра получилась отличной и, главное, уникальной. И я однозначно вам рекомендую в нее поиграть, получите новый опыт, отдохнете от своих, возможно, приевшихся вам гач. Комьюнити здесь еще саркнается, доброе и приветливое. Надеюсь, оно и будет оставаться таким. А мы его с вами здесь не испортим. Разработчик отзывчивый и профессионально подходит к своему проекту. Это внушает надежду. Игре я поставлю 8,5 из 10, так как в самом начале действительно задушился вечными туториалами. Благо добавили возможность их скипнуть, и вам не придется ими душиться. Ну и не хватает мне музона. Да, эмбиенты крутые, но каких-то вот босс-тем или тем персонажей, ну вот это чисто мои хотелки, игра-то действительно хороша. На этом будет все. Надеюсь, в этот раз с роликами не буду так затягивать, ну то есть постараюсь больше не болеть. Простите еще раз, я не специально. А вам удачи, и это еще и первый ролик в этом году. Получается тогда с Новым годом. Все, короче, давай, пока.
Imagine that you wake up in the world of the future. As you get up, you don't need to do anything. AI robots have already washed you, dressed you, and prepared your breakfast. You float to work on a cloud powered by renewable energy. When you get to work, you only need to do it for 2 hours because technology has made everything so productive that most of your time is leisure time. You are able to speak to family and friends at any time through the chips implanted in your head, and you are able to order things from online without having to think about them. They are delivered by drones, and everybody just sits happily for most of their days, having fun and socializing, all thanks to an abundance of technology. This is essentially how authors Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson begin their best-selling book, Abundance. They envision a world freed from scarcity, where knowledge and technology have advanced so far that people don't have to worry. Everything is seamless, efficient, and widely available. Technology has rendered the problems of the past irrelevant, and we all live in a utopia.
My goodness, what an idea. Why didn't I think of that?
No, real talk. I don't mind this book. Putting forward an optimistic vision for the future is something that too few people do these days, and Klein and Thompson do so with a problem-solving mindset, rather than a naive one. They are saying, this could be the future. It's achievable, and here's what we need to do to achieve it. They focus on some of the most pressing areas of the economy where we're falling short. Housing, transport, climate change. I agree about every problem they identify. The book contains some decent analysis of problems with the current regulatory environment, and I'm confident that if we followed its prescriptions, things would be better for a lot of people. What really astonished me about Abundance is how shallow much of the policy analysis is. This is especially concerning given that the book is supposed to be a highbrow, technocratic manifesto for the kind of people who put policy wonk in their social media bios. I was genuinely expecting to see more detail about the effects of some of the policies they are advocating, as well as the details and minutiae of the regulatory environment and the limitations of existing evidence. These are all hallmarks of good analysis, but they are sadly lacking across most of this book. I've seen a lot of talk about abundance, but I've not seen anyone truly take them to task for this. And I want you to bear in mind that I have a fair amount of agreement with the authors, and also that by calling out their approach, I'm not just nitpicking. I'm eventually going to talk about how and whether their vision of abundance can be realised, but to do that, I want to talk about how their approach falls short. It's no secret that Abundance is an overtly centrist book, written from the perspective of US Democrats trying to thread the needle. Probably the most frequent comparative point the authors make is that many things are more abundant in red than in blue states. According to the authors, this is strange on its surface. Republicans hate providing things for the poor and don't believe in climate change. So why do their states fare better on outcomes for homelessness and renewable energy? We focus on the left for larger reasons. It is more interesting to ask, as we will, why it is often easier to build renewable energy in red states than in blue states, despite Republican opposition to the cause of climate change. They go on to detail several areas where they believe a more regulation-heavy approach has led to inferior outcomes. First and foremost is housing, which Klein and Thompson correctly identify as one of the biggest economic issues facing people in rich countries. Everyone knows that housing costs have skyrocketed compared to previous generations, and those who don't struggle to get a house struggle with payments. How do we get more houses, better houses, and cheaper houses? If you're familiar with the not in my backyard versus yes in my backyard debate, little of this section will surprise you. Klein and Thompson discuss well-known problems with suburbs where only single-family houses can be built and there is no allowance for other types of buildings, especially commerce, so you have to drive 10 minutes to get milk. The results are stolid, white, middle-class suburbs of the type that were parodied so well in my favourite episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. As their first comparative point, Klein and Thompson note that California, well known for this type of difficult regulatory environment, has lost many people to Arizona and Texas, despite being a fast-growing and advanced state, and despite being governed by Democrats, who ostensibly care about housing affordability. I don't think it's unfair to say that abundance is both motivated and driven by red-blue state comparisons like this one. The reason this analysis annoys me is not just because it forces me to learn more about cities in the USA that I've never visited and don't plan to. It's because literally anybody who has tried to do this kind of analysis knows that there are huge problems with these simple geographic comparisons. It's true that Texas has more relaxed regulations around zoning than California. It's also true that they are building houses faster. Yet, California has been growing fast for decades and is home to the largest tech sector on Earth, which has naturally attracted people and pushed the price of housing up. It is an extremely wealthy state, and the city of San Francisco has been called a superstar city. Houston in Texas is doing quite well these days, but it's hardly at superstar status, so it has far lower population density and fewer houses and a smaller economy than San Francisco. In other words, we're talking about completely different economic situations that lead to these housing outcomes. It's not just regulation that differs between the two places. Generally, there are a slew of differences between those states, or between any two states, including population density, usable land, personal income levels, the size and composition of the local economy, cultural differences, climate, taxes, other housing policies, other policies full stop. I'm sure that Klein and Thompson are aware of this issue, but they do not show it in the book. The best evidence on zoning reform tries to control for these factors in various ways, and it is widely known in the YIMBY-NIMBY debate. Yet at no point in the book do Klein and Thompson explore this evidence in order to show that what they are advocating actually works. Although they are seemingly pushing for fewer regulatory obstacles and more building, they fail to show that one leads to the other. They rarely cite the wide range of evidence on what happens when you get rid of zoning regulations. For example, does it have a big impact on the supply of housing? Reduce homelessness? Make cities more vibrant and diverse? I'm not going to tell you that they're hiding the evidence because it's entirely unfavourable to their point of view, because that would be false. Reducing zoning restrictions has been shown to work in some instances. Auckland in New Zealand had some remarkable success when it engaged in a comprehensive upzoning program. What's upzoning, you ask? Not much. What's up with you? Sorry. It basically just means permitting more building. In contrast to Auckland, upzoning in Brisbane, Australia did not show much success, neither did it in Chicago, USA. Both led to muted or even negative effects on the total supply of housing. Most comprehensive reviews of the evidence conclude that the total effect of relaxing zoning regulations on housing supply is small, but also that there is a lot of variation depending on the context and the exact policies. It can have substantial benefits, but more often it has small or zero benefits, and sometimes it even backfires, reducing housing supply. Now, on balance, I remain a YIMBY on the grounds that at worst it will do no significant harm. But this is a far cry from the potential Klein and Thompson claim to want to unlock. Another approach that I would have enjoyed would have been to detail some of the regulations that are getting in the way of building more and just point to them and say, wow, look at how ridiculous these regulations are. I recently stumbled across this list of requirements that a household, not even a business, just a citizen, must fulfill when applying for a permit to have rooftop solar panels in Pennsylvania. It's stupid. Multiple detailed system diagrams, the label and listing specifications of every component. Some regulations are ridiculous, and getting rid of them would make things easier for the average person, therefore increasing uptake. This seems like an easy win to me. My suspicion is that an average abundance defender would object that the book does go into more detail than just red states versus blue states. They talk about historical changes. Building rates were higher in the past, then we passed a slew of zoning regulations, then building rates were lower. They do the same for environmental regulations, showing that they were passed due to genuine problems, but may now be causing new problems. They take a few case studies and stories of building being extremely difficult these days because of things like safety regulations, consulting local parties, and the rise of lawyers. This is all pertinent and points toward an undoubted reality that construction is more complex today than it was in the past. Let me also say that the chapter on science and academia is the most thorough exposition of the problems with the current research environment that I've seen in a popular book, and I can't think of an academic who would disagree with it. The funding system is anti-abundance and anti-knowledge because it makes you jump through so many hoops just to do your job, including applying for the money that pays your own wages. What other professions do that? It's now a cliche to say that Darwin, Einstein, Marx, Freud, Da Vinci, none of them would get a job in modern academia because of the requirements to publish only incremental knowledge frequently and to engage in pointless administrative busywork. Again, I'm not sure exactly what freeing this up would do for living standards, but at least it would increase the living standards of academics. Some of the other more convincing parts of the book are where they go into depth about the findings of economists and other analysts, including valuable interviews with the experts themselves. Unfortunately for the central thesis of the book, the answers of these experts are often, once more, complex and unsatisfactory. For instance, at one point Abundance reviews the work of Goolsby and Syverson, both excellent names by the way, on the stagnation of construction sector productivity in the USA. They find it's not due to a lack of investment, nor is it a statistical illusion, and it's actually shared across the globe, so it's not even US specific. But they also find that it's not because of regulation. Goolsby and Syverson tested regulatory burden against construction productivity. There was a slight relationship, but nothing impressive. They looked at which states saw the highest and lowest rates of productivity increases. The comparison doesn't lend itself to a clean story of red states and blue states, or urban states and rural states. They quote Syverson himself as saying that everyone has a different pet theory, but there is no easy explanation for the drop in construction productivity. Then, having failed to find evidence for their own pet theory, Klein and Thompson turned to a different source of evidence. Ed Zarensky has worked in construction for a long time, and he claims that there's a whole lot of paperwork slowing things down. The level of reporting that you have to send to the government, to the insurance companies, to the owner, to show you're meeting all the requirements on the job site, all of that has increased, and so the number of people you need to produce that has increased. Klein and Thompson then go on a lengthy explanation of how society has become more complex and middlemen have inserted themselves everywhere, making building more difficult, among other things. They go on an informed rant about lawyers and the overly litigious politics of the USA. This is all likely true. The problem is that saying the system is too complex and too many people get involved is so broad that it leaves me wondering what we would actually need to do to create abundance. Klein and Thompson are clear that their book is more about trying to promote a general worldview than about specific policy prescriptions. We considered calling this book The Abundance Agenda. We could have easily filled these pages with a long list of policy ideas to ease the blockages we fear, but what is ultimately at stake here are our values. I've got mixed feelings about this. My issue is not so much that they aren't specific enough in the policies they recommend, but that they don't prove that solving the issues they identify will lead to the outcomes they say it will. They begin with their utopian vision of a technologically advanced future. After this, they effectively detail the obvious deficiencies of the present day in housing, climate policy, transport, and so on. But after that, they segue into a generalized discussion of how difficult regulation makes things for those who want to create and build. It's never proven that fixing these regulatory issues will solve the deficiencies of the present, let alone lead to a utopian future. Sure, we can grant them some poetic license with their optimistic vision that opens the book, but what if all of the major reforms they want to see lead to barely any discernible gains? So it's not so much that I'm looking for a specific policy, I'm looking for examples that actually prove their main thesis. The problem is compounded when you realise that they actually do discuss specific policies, they just fail to do so in enough depth. On various occasions, they highlight zoning regulations like single-family homes and parking requirements. They go into detail on high-speed rail in California, and as I said, they discuss academia and science for a whole chapter. They are into the nitty-gritty somewhat, but it doesn't prove their thesis. When they stumble upon the irritating reality of it's complicated, they just move on. And if your answer is the details are on Ezra Klein's podcast or something, you are missing the point. I'm reviewing the book, not Ezra Klein the man. Otherwise, no. Any given piece of work should prove its own thesis in a self-contained manner. That's why you don't get to send extra notes over to your teacher after they've failed you. The central aim of the book Abundance is to provide a guiding philosophy for the Democrats in the USA to become more pro-building, pro-innovation and pro-growth. As I said earlier, an optimistic vision is one I can get behind, yet it's not achievable based on the most rigorous evidence surrounding their main issues with the current system. As one reviewer pointed out, given that half of the cities they highlight, the red cities, already have a lot of these policies, why are we not closer to their vision? Houston has lower housing costs and more solar panels than San Francisco, but it's hardly abundance now, is it? What's more, the notion of abundance is consistent with a wide range of different policies that I just don't think the authors are willing to entertain because they're so committed to centrism and bipartisanship. For instance, I'm not the first person to notice that their most illustrative example, possibly even more so than housing, is high-speed rail in California. This is a famous joke of a project that overpromised and underdelivered. Decades after its inception, it remains largely unfinished, having already cost more than the original estimates despite being unfinished. No longer was California trying to build high-speed rail to connect the megacities of San Francisco and Los Angeles. Now, it was trying to salvage something, anything. A line between the agricultural centers of Merced and Bakersfield. A line no one would have authorized if it had been the plan presented in the first place. The scaled-down plan was estimated at $22 billion. But even the price tag on that line has bloomed. The latest estimate is that it will cost $35 billion to complete, and it won't begin carrying passengers until sometime between 2030 and 2033, if all goes well. Having written about the eerily similar failure of High Speed 2 in the UK, I've got a lot of sympathy for their frustration with this and with the countless vested interests who stuck their oars in at every stage. There are just so many of these interests, and the system allows them to hold up projects like this indefinitely. What has taken so long on high speed rail is not hammering nails or pouring concrete. It's negotiating. Negotiating with courts, with funders, with business owners, with homeowners, with farm owners. These negotiations cost time, which costs money. Those negotiations lead to changes in the route or the build or the design, which costs money. Those negotiations lead to public disappointment and frustration, which leads to loss of money that might otherwise have been approved if the project were speeding toward completion. They note that the USA is uniquely expensive compared to a lot of other countries, although they leave out that the UK is actually even worse. They dismiss the free market government bad explanation on the basis that these other countries have governments too and do better. They also dismiss that unions are the problem. So to be clear, this isn't a right-wing or neoliberal book, except in the sense that it isn't socialist. My issue is that they fail to reckon with fundamental questions about the political and legal system that affect these issues. For instance, both France and Spain have more relative success with building high-speed rail than the USA and UK. And as the transport economist Stephen Glaister has put it, we have in this country common law, which means that individuals have a right to property, and the state has to obtain those rights through due process to get things done. That's what these planning requirements are all about. In Europe, they have Napoleonic law, which means the state starts with the rights and individuals operate on a license from the state. If the French state or another European state wants to build a railway, the starting position is that they have the right to do that. Under the common law tradition shared by English-speaking countries, individuals have a right to their private property, and the state has to prove it is allowed to interfere. This leads to various affected parties being able to review and object to any proposal that builds on their land or land close to them. During high-speed rail, both in California and the UK, this process became virtually unworkable, with everyone from affected locals to environmental groups to consulting firms stalling progress via countless requests. Both France and Spain follow Napoleonic law, which, true to the man himself, is more centralized. Property is deemed to be in the hands of the public via the state, and therefore if it is needed then it will be taken from whomever owns it and repurposed, often with compensation but compulsorily. This results in rail lines being erected far more quickly, but it presents obvious problems for Klein and Thompson's narrative. Firstly, it is well beyond the remit of any feasible policy to say the USA should adopt Napoleonic law. How you would go about implementing such a shift is a question that borders on absurdity given its scale and scope. Secondly, even if you could achieve something like this, it's unclear that it would appeal to the centrist abundance agenda. Many Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, hate the perceived bureaucracy and centralization of Europe and feel strongly about their own private property. It's a political non-starter because it clashes with deeply held convictions about how the world should work. Get Off My Lawn has strong roots in the USA, and I just don't think the authors are prepared to confront them. As Sandeep Vaheesan has put it, this narrative rests on an imagined past of unfettered discretion for property owners. In the 1800s, no American city had zoning rules. Klein and Thompson write. But public control of land use is hardly a 20th century phenomenon. It is rooted in the centuries-old common law of nuisance. A fundamental tenet of property law is that landowners cannot exercise their dominion in a way that injures others. Understood in this light, zoning and environmental review are statutory descendants of nuisance law. The difference is that they replace a judicial and remedial approach to the problem with an administrative and preventative one. So these NIMBY issues have deep roots, and you can make various choices about how you approach them, but each one raises its own tricky questions. Klein and Thompson acknowledge this point in passing, but that's about it. The Napoleonic versus common law comparison shows that more centralized, aggressive governments with fewer individual rights is actually one way to achieve the abundance agenda. Although this happened after the book was published, it's instructive that Spain recently had 2 high-profile rail crashes, and it's likely that these were due to under-maintenance. This can be what happens if you build too fast and cut corners. While the exact causes of the Spanish crashes are still being debated, they do point to a potential cost that seems likely if you speed things up. A more extreme example is China, which Klein and Thompson themselves appeal to. This is why China can build tens of thousands of miles of high-speed rail in the time it takes California to fail to build hundreds of miles of high-speed rail. China does not spend years debating with judges over whether it needs to move a storage facility. That power leads to abuse and imperiousness. It also leads to high-speed rail. They're talking out of both sides of their mouth here. In China, workers have been exploited to build high-speed rail, and people die or live in slave-like conditions during the construction process. Klein and Thompson are not willing to examine whether people in the West actually want this. They are not willing to say, the reason we don't have abundance in this way is because we have chosen safety, due process, and respect for individual property rights. I suspect that if we got rid of a whole bunch of regulations and public assistance and ran everyone through the meat grinder, we'd probably have higher rates of overall growth. Workers would be worked harder, citizens would be sacrificed without health and safety regulations, certain areas at least would experience serious environmental degradation. This is a reality that much of the rich world has agreed they do not want, a choice that we need to be aware of when discussing deregulation. But as I said at the start, I want to do more than just tear down their vision because there's obviously something to it. When was the last time someone recommended a specific podcast to you that was more than a year old? Yeah, never. That's because most podcasts are utter bilge and discuss the flavour of the month. One that doesn't fit this characterization is a fantastic NPR Planet Money podcast from 2019 called Tax Hero. which charts the struggles of Joe Bankman, a law professor who has made it his life's mission to make paying tax less painful than the USA. It's bizarre to those of us in the rest of the world that you have to fill out your own tax forms, and it is surely a source of much resentment against the government in the States. Bankman pioneered a project that had the government fill out the tax forms for you, and households would just have to check for errors, then send it back. In the pilot, everybody loved it. You might think that all sides could get on board with Bankman's mission, which would quite simply make life easier for 160 million or so taxpayers. You might also think that small government conservatives would support a project to make the government less invasive. But Bankman encountered opposition from two main groups. First, Republicans who didn't want to make paying taxes easier because people might then accept higher taxes.
But Joe says he noticed it was hard to get Republicans to back ReadyReturn. It wasn't just Intuit or campaign money. It had to do with the pledge.
And privately, I should say, a lot of the Republicans told me, well, this just sounds like a no-brainer. I just can't do it because Grover Norquist has opposed it.
Second, the multi-billion-dollar consulting firm that people pay to help them fill out the forms.
Intuit is the company that owns TurboTax. TurboTax is, of course, the very popular tax preparation software. It is a multi-billion-dollar business. A multi-billion-dollar business that was now staring down the barrel of Joe's ReadyReturn plan. And if you look at this from TurboTax's point of view, this is not good. I mean, ReadyReturn is all about making taxes easier. And if your taxes are easier, you're a whole lot less likely to spend $100 on tax preparation software.
Tax reform seems like a clear case of a policy that would make the government work better and reduce red tape and possibly help to achieve abundance. But it encountered roadblocks that have nothing to do with the left or over-regulation. Now, I'm not going to chastise Klein and Thompson for not using this specific example because you can only fit so much into the book. But it does point towards blaming right-wingers and corporations, two parties that they don't spend much time on. There are plenty of other examples. A big issue in the debate about renewables is nuclear power. Klein and Thompson repeat a standard line. Various left-wing activist groups have halted the development of nuclear energy based on outdated notions of it being dangerous. I am not a fan of this strand of the left, and they have definitely played a role in reducing political support for nuclear and even stalling specific projects. But careful study of nuclear power has shown that private industry simply underinvests in it due to high initial outlays and long-term time horizons with uncertain returns. This is a problem of short-termist capitalism rather than of regulatory activism. Or consider the consulting industry, that has replaced much state capacity and charges governments a great deal for lengthy consulting processes that offer little in the way of useful expertise. This was the subject of the book The Big Con by Mazzucato and Collington, a book which shows time and again that these companies insert themselves into projects, often with no discernible benefits. Many companies in the UK have failed to deliver crucial public services or even gone bust after being paid large fees by the government to deliver those services. This is undoubtedly a factor in the failure of High Speed 2. Meanwhile, McNaughton says, the project is being overseen by not just High Speed 2 Limited, but hundreds of Department for Transport employees and development partners from engineering consultancy firms. You end up with this white-collar army out of proportion to what you see anywhere else in Europe.
The growth of the consulting industry and the expansion of contracts with governments or by governments and businesses, but particularly with governments as the focus of the book, with consulting companies and other outsourcing companies, can really be understood through the lens of a broader transformation in government and the role of the state in the economies. So we argue that the consulting industry has ridden the wave of capitalism, and it's positioned itself very well to be able to extract rents as capitalism has transformed, as the role of government and the role of the state in the economy has transformed.
Klein and Thompson do spend some time critiquing the system in general, and they reserve a special hatred for lawyers. But they don't angle this towards a classic socialist critique of capitalist corruption and bureaucracy. In their review of Abundance, Huber and Co. point to the rapid expansion of all these litigious interests as an outgrowth of the hollowing out of the state and the replacement of its democratic functions with extra-democratic ones. Socialists can offer a materialist explanation, the explosion of NGOs, legalism, and NIMBY blockages to development. and the extra-democratic politics that this system embraces are themselves the product of the neoliberal revolution of the 1970s and 80s. They represent the shift toward a technocratic, highly undemocratic form of governance that cedes power to unaccountable bureaucracy. I don't want to do the obverse of what Klein and Thompson are doing and just blame capitalism. Many of these things have multiple causes. Many have unclear causes. I'm not sure if the way to abundance is more direct democracy, more public spending, less regulation, changes to the law, or fully automated luxury communism. What I would have liked would have been a more thorough discussion